of the News9 Global Summit, and I welcome you all to it. To kick off the proceedings and get this summit started, I think the first question that pretty much anybody who follows business and economy, and it's something that really strikes them, is that we've been hearing about this vision of India being in the top 3 economies. And how near or how far really are we from that mission, from that vision? So we thought it would be a great day to initiate this particular subject and a discussion on this. But first up, let's look at an AV on how near or how far really India is before we hear it directly from Mr. V. Anantha Nageswaran, the Chief Economic Advisor of India, who will be joining us virtually, digitally, in just a few minutes. Thank you so much once again for joining us. Let's look at it. India in the top 3, how near, how far?
India is one of the fastest growing major economies. Its ambition to become the world's top 3 hinges on sustained growth, structural reforms, and strategic policymaking. The Viksit Bharat vision aims to transform India into a developed nation by 2047, requiring robust infrastructure, digital innovation, and global competitiveness. The Finance Ministry, under the guidance of Chief Economic Advisor Dr. V. Anantha Nageswaran, has played a pivotal role in steering fiscal prudence, investment-friendly policies, and inflation management. His emphasis on macroeconomic stability, financial sector reforms, and sustainable growth aligns with India's long-term goals. With prudent economic strategies, private sector participation, and trade expansion, India's rise to the top 3 is imminent. The next decade will be decisive in determining how near or how far India truly is from this milestone.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's indeed a pleasure and a privilege to be able to speak to you and share my thoughts as part of the TV9's Economic Summit. We are just barely 2 days away from the end of the financial year 24-25. And as things stand, we do expect that the Indian economy will be on the cusp of achieving a $4 trillion size. And with the population roughly at around 145 crores, we are talking about an economy which is of the size of about $2,700 per capita. Just to give you a sense of the journey we have done so far, in 1993, we were a $300 billion economy. And today, 31 years later, we are more than 13 times the size that we were 3 decades earlier. Of course, there are other countries that may have achieved even greater growth, but then of course, India has also achieved it within the framework of debt sustainability, which some other countries may not necessarily have at this point. So there is much to be proud of what we have done. However, our journey is only half complete, because we are, as I said earlier, we are a country with a per capita income of around $2,700 to $2,800. And to be able to reach even the middle income category, we need to achieve a per capita GDP of around $8,000 to $10,000, or by today's metric in the World Bank, it's somewhere around $11,000. That means we have to have a GDP size of between $12 and $15 trillion. And at the same time, the external environment has become more and more uncertain, volatile, and both geopolitical and geoeconomic tensions have arisen. For example, in the first decade of the millennium, if you recall, 20 years earlier, many emerging market economies performed very well, and India was one of them. In fact, that was a time when the whole idea of BRICS came into existence, came into currency. And that is because the BRICS countries were considered the next frontier of growth, and India was expected to be next in line to achieving the kind of growth rates that China was able to achieve from 1980 onwards until about 2005. So we did grow at close to 9% per annum for about 5 years. In the wake of the global economic boom that happened in that period, But the unsustainability of that boom resulted in the global financial crisis of 2008, and then developed countries had to drop interest rates down to zero, but somehow the kind of growth rate that we saw in that decade did not materialize in the developed world, and therefore our ability to grow our exports at the same pace that we could achieve in the first decade of the millennium, we couldn't sustain that in the second decade. And now today we are in the third decade, almost already halfway through, and it looks like the external environment for trade in the world has become that much more hazardous. Because if you look at the global trade policy uncertainty index, it is at a 10 or 12-year high. There is a greater sense of uncertainty, and at the same time, growth prospects in developed countries have become progressively weaker, partly because of aging, demographic profile, and partly because of the debt burdens they carry. So in this context, India has to therefore double down on domestic levers of growth, which is exactly what the budget announced in July 2024 and February 2025, both these budgets do that. What are the key policy priorities for India to be able to become the world's third largest economy from where we are today as the fifth largest economy? I think these, first thing to realize is that these metrics or milestones are only markers of progress. Ultimately, what we are interested in is to be able to achieve a certain living standard that people in our country can legitimately aspire for and are entitled to. If you look at the Edelman Trust Barometer for 2025, released sometime in January or February, what is interesting is this huge chasm that has developed between developed and developing countries. The ordinary people surveyed in this Edelman Trust Barometer survey in developed countries seem to have a very low trust of various institutions, social and economic and governance institutions in their countries. In contrast, in developing economies, including in India, the level of trust in the institutions of governance, society and the economy is much higher. The second thing where India stands out along with Saudi Arabia and China is the confidence that people have about the future. In these countries, the optimism about the future is very high, that coming generations will have a higher standard of living than generations gone by. Whereas in developed countries, the perception is the opposite, that future generations will have it worse than the previous generations. This contrast itself is something that India should be able to build on. In other words, the confidence that the youth of India have about their future is much higher than the confidence that youth in developed countries have about their own future. And confidence is a self-reinforcing and self-fulfilling phenomena. And we need to do whatever we can to repose to justify the trust and faith they have reposed on the economy, on the governance, that we will be able to deliver a better future. And that's exactly what the budgets do. As I said earlier, the government is seized of this responsibility that the public have reposed on them. So, what are the key policy priorities that we have and what the government's budgets attempt to do? The key priorities, of course, for a country of our size, there are plenty of policy priorities that are important, but I just, in the interest of time, I'll focus on just 5 of them. One is, of course, to ensure that the youthful demographic profile of the country is adequately educated and skilled. Because ultimately, the strength of India is its youthful demographic profile, and a productive, healthy youth population will be the key driver of economic growth. We have come a long way in terms of enrollments. Today, almost all children in India are able to complete schooling up to year 12. And the enrollment ratio in tertiary education, even though it is still low, is far better than what it used to be 30 years ago. So we have to some extent put behind us the problem of enrollment. Now it is about education outcomes. The second is the issue of skilling, because employability is critical. It is not enough to graduate with a degree, but one should be employable. And even there, compared to where we were 20, 30 years ago, employability of Indian graduates has improved based on many surveys conducted by CII and other agencies. That is why if you look at the budgets of July 24 and February 2025, the emphasis on creating new AI centers of excellence, creating new higher number of medical college seats, and creating 5 centers for skilling with international collaboration, and then digital learning. All these, apart from the fact that the new education policy announced in 2020 provides for flexibility in curriculum and more learning choices for students, etc., all of these things constitute a viable policy package to ensure that education and skilling are done in a manner such that our youth are able to continue to contribute to GDP growth and benefit from it. The second priority is, of course, small and medium enterprises. Unless we have a viable small and medium enterprise sector, what in German language is called the Mittelstand, there is no manufacturing share of GDP prospect going higher. We need to ensure that SMEs constitute the backbone of the Indian economy, because that is what the development experience of other countries like Switzerland, Japan, Germany and the UK tell us. And that is why this government, ever since it came to office in 2014, has been consistently working to ensure availability of credit, skilling and training MSME entrepreneurs, providing credit guarantees, and also raising the thresholds for what constitutes MSME enterprises such that there is no fear of growth, and mandating that government enterprises, government ministries, etc., make sure that they pay MSME companies on time such that their working capital needs are met, and going to the extent of amending the tax law such that payments due to MSMEs can be counted as a tax deductible expenditure only when the payment is actually made, so that it incentivizes the large corporate buyers to pay their MSME suppliers on time. So various measures have been taken to ensure that MSMEs constitute a viable section of the economy. And the recent policy thrust with respect to MSMEs, apart from the financial side, is to ensure that the ease of doing business is specifically directed at micro, small and medium enterprises, removing the various obstacles and hurdles and barriers that raise their cost of doing business and reduce the bandwidth available to them to concentrate on their business development, which is now currently occupied in terms of compliance and inspection obligations. So that is the focus that the government is working on by with the announcement of a constitution of a high-level committee on regulatory reforms, which will follow very soon. Then the third priority is about boosting agricultural productivity. India has a large number of the population dependent on agriculture for livelihood. At the same time, India's agricultural yield is far below international averages, let alone best in class in the world. Therefore, agriculture is not an industry of the past, and as the economic survey says, it is an industry of the future, which means there is still room to extract additional 0.5 to 0.75% of growth for the economy from agriculture by boosting productivity, which means it's about ensuring that we have much more land covered by irrigation and that farmers are empowered both with respect to information and with respect to pricing and production choices, etc. So therefore, the announcement of the National Krishi Mission, Edible Oil Mission, and the development of climate resistant seeds, apart from the monthly cash payments that are being made to farmers, etc., the Kisan Samman. So I think the emphasis is on ensuring that agriculture is able to witness a green revolution 2.0, particularly in the context of the global warming that India will also experience. And that is my fourth aspect of my discussion, which is that the energy, climate change, global warming. India is in the forefront of G20 countries in terms of meeting or even exceeding its nationally determined contribution. The amount of addition we have been able to make towards renewable energy capacity is immense in the last several years. At the same time, we also understand that development has happened historically because of cheap energy, and therefore both energy security and energy affordability are very important for India's growth and development aspirations. Historically, developed countries have grown on the strength of two parameters. One is technology, the second is cheap and abundant energy. We should not forget that. And climate change is something that will be with us even if emissions mitigation do not happen from today onwards, because the stock of greenhouse gases in the atmosphere will ensure that the world continues to warm for the next 20, 30 years. Therefore, we need to be very smart, specific, and be responsible about climate change. And therefore, we need to invest much more in adapting to climate change, in ensuring that we have a diversified pool of energy resources, not just coal or oil, or for that matter renewable energy, because they have their own technological challenges in terms of intermittency and lack of adequate storage options, etc. But we need to diversify into nuclear energy, we need to diversify into natural gas. So instead of talking about energy transition, India must talk about energy diversification. And only if we have a diversified and secure and affordable pool of energy options will we be able to ensure economic growth, which in turn generates the resources required for undertaking a low carbon pathway, low emission pathway to future growth. And that is again, if you look at the budget, the announcement of various customs duty exemptions for battery equipment, for pumped storage systems, the promise to open nuclear energy for private sector participation, the promise to amend the civil nuclear liability legislation, and the target of creating at least 5 small modular nuclear reactors by 2030. All of this, and India becoming part of the Global Critical Minerals Partnership, all of these things constitute a very wholesome and holistic package indicating acute policy awareness and responsibility towards ensuring that India has a greener future, and also a future that where energy is abundant and affordable for the population. The last policy priority and a focus area which will ensure India's growth is how do we absorb or assimilate the artificial intelligence advancement while keeping a very firm eye and focus on the need to generate jobs for India's youth. The Economic Survey in July 2024 wrote that we need to create at least 8 million jobs. And artificial intelligence therefore has to be harnessed in a manner that it does not come in the way of India generating adequate number of jobs in both services and manufacturing. So technology cannot be an end in itself. It has to be a means to an end, which is a better life for the public. And in a large country like India, where number of jobs that need to be created run into millions, the sense of responsibility is as large as the sense of possibilities that come with new technology. And that is something that the private sector has to keep in mind. So the government on its part, as I have just narrated to you in the last 10 minutes, has not only developed policy initiatives in all these key priorities, but also is focused on ensuring that it continues to empower the public, empower businesses through its focus on deregulation, such that economic activity and domestic levers of growth are fully harnessed in a global environment that is likely to become increasingly challenging. I think India is capable of rising to the occasion and be able to stand out as it already does with its high growth rates, with sustained economic growth and sustained improvement in living standards. Our track record over the last 30 years is testimony to the potential, the possibilities, and the capabilities that India has in ensuring a better life for the future. And that is what our citizens are expecting us to deliver, and that is the track record is what has given them the confidence that we will continue to do so, and the government is determined to ensure that their confidence is fully repaid in terms of actual delivery and performance with rising living standards. Thank you once again for the opportunity to share my thoughts with you. I wish the rest of the day's proceedings all success. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much to India's Chief Economic Advisor, V. Anantha Nageswaran. And before we dip into the next session, the first session of this day 2 of the News9 Global Summit, I welcome you all to this important critical hall of the Bharat Mandapam, where different agreements were signed during the G20 in 2023 as well. But as I said, the first critical session of the day 2 is India in the New World Order. Let's dip into the introduction before we begin the discussion.
In the rapidly evolving global landscape, India is emerging as a key player in shaping the New World Order. With its growing economic strength, demographic dividend, and strategic autonomy, India is positioning itself as a bridge between the global south and advanced economies. The rise of multipolarity, geopolitical tensions present both challenges and opportunities. Under Prime Minister Narendra Modi's leadership, India has pursued an assertive foreign policy, while championing the interests of developing nations. India's voice on issues like climate justice and digital governance is gaining prominence. Balancing strategic partnerships with non-aligned pragmatism, India is navigating the complexities of rivalry, regional security, and economic resilience. By leveraging its soft power and democratic values, India is poised to play a defining role in the 21st century world order. Let's discuss India in the New World Order.
India in the New World Order. I have a great honor today to welcome here at the Bharat Mandapam Ambassador Shombi Sharp, the UN Resident Coordinator in India. I also have on my right His Excellency Abdullah Shahid, the former Foreign Minister of Maldives and the President of the UNGA. And finally, Ambassador Ajay Visaria, who has been not only Ambassador to Canada and Pakistan representing India, but also has served at the Prime Minister's office. Now the debate today is around India in the New World Order. Gentlemen, we have been living in turbulent times. In the last 3 years, there are multiple wars that have been underway in Russia and Ukraine. There are talks of a peace deal now, likely to happen. Will it or will it not? What would be the assurances given? There's another war that's underway against Hamas by Israel, where there was a ceasefire and the war has begun yet again. Unfortunately, killings happening in Gaza, and at the same time, the hostages continuing to be there with Hamas. At the same time, India has been playing a pivotal role, not just in the global governance, and also pushing for reforms at the level of the United Nations, but at the same time, trying to act as a peacemaker, for not just reforms to happen, but countries to come on the single agenda table. And perhaps India is one of the only countries in the global conflict between Russia and Ukraine talking to each and every side, and from day one asking each and every side to get on the dialogue table, to trust diplomacy instead of getting into the war mode. But what is India's increasing role in shaping the global economy, in shaping the world order in the next few months and years? Let me begin by going to His Excellency Abdullah Shahid. So you've spoken about multilateralism, and actually India has been pushing for reformed multilateralism. So how much can we trust and focus on multilateralism to actually end these global conflicts and actually go on a pragmatic course of action together in the months and years ahead? Because, as I said, Even at the UN level, we have been pushing for reforms, but unfortunately, the reforms certainly are not really taking place. Also, if I may add, in the last couple of years, India has also pushed for Global South. And India is perhaps the only country talking about the issues of the Global South. How would you take that forward?
Thank you very much, Aditya. It's a great pleasure to be here and be part of such a distinguished panel this very blessed morning. I'm privileged. On the question that you have just posed to me, let me first start by saying that multilateralism is what has brought us to here after 80 odd years without a world war. During my time as the President of the UN General Assembly, when the war between Russia and Ukraine broke out, a lot of my colleagues, my friends, and multilateralists came to me and said, Mr. President, the system has broken down. It has failed. The United Nations has completely failed. We have to look at alternatives. My answer was and continues to be that I will be the first person to jump ship if there's a better alternative. Let us try to fix what we have. Let us identify the issues that has brought us to where we are today. And they are very clear. The issues are very clear. The major and the fundamental issue about multilateralism is that since 1945, we have moved on to 2025. The system has not changed. The reality has changed. The ground reality has changed. The number of states around the table at the United Nations as member states, more than a majority of the states were not there when the Charter was ratified. We were not part of it. We can be termed as Klingons. It's a winners' club. And we are just, of course, India, although India was not an independent country in 1945, you are a founding member of the United Nations. But a majority of the countries in the Pacific, in Africa, in Asia, Latin America, and so on, we are Klingons. We are just clinging on to a winners' club. The most important body of the United Nations, of course, being the General Assembly, has universal representation. It has universal powers. But the Security Council, where the enforcement measures are, is completely out of order. It does not represent the current ground reality of the world. A continent, the continent of Africa, is not represented in the Permanent Five. It's an utter shame. The Global South has completely been sidelined in the Security Council. It's an utter shame. India must be a member, a permanent member of the Security Council. Without representing 1.4 billion people and the strong economic powerhouse that you have here, the United Nations Security Council is not representative. And that is where the problem is. India, when we look at India and the emerging New World Order, I think India has been the one country which has led by example how the New World Order should be. And this was most clearly spelled out during the G20 presidency of India. The theme that the Indian government came up with, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, one earth, one family, one future. This is what the new world order should be. That is where we will be moving on to. Because the issues that we are facing today, the major issues, they do not know the boundaries, political boundaries that we have instilled. Climate change. My country is facing an existential threat. Our people, my country did not contribute to global warming, but we are going to be the first people to go underwater and completely getting wiped off the earth, on the face of the earth. So for climate change, we don't know. The issue does not recognize the national boundaries that we have erected. Recently, we went through COVID-19. The artificial national boundaries were not recognized by the virus. It moved around, killed millions around the world. What I'm trying to say and recognize is that solutions can come only through the concept of one earth, one family, one future, which has been so clearly spelled out in the Indian G20 presidency. Indian G20 presidency let the global south feel that we are part of this presidency. And that made us be more comfortable. Let me also point out that during my presidency of the UN, I traveled to different corners of the world, reached out to many remote areas in Africa, in the Pacific, the Caribbean, and many areas. I was impressed by how India has touched these countries so far away from you, how you have touched these countries during the very dark days of COVID-19 pandemic. Many prime ministers and presidents told me that it was India who came to us and provided us with the much needed vaccine. India need to do that, but you did, because it is in you that you don't take care of only yourselves, but you do take care of your neighbors, and whenever you can, you reach out to the rest of the world. And that is why, as the Prime Minister spoke yesterday, you led the creation of the Solar Alliance. That is why you led the creation of the Coalition for Disaster Resilient Infrastructure. These are what would make the new international order survive and be the stage which will take us from where we are, which is an era of complete chaos and ultra-nationalism and selfishness. But we want to move on to an era of one earth, one family, and one future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, His Excellency Abdullah Shahid. But just like you mentioned, the tagline of the G20 in India's presidency, another critical issue that we are facing, and perhaps is a global fight in truly the sense, is climate change and climate justice. I want to come across to Shombi Sharp on this particular issue. You recently said that climate justice is about balancing adaptation and mitigation. But I understand that there are legal and moral obligations that countries really have. But how do we enter a cohesive fight in this arena when there are still climate finance disparities, when there are countries, developed countries if I must say so, who are really not keen or interested in fighting climate change or actually contributing, instead pushing for more fossil fuels? And in fact, recently, after the Trump presidency, we had the US administration talk about pulling off from several of the treaties on environment and climate change. Additionally, I must also ask you, how do you see, you've been in India and you have said that you are truly a Dilliwala now. So how do you see India's contribution on the Sustainable Development Goals? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Aditya, and really, truly an honor to join Excellency Abdul Shahid. It seems like yesterday you were here on mission as President of the UN General Assembly, how time flies, and Ambassador Basaria as well. So, aap sabhi ko UN Parivar ki taraf se mera namaskar to everybody. I think that, first of all, just in terms of the big picture, I fully agree with everything that His Excellency Shahid has said. You know, this is meant to be a milestone year. This is the 80th anniversary year of the United Nations. The very concept of countries coming together, you know, collective solutions to common challenges, and born out of the ashes of the Second World War. And also the 10th anniversary of the Sustainable Development Goals, which was kind of, you know, really putting details to the plan, the path towards sustainable prosperity, shared prosperity for all. I think that, you know, as you're sort of mentioning, unfortunately, we also seem to be hitting another unexpected milestone, which is that suddenly many powers are kind of withdrawing from the collective space, from the very concept of multilateralism. I think it's, I don't know if it was John Lennon or Vladimir Lenin, one of the Lenin brothers, who said, you know, life is what happens when you're busy making plans. And this seems to be happening now in a very fast and negative way. So precisely at the time when we are seeing climate impact, we're, as the Secretary General says, it's not climate you know, change or warming, it's boiling. If you want to find, look at the hottest year, you look at the last year. The hottest 5 years, the last 5 years. It didn't used to be like that. And can you imagine that our children in the future will look back, and when they see this 50 degrees centigrade in Delhi, they'll think, wow, that was so cool. You know, what is it going to be for them? Is it going to be 60 degrees? I don't know. But we are on a very, very bad path at the moment. So this is precisely when we need to be coming together. You know, the glaciers, the Himalayan glaciers, 2 billion people rely on that, the kind of the third pole. And yet there are estimates that those glaciers could be gone, or rather, you know, 80% gone by end of the century. I mean, what sort of world are we looking at? At the same time, climate justice is fundamentally important, and the right to development is fundamentally important. And this is where India, I think, has really staked a very strong leadership position, and we've seen this playing out. I first arrived in India just after COP26. India put forward the very ambitious Panchamrit targets and 500 gigawatts of renewable energy, which will be very, very difficult to achieve. At the same time, recognizing the right to development of a large, growing, aspirational population with, say, 2/3 of India's cities yet to be built. So this has to be balanced, and I think India is pursuing a very, as the Chief Economic Advisor Nageswaran was saying, you know, a very balanced and purpose-driven path in that regard, balancing the need for disaster-resilient infrastructure with the need to really amplify a green transition. So we don't see probably anywhere else more exciting investments in terms of renewable energy at such scale now as here in India, in terms of renewable energy, electric mobility, electric vehicles, green hydrogen mission, you name it. And at the same time, though, people in India, people of the Global South, as India very rightly says, absolutely deserve and need the right to development, need the infrastructure, need energy security, need decent jobs, all of these things that the high-income countries of the world were able to attain in a very non-green growth path. So India has contributed, as was mentioned, I think only 5% to the global emissions budget, and yet 18% of the world's population. So I think it's a very right and proper message that India is bringing. But beyond that, and the G20 presidency, we saw how much aligned that was with the Sustainable Development Goals. But beyond that, India is also showing, it's demonstrating how to achieve important development solutions at enormous scale. And you mentioned about the Sustainable Development Goals. This is a time when we need to come together around the 2030 objectives more than ever before, not move away from it. And I believe we see that the 2030, 2030 agenda is basically a stepping stone on the same path to 2047, to Viksit Bharat. These are the same, this is the same path, right? And so India is bringing to bear, for the benefit also of other countries, through South-South cooperation, through a number of different initiatives, not just voice for the Global South, but solutions for the Global South. And not only the Global South. But we see the world-class, world-leading digital public infrastructure, the ability to provide efficient, effective, accountable public services at scale that has no bounds. We've seen digital financial inclusion for women, for example. Incredible achievements, from 25% to over 80% of women wherever, in rural areas and in marginalized areas, having digital banking accounts, and the India Stack and the Jam Trinity. And this is a digital world that we live in. And yet 1/3 of the world's population don't have digital life in that respect. So India is bringing a lot of very, very important solutions there as well. So I think I would join again, Excellency Shahid, in saying that at this very moment, now even more than we realized a year ago, we need Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. We need that in action. And I think India is uniquely positioned to be a very important player in all dimensions of that, whether it's the peace and security or whether it's the development, right to development. And I think we're seeing that in action, and that's why it is so very important to be having this conversation right now, right here in India. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Shombi Sharp. From global conflicts and climate justice, the fight for climate change, to another bigger issue, at least in the last 3 months, that is the international trade wars. Ambassador Bisaria, I'm tempted to ask you a question on the forthcoming elections in Canada, and also, with Balochistan boiling, on what your views are on Pakistan, but I'll hold on my thought and first ask you on the bigger critical question on the international trade wars. Only this morning, the Foreign Secretary of India, Vikram Misri, has had a conversation with Deputy Secretary of the US State Department, Christopher Lando, and it says that they discussed ongoing efforts to reduce barriers to achieve a fair and balanced bilateral trade relationship, strengthen collaboration in defense technology, and boost security and prosperity through the Indo-Pacific. Trump also came out with a statement just a few hours ago, and he said, India is very smart, Prime Minister Modi is very smart, and it's going to be good, and we are going to perhaps resolve whatever this is between India and US. How are we going to resolve the tariff challenge with America?
Thank you, Aditya. Thank you for that question, and great to be part of this very important conversation. Before we get on to tariff wars and D-Day coming on the 2nd of April,
yes,
and try to crystal ball gaze into what exactly will happen, I think I'd like to add to what Excellency Shahid and Ambassador Sharp said about the state of the global order.
Yes.
And, from India's point of view, the world has been in geopolitical flux pretty much since the end of the Cold War in the 90s. And what we are talking about now is this process having been accelerated at a dizzying pace in the last 60 days in the new Trumpian world that we face. So sure enough, you had profound changes happening even in the past in technology, in terms of climate change, which Shombi spoke to, and certainly in terms of geopolitics and geoeconomics. But what we've seen in the last two, geoeconomics and geopolitics, there have been dramatic upending of the order. Even in terms of the order, the conversation or the discourse right now is that this current order, as being promoted primarily by the United States, resembles a power-based, big power international order of the 19th century rather than the rules-based, UN-defined, US-led liberal order of the 20th century. From India's point of view, the order was always a hybrid order. Even the rules-based order was not a fair rules-based order. The rules favored a few, and India has spoken at multiple moments about changing that order and getting a more fair order, and particularly in the context of the United Nations and multilateralism itself, India spoke of getting reformed multilateralism, where India has a bigger voice. And I think this indeed has been the point. So the order is still a hybrid order. The only thing is that the vocabulary has changed. It's even the lip service to the rules-based order seems to have gone away in multiple contexts, particularly in the context of Ukraine, where President Trump says to President Zelensky, you don't hold the cards. It's about cards, it's about holding onto the levers of power, and we've seen it being exercised in Greenland, where you will have a completely bizarre situation of one NATO country threatening to take over another NATO country. So many orders are being upended, and that is the context we should see tariffs in. And for all the disruptions of the Trumpian order, the positives is that the president seems to want to end the shooting wars, but he's certainly willing to start the tariff wars. And for India and for multiple other countries, this is serious. For instance, you mentioned Canada. For Canada, it becomes existential because the entire development of the Canada-US partnership model was based on integration and complete integration of the economies. So a 25% auto tariff hits them very hard. India adopted a different view. And there was a discourse in India that, perhaps India should wait and watch how the Trumpian world and tariffs unfold before addressing the issue. But India decided to take it head on and to preempt conversations by talking to the United States. What will happen on the 2nd of April? Perhaps a unilateral tariff, but at least the conversation is about India and the US developing a trade agreement, a bilateral trade agreement, a limited trade agreement by September, hopefully, when President Trump might be here for a Quad summit. So India is taking on the issue head on. And the impact on the Indian economy won't be so dramatic as for many other trading partners of the US. But also we need to remember for India, the US relationship is much wider than the current White House focus on tariffs. There is energy, there's defense, there's technology, and there is a strategic partnership at play here. So I think India is taking the big picture view, and I think India is pretty much factored in the uncertainties of what might happen on the 2nd of April, whether it's a unilateral tariff or India gets an exemption to continue the conversation on the trade deal. We'll have to see.
Ambassador Visaria, let me actually, I can't let you go without actually commenting on Pakistan. So in the context of, India-Taliban conversations that have happened, we heard Vikram Misri, go there. We have Minister Piyush Goyal joining us here. Very welcome, sir.
Get another chair.
Sir, yeah. Please. Mr. Abdullah Shahid.
Check. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a round of applause for Minister Piyush Goyal? He's in the house now. Mr. Goyal would be speaking on navigating taxing times. Of course, it's on everybody's mind what is really happening with duties, with tariffs. Let's just set the context for that, and then the floor will be Mr. Goyal's.
In an era marked by shifting global dynamics and rising protectionism, India is navigating taxing times.
They're charging us, we're charging them. And then in addition to that, on autos, on steel, on aluminum, we're going to have some additional things.
It requires strategic foresight and adept policymaking. The imposition of tariffs, trade wars, and economic realignments demand a balanced approach to safeguard national interests while fostering international cooperation. India, under the leadership of Piyush Goyal, the Commerce and Industry Minister, has been proactive in recalibrating trade policies. To counter disruptive tariffs and strengthen domestic industries, PM Modi's emphasis on Atmanirbhar Bharat and fair trade practices has positioned India as a resilient player in global commerce. An honorable minister. By renegotiating trade agreements and engaging in multilateral forums is mitigating the impact of punitive tariffs. As nations grapple with economic uncertainties, India's pragmatic approach, guided by leaders like Minister Piyush Goyal, will be crucial in shaping an equitable and sustainable global trade ecosystem.
Minister Goyal, sir, thank you so much for joining us here on the News9 Global Summit. Let's have another round of applause for Minister Goyal, who joins us now. Sir, we've got industry here, and I think everything that the industry wants to know from you right now is where are we headed when, as far as tariffs are concerned, and how is India really playing this tariff war right now?
My lips are sealed.
Sir, please unseal them for us.
Trade negotiations are a very complex affair. There's a lot of back and forth. You are always calibrating and recalibrating positions. You are assessing a balance between your priorities and what the other person or other country desires to have. You are cognizant of your sensitivities and respectful of each other's sensitivities. So one has to be very pragmatic, very practical, very forward-looking when you're negotiating free trade agreements. And I have been badgered by the press the last few days, but I suspect you wouldn't have got anything so far out of me. And neither are you going to get anything until any negotiation gets completed. It's best that one does not discuss that, and certainly not in public, because more often than not, rather than helping, it can only harm the discussions. Misrepresentations can occur. Misreporting is certainly a given, with due respect to the friends in the media. Sensationalism and headline grabbing will then take over the actual negotiations. Then the negotiations will not be in our room for the best interests of everybody, but negotiations will be driven by like you have the media trial, we'll have media negotiations going on.
So we'll not push you on the negotiation, sir, but the first tranche, fall of 2025, is what we know. Are we on track, sir, after Mr. Lynch has concluded the first round of talks here in India? Does it seem to be that India and US are on track to at least conclude the first tranche of an agreement by fall of 2025?
We are always on track. And our effort is that the train should never get derailed. Just like in a aircraft, there may be occasional turbulence when the pilot tells you to strap your seatbelt. And then after a few moments, it goes away and you're back to normal and you can even use the restroom.
Yes, sir. I know you're
And
talking about the
the-
commander and the pilot.
and,
We know the commander is completely in control, and so is the pilot in
And
this case.
if I may complete, and ultimately, the commander takes you down to a safe landing. And then you have many, 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 many more safe and successful travels to do, as we all do.
Well, let's hear it for the commander and the pilot. Well, of course, the pilot is here with us. The commander was here with us yesterday. But, so we'll
And
be
I can
happy to...
assure you the commander is completely in command. He knows what is best for India. And you have seen the astute leadership he has demonstrated over the last many years, over a decade now, more particularly in the current discussions. So you can rest assured that the country is in very safe hands.
No, we have no doubt in that, sir, and we are absolutely sure that we are in very safe hands. What Prime Minister Modi also said yesterday, sir, was that India has actually grown from being a global market to a global manufacturing hub, and that is pretty much something that is being driven by you, by your ministry. Give us your vision, your views on how the manufacturing sector is poised to grow from here, sir.
I think with the advantages that India offers, the fact that we are a democracy where the rule of law prevails, the fact that we are a young nation, aspirational young nation, our average age is only 28.4 years, expected to continue to be young for the next 30 years. The fact that today we produce the highest number of STEM graduates anywhere in the world, and 43% of them are women, providing diversity to our development agenda. So democracy, providing the rule of law, demographic dividend with an aspirational young population bringing talent and skills, our diversity, the demand that 140 crore Indians bring to the table, domestic demand, which helps us make manufacturing at scale a success story. And that scale makes us competitive in the world market. So it's, as I said in an earlier program today, that these are like beads in a necklace. What we have in India is a story which has several dimensions. The fact that we are looked upon as a dependable nation, a trusted partner who delivers. So look at the number of Ds that are making India a compulsive destination for manufacturing. Our democracy, our demographic dividend, our demand, our dependability, our diversity makes us the right destination.
Absolutely, sir. I would like to open the floor open for questions, but until that, sir, we also have a session. You are talking about India's young population. During the day, we also have a session on skilling, reskilling, education, and I think GCC has become a very important factor in employment generations. Just tell us, sir, what is India's roadmap for GCC? What is India's roadmap for really going ahead and creating jobs? Because at one level, there are fears that AI is losing is going to take away, eat away jobs. At another level, there's a debate that AI is going to create jobs. And here we are talking about GCCs, which will be using AI to perhaps create jobs. So tell us about the GCC vision for the government, sir.
One thing I can very categorically state, AI will change the nature of job. And therefore, reskilling becomes very important. Remaining abreast with technology is the order of the day. And young India has the advantage that we have a fertile ecosystem, a very, very new ecosystem where we can leapfrog to adopt the most modern technologies. I don't think AI will cost us jobs. It's like that old debate when computers came in. It will only change the nature of job. End of the day, the human mind will always prevail. The best of technologies are made by a human being. And ultimately, the human mind will always be a step ahead of any technology that the world or anybody may produce. As regards the GCC, I think this is one of the learnings from COVID, that has helped the GCC ecosystem prosper in India. Take, for example, what happened in COVID, where we all moved into working from home in large measure. A lot of the work that our talented young boys and girls do moved to homes. Of course, the government created the ecosystem, so I remember overnight we moved broadband into people's homes. Overnight we gave permissions even from special economic zones or export-oriented units for allowing all the flexibilities that COVID desired or needed. Factories were given flexibility, particularly export-oriented units. We handheld them, we had 24-hour helplines, so that every commitment our factories had made to anybody in the world, we would meet. Why do you think we are called a trusted partner of the world today? In the most trying time when the most developed economies failed, India met every international commitment, whether on supply of goods or services. Every international commitment we met on time, without any disruption in service. That dependability tag that we have got today is the reason we have now 1,700 plus GCCs in India, providing employment to millions of young men and women. I mean, the other day a company came, they said they have close to 300,000 boots on the ground. They have 300,000 employees in India. So, and with COVID, the world recognized now we don't need to fight over H-1B visas anymore. Because rather than moving so many people all over the world, that same job can be done sitting in India. And friends, look at the economically beneficial position India is in now. Our talent doesn't go out of the country. The brain drain stops. We retain our talent in India. It's helped our startup ecosystem come up with huge new ideas, big ideas, innovative ideas. The money that we earn through our GCCs helps us earn precious foreign exchange in India. Now suppose these 300,000 working for this international MNC would have worked in different parts of the world. That much talent would have gone out and they would have earned in their local place. Only 300,000 families would have benefited. Now all those 300,000 working in India pay their taxes in India, consume goods and services for their daily needs, housing, food, clothing, everything in India. They save in India, they invest in India. The company pays its taxes in India. We earn foreign exchange, that the services these 300,000 people provide to the world. We earn foreign exchange. Our services exports are growing at almost double digit. Another couple of years, our services export will be equal to, if not more than, our merchandise export. And as Michael Porter had said, every country has its own competitive and comparative advantages. Our advantage would be in a different area where we will benefit. Our advantage in manufacturing will be in certain areas where we will benefit. As we engage with AI and modern technologies, we'll benefit. So I think we are in a sweet spot. I hope all of you will benefit from that.
Yes, sir.
So, to your point, Mr. Goyal, we actually have a gentleman from Germany who's setting up a GCC in India. This is a Porsche company called MHP Consulting. I just give it to Mr. Bernd Hormann to talk a little bit about what they plan to do in India.
Warm welcome to you, sir.
Thank you very much. Dear Honorable Minister, dear Barun, thank you very much for the possibility to be here today. Thank you very much for your supportive words, and exactly what you say is what we are going to do. We will open, or we just to open in Bengaluru, an IT company as a subsidiary of MHP, which is a 100% company of the Porsche car manufacturer. My name is Bernd Hermann. I did the same last 15 years in Romania. We opened up a company there, and the next logical step was to go where the right place is, and this is India. So we are starting in India our activities now this year, and this was always my journey of global delivery. And what I really see now in the last years, it's not anymore near shore, offshore. IT happens in India, and this is the idea we have at the moment. So we found very good conditions in Bangalore. My question is towards you. What can we expect in future as support from your side, not particularly for the particular companies, but in general for the industry and for the infrastructure?
Our effort is to focus on ease of doing business. Our effort is to be more welcoming to investors, both domestic and international. Our effort is to make sure that we can improve the infrastructure, which includes our digital infrastructure. So we are already, probably the world's fastest rollout of 5G is happening in India. And we already started work on a 6G bed, so that we remain most contemporary and help companies like yours which need that high-speed connectivity to get at affordable prices. In fact, the price of broadband in India would probably be 1/10 of what it would be in Germany or anywhere in Europe, if not even less than that. So I think our effort and our support would be in the form of being more welcoming, with an open door policy, hand-holding you through Invest India. If you have any issues where you need help with the government or with any other body in the country, our effort will be to ensure that the rule of law prevails, which our democracy proudly flaunts. Another D, by the way, the rule of law that democracy provides, where there will be non-discrimination with domestic or international investors or between businesses. You always have the confidence that justice would be at your doorstep, justice would be available to you. And that's a big comforting factor, that you cannot be discriminated against, you cannot be wronged, and justice will always be available. You have a vibrant media, very ferociously independent judiciary, a responsible bureaucracy which has to work within the ambit of the law of the land and the constitution. And what Prime Minister Modi is bringing to the table is another D, and that's decisive leadership, willing to take strong decisions to transform the nation, reform our processes, and help you perform. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So from somebody who's building a GCC in India to perhaps somebody who may end up constructing one, sir, I'd like to introduce to your left is Mr. Abhishek Kapoor. He's the MD of Puravankara Group, based out of Bangalore. I think he has a question for you.
Sir, given what's happening globally and our strength now with Prime Minister Modi positioning us where we are today, do we think that in this current trade environment and with the big T playing the whole world the way it is, the new variable in the global equation, do you think that we will gain more traction in Make in India and in not just from the US but from other parts of the world?
Well, I think every country always has to protect its own interests. Just like we have India first, I think every country has the right to protect its national interest. We see nothing wrong in America first. We will take care of India first. And as the Honorable Prime Minister said, together we are a force multiplier. Two democracies, large democracies, one very large, the world's largest economy, one aspiring to become the third largest in the next 2.5 years. Fastest growing large economy with a big talent and skill pool, which complements the American growth story, which is not confrontational, which is not in competition, because what the US with an $82,000 per capita economy can produce is very vastly different from what India with a $3,000 per capita income can offer. So we are actually two economies that together can do wonderful things, big things, and that is the effort and the direction in which President Trump and Prime Minister Modi, when they met in February, decided to work going forward. And that is what I can see before my eyes unfolding in the coming months and years.
So talk to us about the synergies or the disparities that you feel right now in the auto sector globally. At one level, the entire world seemed to be converging towards moving to electric mobility. And now there seems to be some divergence because US is back to drill, baby, drill. And India still goes on the mission of 30 at 30. So do you think there is perhaps scope for understanding where the world is headed when it comes to mobility?
While of course we have a serious challenge before us in terms of climate change, and India is at the forefront of the global effort to address this serious challenge, and we shall continue to be so. India does not want to be a problem, we want to be a part of the solution. And way back in 2015 at COP21, we found that the whole world had different priorities and different concerns, and countries which were not the cause of the problem in the first place were the ones being penalized. It was Prime Minister Modi who took the leadership role to bring the global south together, the less developed and developing countries, to come to terms with the reality of climate change, to work with the developed world in a spirit of cooperation and collaboration, got the developed countries to recognize that there will have to be common but differentiated responsibilities towards addressing this challenge, that the developed world will have to contribute through low-cost, long-tenor funds, mostly grant funds, to help the less developed countries or emerging economies in their mitigation efforts or in their effort to grow their economies, yet in a sustainable manner. They will provide the necessary technologies for the same. We came to a very good agreement in 2015. And India has steadfastly continued to pursue that path. We are amongst the best performing countries, even amongst the G20 nations. Our ranking is right at the top in meeting our nationally determined contributions. Sadly, we never got the promised funding or the promised technology. Despite the fact that our contribution to the problem up there is barely 3.5%, supporting a 17% global population. So we have been truly responsible towards nature, towards climate, and that's natural for an Indian. It's in our DNA to be responsible towards nature, to respect nature. Many of us here, we even pray to the mountains, to the sun god. I pray to the sun god every morning, to the moon at night, to the rivers, to the mountains, to the trees. Tulsi ka jhaad hum sabke ghar mein hoga shayad. So we are a very responsible nation, and we will continue to be so. Of course, we also have an economic imperative in promoting electric mobility. America has large pool of oil and gas available. India is a large importer of these energy sources. So I think for us, electric mobility, given that electricity is still largely driven by our own domestic fuel, is actually not only a global good, not only our own contribution to sustainable growth, but also an economically prudent decision which will save huge foreign exchange, bring down our dependence on other nations, helping us becoming Atmanirbhar, and help the Indian economy grow even faster and better.
Karthik, I have a quick question. Minister Goyal, going back to your ministry, and you said that India is very competitive when it comes to services exports, growing double digit. But I think one of the problem areas is when it comes to goods. The challenge, of course, is to make goods more competitive when it comes to exports. How are you dealing with these two priorities? On one hand, you have a strength and you're working towards that, but at the same time, India wants to make its exports more competitive, goods exports more competitive, at a time when we talk about tariffs, retaliatory tariffs, and there is also a need to bring down import duties on some of these imports into India. How are you balancing your priorities?
Well, I think I've myself been in the manufacturing business for nearly 2 decades. From a very young age, I started when I was only 17. And I tell you, I've gone through all of the problems that the 80s and 90s manufacturers in India had to go through. And our own effort, and particularly from our own learnings and memories of the old days, is to make sure that manufacturing in India truly benefits from our ease of doing business effort, our effort to be more trusting of business persons, more respectful towards honest businesses, our effort to attract manufacturing at scale. You know, that speed, skill and scale which Prime Minister Modi had introduced when he was the Chief Minister of Gujarat. We have tried to bring it to Delhi. So we are creating champions in different sectors who can work at scale, because economies of scale help in our global competitiveness. We also believe that the mindset of Indian manufacturing is undergoing a metamorphosis. For example, quality. Never before has India been as conscious that and respectful of good quality manufacturing as it is today. Some of it spurred through government efforts. We have now compulsory quality control orders ensuring that Indian manufacturing moves towards quality, which are nearly 6 times more than they were in 2014. We had about 106 QCOs. Today, probably 650 or 700 QCOs in the country, and rapidly growing. The idea is not to create roadblocks, but to create the culture of quality amongst Indian manufacturers and consumers. What some countries did is dump goods in India, substandard products, at predatory prices, literally killing Indian manufacturing. Because ultimately, how long will somebody be able to survive through honest business when somebody is subsidizing their exports to India massively and the consumer is getting often substandard goods at such prices at never before prices? And this kind of work by some of our neighbors and some countries in the world has really hurt Indian manufacturing. We are trying to make sure we can put an end to that. We are handholding and supporting Indian manufacturing through these turbulent times. And what I have always looked at, this kind of predatory pricing and this kind of dumping of goods, is that this is like an opium. And I've said it on many public forums before. We have to wean away the Indian consumer from this opium also. Because this then becomes ingrained in the Indian consumer's mind. He doesn't recognize that the Hawaii chappal that he buys or a footwear that he buys may look seemingly cheap, but is only going to last him a few months. But if he buys a good quality product, and quality is never expensive. Quality is not difficult to maintain. In fact, maintaining quality, you reduce waste, you can get better scale, you can capture bigger markets, and ultimately a quality product will always be cheaper than a low quality product. But it's that education and that understanding that sometimes becomes difficult, which we are trying to take and get the whole Indian ecosystem to absorb. And
before I let you go, sir, can I just ask you one final question about good quality manufacturing? Just one sec, sir. Good quality manufacturing of Tesla cars or BYD cars happening in India anytime soon, sir?
everything that we will do will be in national interest. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your time, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for Minister Piyush Goyal. Aditya, I'll request you to continue from where you picked up and conclude. We will be moving to the next session from here.
My apologies to the panelists to cut short because of the Union Cabinet Minister's entry to this hall. But yes, we were talking about tariffs, and he is the man in action negotiating the tariffs with the US government. But I was coming to you, Ambassador Ajay Bisaria. We have just about 5 or 10 minutes more. Ambassador Bisaria, what are your thoughts on the current boiling situation in Pakistan, particularly Balochistan, which shares a border with Iran as well, and they've had a hot and cold problematic relationship as well. Because this is at the borders of India, this has repercussions on the CPEC, this has repercussions on the Gwadar port, this has repercussions on the connectivity in this new international order that we are talking about. And in many ways, this has repercussions also on the IMEC connectivity corridor that's being thought about, and there's been brief hiatus because of the Israel-Hamas war. So the current boiling situation over the last 3 years in Balochistan, in the last couple of weeks itself, we have seen a lot of attacks taking place. Are you seeing this as a minor deviation from what we have seen in Pakistan? Or do you see that this is perhaps the beginning of a larger rebellion or confrontation that the Pakistani deep state will face at a time when they are seeing an economic collapse, a political turmoil, and the security situation, particularly in Balochistan and Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, worsening?
I think what is happening in Balochistan and in fact more broadly on Pakistan's western border is a manifestation of the dysfunction of the Pakistani state. Its writ does not extend deeply in a lot of the periphery. It's also a mindset issue. The Punjabi center views the rest of the provinces as periphery, and events there have to be handled with a sledgehammer rather than with careful negotiation. And to some extent, it's also the failure of the Pakistani state to negotiate with, dissenters in a democratic way. It is always seen as a law and order problem, and typically the insurgencies have a civil unrest element, which is organic and real people protesting real issues, and also has a militant element. But painting the whole dissent as a militant challenge to the army is part of the problem. And since it's the army that is really governing the state and making these decisions, when you have a hammer, every problem looks like a nail. And what it is taking Pakistan towards is deepening the poly crisis. You mentioned it has multiple elements: an economic crisis, a political crisis, a civil military problem, and a problem of decreasing faith in the military as an institution which continues to govern Pakistan. So I think while we are seeing the security, it's in the news cycle, the security attacks, because they're so brazen, hijacking an entire train with 500 people is something really, really brazen, even by Pakistan standards. But what it really shows is a deterioration, but it is not yet a collapse, because the Pakistani state and particularly the military has the ability to control much of these problems. And unfortunately, for its people, it does so in a very, very hard power using sort of way, rather than democratically negotiate the dissension.
Let's not, of course, forget that two of the most leading Baloch voices, peaceful protesters, Mahrang Baloch and Samidin Baloch, have been arrested, and there's been a move to crush democratic, peaceful protests in Balochistan. But for those listening here, I would tell them to actually read Anger Management by Ajay Bisaria to actually know about the diplomatic discourse between India and Pakistan in recent times and the history around it. But let me go across to Shombi Sharp again. One of the other critical issues in the last few months, or should I say a couple of years, and ever since Trump presidency, is about illegal immigration, is about xenophobia as well, but there's a deep divide over it. There's one concern over radicalization and certain elements entering the borders of Europe and United States and many other countries, creating problems. We've seen many unfortunate attacks taking place, car rammings taking place that have been associated, unfortunately, with illegal immigrants. On the other side, there is a huge push of these migrants coming in from Ukraine, one for Europe, and secondly from Palestine as well, and other parts of the globe where conflicts have been unfolding. What's the solution to this? Is there a global consensus that can certainly be achieved in tackling, the fear of the foreigner?
Thank you. I think that, absolutely, first of all, just to live in the world of facts, in the U.S., migrants, including undocumented, are on average much more law-abiding than the broader citizenry. So I think we can all be very easily swayed by headlines. One can read a terrible headline about a plane crashing and then conclude I should be driving instead of flying in a plane. That would be the worst decision you could possibly do based on statistics. So I think it's always very important to deal in facts and not emotions, because the humans are generally actually not that great at divining the two when it comes to emotional reactions. But I think this just really speaks to several things. First of all, the critical importance, as we were discussing before, about and the India's G20 presidency really focused a light on this. We need multilateralism now more than ever, more of it, not less of it. We can look at the reforms that we need. We can look at the quality of working together. But, nobody wants to leave their home. People are forced to leave their homes through wars, through persecutions, through poverty, through climate change, these sorts of things. And so, for example, the United Nations and other partners are providing incredibly important services to helping 120 million people who have been forced to flee their homes, providing food assistance to 160 million people, helping keep children healthy at home, and providing livelihood options for people. So the peace, security, development, humanitarian nexus is important to keep in mind. Let's focus on avoiding these situations which force people to flee their homes in the first place. Secondly, absolutely, we're facing an epidemic of xenophobia, for sure. And I think that the role of the digital world that we're living in, social media, for example, is just exacerbating that. It's very easily weaponized. AI is now adding even more sort of jet fuel to that flame. And for this reason, again, we need to come together. The Summit of the Future put forward the Global Digital Compact, which is for the very first time recognition that we need to work together in terms of safety parameters and looking at verifiable information, all of these different means to ensure that we can minimize the weaponization of AI, for example, in driving xenophobia. Ambassador Amandeep Singh Gill, who's the former Indian ambassador and is the tech envoy for the Secretary General, was here recently in India as well, absolutely sees India as a vital force in this move forward, how to preempt and prevent xenophobia. And just to say that, the United Nations itself is probably one of the, if not the greatest, anti-xenophobic, anti-racist, anti-colonial projects that the world has seen. And that's why it's important to continue to invest in it. If the fire is raging and maybe your hose isn't working as well as it needs to be, don't throw it away, but look at how to increase the water pressure, how to maybe inject chemicals that you need to put out the fire more efficiently, these sorts of things. So I think that's really was the message of the prior comments there. And transnational crime, for example, counterterrorism, AI, these are all new emerging frontiers where we have to work more closely together, not be moving apart.
Fair enough. Thank you very much, Shombi Sharp. But my director is telling me to wrap up. We are out of time. But one final question to His Excellency Abdullah Shahid, and I have to ask you on India-Maldives ties. You've flown down specially for this summit from Malé. And you have often defined in the last 2 decades India and Maldives ties as all-weather friends. Unfortunately, after the recent government came in, there were brief hiccups that really happened. But with the recent visits that have transpired between the president from Maldives coming in, the foreign minister coming in at least a couple of times, there seems to be some mending or the course correction that has truly happened. Do you believe so? Do you believe this all-weather friendship will continue under this new regime, or are you suggesting some reforms that the current government should undergo under the President Muzi's leadership?
Thank you very much. Yes, I'm a firm believer that Maldives-India relationship is a dynamic one, and that the friendship between our two countries is an all-weather friendship. It's a time-tested friendship. India has stood with us at our most difficult times, and Maldives, in turn, has also stood with India in its all weather situations. It was most unfortunate that the current Maldivian government came into office on a platform of India out. I was foreign minister at that time. I kept on advising the opposition, now the current government, that if you are seriously interested in governing, don't stand on this platform. Because when you step into the government, you will realize that the reality is different. That next door to us, we have a true friend. Very soon, the current administration has realized, yes, India is a true time-tested friend. And I'm encouraged by the overtures that the current administration is now making. My only hope is that these are sincere overtures. I hope that the administration sticks to the principles of friendship that has been maintained by successive governments in the Maldives. And once again, I take this opportunity to thank the Indian government, Prime Minister Modi, and the people of India for how generous they have assisted the Maldives during our very, very difficult times. Most recently, during the COVID-19 pandemic. Thank you.
Well, on that note, thank you very much to our panelists, His Excellency Abdullah Shahid, Ambassador Ajay Bisaria, and UN Resident Coordinator in India, Shombi Shah, for joining us for this special summit. We have come to the end of the first critical session on India in the New World Order. We have several other sessions that are lined up through the day, several union ministers and policy domain experts joining us on business, political, and sessions on geopolitics. Let me hand over to my colleague, Karthik, to take the sessions forward.
Thank you, Aditya. Thank you, gentlemen, for joining us. Pleasure having you here in India talking about this very interesting India in the New World Order. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to gear up for the next session, and this next session, I'm sure, is of interest to all of you as we drive into the future with mobility of the future. Let's take a look at what this session is all about.
The globe is shifting towards electric mobility. Amid push to reduce carbon emissions and climate change concerns, and India is not holding back. With an ambitious target of 30% EVs, by 2030, India's EV journey has just begun. Electric vehicles offer a cleaner, more efficient alternative to traditional ICE vehicles. Despite policy push, challenges remain. High upfront costs, lack of charging infrastructure, battery technology hurdles are slowing adoption. But India has the potential to overcome these speed bumps. The country can accelerate e-mobility revolution for the world. As India drives toward a sustainable electric future, the question is, how fast can we get there? E-mobility, overcoming the speed bumps.
E-mobility overcoming the speed bumps. Are there any speed bumps or not? I'll request people behind me to kindly move away, please. Okay, I think we'll just start this as soon as as soon as the photo op session is over. Hardeep Singh Brar, thank you so much for taking out time this Saturday being with us. Rahul Bharti, thank you so much, sir. And Shubhranshu, of course, great to have you back. In fact, we have been having these gentlemen with us regularly, consecutively. In fact, you had seen Rahul Bharti and Shubhranshu when we discussed the future of mobility at the previous News9 Global Summit in Stuttgart in Germany as well. I hope Hardeep will be able to join us for the next one as well. Gentlemen, let's get the ball rolling and let's get into first gear, if I may. Or is first gear something of the past? Because we are talking about electric mobility. Rahul.
There are so many gears that the auto industry will change, and gears of technology. And technology is evolving. I think the auto industry is through almost a century of transform. For almost a century, it was quite static. And then in these 20 years, we'll see a change that we have never seen before. So multiple technologies, of course, electric, everybody's focus, including that of Maruti Suzuki. And we are very happy that we'll be launching an electric car, which will not just be for the Indian market, but will service about 100 markets of the world right sitting in India. And so Suzuki, our parent company, will not have EV manufacturing. They will locate it in India, and from India in Gujarat, we will be exporting to Japan, to Europe, to many other countries, and of course to the Indian customers in our home. And along with that, we'll have a host of all other technologies. We'll use all weapons possible to attack carbon emission.
So are these weapons, do they begin with H for hybrid or H for hydrogen, or is there some other weapon in your arsenal, sir?
You're right, both these H's are valid, but what is also very strong and very uniquely positioned for India is biofuel. And whether we talk about compressed biogas or we talk about ethanol and ethanol flex fuel vehicles, it's a very natural way of harnessing energy from maybe the sun or maybe from from waste and converting into useful energy while being low in carbon, while being low in methane emissions, and while being extremely friendly for the masses of India, the farmers, for example. So it's a way of linking clean energy with the mass segment of India.
Okay, so we will await all these launches and more details. Shubhranshu, a lot of technological discussion here, but EV or any new technology, to my limited understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, is not limited to just the technology. There is something which is going on inside the mind of a person, and that is about accepting change before perhaps embracing change. Talk to us about the mindset of the Indian consumer. Is the Indian consumer adept at quickly transitioning from one technology to another, or do we still take guarded steps in new technology adoption? I'll request you to switch on your mic, Shubhranshu.
It would be fair to say that the pace of adoption of technology across sectors in India is in fact world leading. But one has to see also that change and the adoption of change has to be in the seen in the right context, which is India has a very distinctive structure of market demand. Unlike, say, the developed West, where traditionally it was a market of very few, each having a lot, India has always been a market of numerous people, each having a little. But the fact that they may not be, on average, as affluent has not prevented adoption of technology. So I am not a big votary of per capita income and then a takeoff at a certain level, because the fact is that the market operates in many layers. And the other distinctive fact about India is that not only is it the most populous nation on the planet, it is also by far the youngest country on the planet. So, as the minister was saying in the previous session, almost 40 crore Indians are less than 20 years of age. And they are highly connected, they are digitally immersed, and this generation has grown up as digital natives. So, now geography is not a limiting factor, accessibility is universal. And so basically ideas, inspirations, and influencer voices are trickling in from every corner. And so the need many times is provoked even before products may be available or accessible. And therefore, I think there is an inherent sophistication that has already happened. The second major thing is that the Indian ecosystem now is arranged around the mobile phone across sectors. And everybody who has a mobile phone in their pocket, a smartphone, is a walking, talking creator. And so basically, you have multiples of marketing information, consumer interactions, and the power of networks is immensely multiplicative. Just to put it in perspective, when a man went to the moon in July 1969, the total computing power that, let's say, NASA had would be less than what's in an ordinary washing machine today. And so the fact that automotive technologies have become hugely digitalized is something that people are now expecting as hygiene, not as a benefit or a value add.
Right.
And so I think the adoption of technology, the consumer expectation actually marches many times ahead of the ability of OEMs and others to deliver.
Right.
So we are very positive about the acceptance, the mass appreciation of what technology brings to everyday lives, and the demand across the automotive sector, in particular in commercial vehicles. We see that on an ongoing basis.
Right. Let's include Hardeep into this conversation. Hardeep, how much of it, when it comes to new product development, new types of vehicles, whether it is technologically driven or design driven, how much of it is a pull from the market that the consumer wants it? And how much of it is perhaps the supplier, the manufacturer, wanting to develop something new for the market and playing around with setting expectations and sometimes not living up to them and at times beating them as well?
I think that's an interesting question. I think it happened both ways. I think sometimes you need to find the latent demand in the consumers, what they may not have thought of, but what you think will work for them, right? And simultaneously, you're working on certain technologies. For example, if you look at EVs, I think EVs is a lot driven by the government push. When it started about, about a decade back, when government started saying that, we need to make carbon neutral and we need to look at what is the long-term vision. I think everybody has been talking about carbon neutrality. And EVs are the true zero-emission vehicles, right? While there has been discussion about hybrid and some of the OEMs have been able to find out that, hybrid is something.
We have one in the room.
I'm looking at him.
The world is also absorbing hybrids.
So yes, hybrids have been able to make some way through, and I think that was the latent demand amongst the consumers, and some of the OEMs have found it right. But I think looking at the long-term perspective, I think EVs are the way forward because hybrid may be able to reduce it by a certain percentage, but if you really want to go quicker to the carbon neutrality, I think electric is the only way forward. So it's both, the push and the pull, which we have to look at.
Okay, and talk to us about Kia's electric mobility plans. We don't see too many Kia EV launches. Even at the Auto Expo, I think we didn't really come across too many EV car launches or announcements from Kia. So how seriously are you upping the game when it comes to electric mobility in India and of course even in the rest of the world?
As they say, there is a lull before the storm. So
oh, there's a storm brewing. Rahul, I'm looking at you.
So Kia globally is working on 14 electric vehicles with investment of about $20 billion. And we've already launched the two. Let me tell you, the EV6 was the World Car of the Year in 2023, which we launched in India, and the response has been phenomenal. 2024 World Car of the Year was EV9, which we launched this year, and we have started the bookings. We have 12 more vehicles to go. We are launching one in the middle of this year, around June, July. That was the first one. And the second one would come early next year. So 4 cars in a span of 3.5 years and more to go. And you'll see many
Fantastic.
more.
Ladies and gentlemen, for those of you who have been waiting for Kia EV models, well, you have Hardeep Singh Brar here telling you that there are some coming soon. But what could perhaps be coming soon, if not sooner, and Rahul, let me take this to you, is the advent of perhaps Tesla into India? There are news reports of BYD perhaps looking at entering India more aggressively, setting up manufacturing in India. Unconfirmed reports, of course. But my real question to you is that competition in the auto space is now not limited to these 4 or 5 big players. There is a lot of form competition. Electronics manufacturers are getting into mobility. Take Xiaomi, for example. Take Japan's Sony, for example. These are companies which are historically being built on foundations of electronics engineering, and now they are taking the game to you, right into your garage, and competing with the likes of Maruti Suzuki. How do you see this entire emerging competition scenario playing out?
So this concept of form competition has been around globally for a while now. There have been earlier attempts, for example, the Apple car. What is happening is that traditionally the auto manufacturers, they are building more and more electronic controls and software into the car, and the electronic or even the telecom giants of the world, they were also thinking of getting into the car business. Now, one thing that the IT industry possibly underestimated about car manufacturing is the amount of quality, reliability, and the rigor and the detailing that goes into it. A car is a mechanical machine which houses some of us and is responsible for our lives. And it has to stay on for 10, 15, 20 years, maybe more, seeing all kind of abuse. All kinds of conditions, high speeds, velocity, acceleration, braking, accidents, God forbid, ozone, all kinds of corrosive environment impact. So it's not just the design, but it's the quality, which means adherence to that spec in mass manufacturing and in the serviceability and in the in use of the vehicle that has to be assured. This reliability element is very, very important. I have seen laptops which said, this program has performed an illegal operation and will be shut down. You can't do that with a car. So whether it's drive-by-wire or anything, you have to build reliability and be conscious that human beings are seated inside and they are stationed outside the car. So that element is important, and I think both sides are discovering they are coming close to each other. The traditional auto manufacturers are building more and more. They have something called software-defined vehicles. In our own technology roadmap, we have a very key imperative in our R&D strategy called software-defined vehicle. So we have to be compatible, including on concepts like data security. So the auto manufacturers are embracing IT skills, including AI and robotics at a very fast pace. Similarly, the IT sector is trying to imbibe that also. And this is good for the consumer. This kind of competition is good for the final consumer, not just in India, across the world.
Good for the consumer, but are auto brands, traditional auto brands, ready to embrace this competition is something that I really wanted to understand from you. Are we ready to take on this form competition head on, or are we going back to the drawing board and figuring out, hey, they have something we don't, and perhaps the industry is moving in that direction?
This phenomena, it is not just competition, it is about collaboration also. So if you notice, when we talk about electric vehicles and the element of participation of the non-traditional kind of players will shoot up drastically. You'll have software developers, you'll have new business models, there will be people who will work on insurance, on aggregation, so many aspects. It will throw up opportunities for all, and we can benefit from them. For example, Maruti Suzuki has a major startup program. We know that there are some skills which come naturally to startups. So we have the humility and the curiosity to learn from them. So we are engaging with many, many startups. We are giving them free proof of concepts. We are throwing them challenges, and we are saying, can you develop a solution around it. So it's about collaboration also. And improving up to competition is also healthy. I mean, it brings out the best in favor of the consumer.
All right, I will let you go. I believe you are speaking at another venue now, Mr. Bharti. Thank you so much. But Shubhranshu, I want to bring you into this conversation and diversify the conversation. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, we also have Mr. Nishant Arya with us, Vice Chairman, JBM. All those beautiful long electric buses that you see plying in the city are JBMs. Shubhranshu, I want to come to you about the role of the auto industry. And the auto industry is not just limited to the cars that we drive and the ones that Hardeep makes available for us, or Rahul Bharti does. But we are also talking about commercial vehicles, which are pretty much the lifeline of the economy. And these are responsible for transporting everything that is produced, whether it is your onions and your tomatoes to any other factory produced items that come to your doorstep and eventually get delivered to your house. So help us understand the magnanimity and the magnitude of how large a role does commercial vehicle segment play in contributing to India's GDP growth, number one. And number two, how is Tata Motors really gearing up to come up with different categories, different sizes, different varieties of vehicles which are ready to cater to the needs of the future?
It is well known that across the world, road-based logistics is an essential platform on which the economy is sustained and grows. And India is a high growth rate economy. If we are a $3 trillion plus economy, growing at a clip rate which will double every 10 years with 1.3 billion people, you can imagine that every decade and every $1 trillion that gets added will behave very differently. Now, in commercial vehicles, there are all modalities. There is a business-to-business equation. There is a business-to-consumer, especially in the small commercial vehicles. There is also a business-to-business-to-consumer, for example, in CV passenger, in the case of buses. Every part of the economy is touched by commercial vehicles in terms of the input as well as the output. If we are assembled here today, I can say with reasonable degree of confidence that the food that we will have, the catering would have arrived on cargo wheels. A lot of the furniture that you're sitting on, the fact that this building got constructed, infrastructure. In the last 10 years, we have seen growth across all slices of the economy, and capital formation has led to huge growth in infrastructure, in manufacturing. Therefore, to second guess the role for CVs in the future is a no-brainer. It is going to grow by leaps and bounds. At the same time, the market shapes, morphs and mutates positively. For example, if you see the billion-ton kilometers, that equation is very healthily growing, and with the GDP growth rate, it will only accelerate. But at the same time, we also have better performing vehicles, chassis that carry higher load. And so therefore, the number of vehicles is not the only exclusively important indicator. It's also how much of cargo is actually moving on wheels. We also have multimodal transport now. Railways is also accelerating. And so the nature of hub-to-hub transport may also significantly change for the better overall. Last but not the least, there has been an explosive growth in consumption on the ground, and we do a number of researches, including sentiment surveys. Last mile transport, say from the period of COVID lockdown onwards, the proliferation of mini trucks, micro trucks, even three-wheelers for that matter, indicates a very positive sentiment for last mile connectivity. Cut to the time before COVID, how many times were you ordering things online which reached your doorstep? Today, it's not once, but several times during the course of the day. So the consumer journey is also changing, and commercial vehicles has a very, very bright future in the country, not only because of the enabling factors, such as the boom in infrastructure and the overall growth of the economy, but also because it caters to so many already developed, yet developing, and in the future, yet to develop segments.
Absolutely. Well, Nishant Arya, let's throw the ball in your court, or shall we say, let's recharge this discussion back to electric mobility. So EV buses, of course, we have seen a huge proliferation of those on our streets, and not just in Delhi. In fact, any big city that you go to, you see that AV is the flavor. Now, it seems that most industry data that you come across, it tells you that India is on track when it comes to electric mobility for commercial vehicles, but India is perhaps lagging behind when it comes to EV penetration in passenger vehicles. So talk to us about your experience of really building this mindset of electric mobility, and thereon come to the point of whether we have everything that we need. I'm talking particularly charging infrastructure, I'm talking battery swapping, and perhaps even lesser dependence on a country like China to provide us electric batteries and the ingredients that go into it.
I think that's a very good point, Karthik, because the EV industry thrives on the EV ecosystem. So EV ecosystem is a cornerstone for the industry to really grow, and any country looking at the EV ecosystem is something which would kickstart the whole growth journey. Because if I talk about buses, why buses is one of the fastest growing segments in EVs, because we have charging infrastructure which is captive in depots for city buses, for intercity and luxury coaches. There are multiple charging systems which are coming on different highways. We have very large energy density driven battery chemistries, whether NMC, LFP, or many others which are coming up as of now, which are driving this growth. Definitely, we do have a challenge today when we look at the supply chain, where we have dependence on a few neighboring countries as well as few other countries. But I think with the time of growth we have and the kind of investments which are happening in the whole ecosystem, in the next 3 to 5 years, we would be quite independent. I would not say fully independent, at least in the next 7 to 8 years, which would be the time span required for us to be leveraging all the different resources we have. But definitely we are moving in the right direction. Multiple countries, I was in Europe this week, I just got back, that the kind of growth we are seeing in our country in commercial vehicle segment, whether it's trucks or buses or three-wheelers or two-wheelers, I think is unprecedented. And people have been able to understand and really see how they're contributing back, especially after COVID, the importance of health and environment which is attached to this, especially when we are working towards a 500 gigawatt renewable energy programs. At an ecosystem level, we generate green, we consume green whilst we do this. But on the supply chain and the whole manufacturing footprint and the technology base, with the focus coming on semiconductors, the kind of investments were happening in the hardware and firmware, on the battery, PLI, on electric vehicles, I think we are putting all the right pieces together for the ecosystem to develop and grow further. But definitely, in the passenger vehicle segment, there are few good companies which have launched products, but the customers are looking forward to many more products as they go forward, for them to really see that EV is not only the second vehicle which they may want, but becomes the first and the primary choice when they compare to other ICE vehicles. So I think that transition is where we are at this point. And being an industry which is driven by TCO, so total cost of ownership becomes very relevant. And what we've seen why buses grew very fast was, in a city segment, you have about 200 to 250 kilometers of utilization per day, which takes about 75 to 80,000 kilometers a year. And in a lifetime, you go to close to 1 million. So when that happens, you have a definitive route, you have utilization, and it's a focus because it's meant for the Aam Aadmi, for the public at large, and it's catering to the common man there. Similarly, in other areas also where TCO is promising, today actually even without subsidy, these segments are able to scale up. I always feel that subsidy is a great catalyst to kickstart the industry and for people to understand how things would work, for having proof of concepts and for cities to do pilot projects. But eventually the industry has to stand up on its own and to really grow from there. And even the focus around the financing bit is coming in a big way. A lot of impact funds and other institutions are focusing on this. But I feel that the infra tag which is required for the EV industry is very important for it to get the next fillip of growth. Clearly, and the kind of investments happening in R&D in India are also quite promising. So where startups, financial institutions funding a lot of this research and development, big corporates and education institutions like IITs, BITS and many others are coming together to develop good tech.
Absolutely, couldn't agree more with you. Hardeep, let me understand this from you, and I think that's a valid point that Nishant just raised about subsidies being a great ignition, but then the drive has to be carried forward by real demand and real need. So, subsidies also, we saw subsidies in the form of fame come and go. At the same time, we didn't really see as much manufacturing activity as we should have seen, given our focus on electric mobility. So, talk to us about how do you see these challenges, and these are real challenges where large investments are required by companies, from R&D, setting up gigafactories, to eventually convincing the consumer to go ahead and buy what they want to produce. So, talk to us about the challenges and what, according to you, should be the best strategy to overcome these.
Let's first talk about subsidies, why they're required, and tell when do we need them. So today, with the subsidy where the GST is about 5%, and if you look at the price parity today, it's about 25 to 30%. That means EVs are 25 to 30% more expensive than the equivalent ICE model. Now, imagine if you don't have the subsidy. Imagine if you have 48% GST instead of 5% GST. The pricing of the EV cars would be at least 70 to 80% more expensive than ICE. And then why would people buy it? Even with a price gap of 25 to 30%, there's so much of resistance for consumer to buy an EV because there are other challenges as well. Talking about other challenges, I think in comparison to all the other mode of transportation, as you rightly mentioned, cars are left behind. And the big reason for that is that all the other mode of transportation are intra-city. Whereas cars, you tend to take once in a while, even if you are going for 2 vacations in a year, you want that your car should last at least 400 or 500 kilometers. Today, all the cars, I would say the large number of cars, they don't last up to 250 kilometers on a long range. Because unfortunately, while the ICE engines give you more fuel efficiency when you go on highways, on EVs, it's on the contrary. When you're driving at a speed of 120 kilometers per hour or more, your range actually dips down, and that is a bigger challenge when you're going in the car. So having the cars with the longer range, I think the minimum range that you need is about 500 kilometers, which is at least claimed, so that even when you're going at a high speed, you can at least do 400 kilometers, and I don't think we do more than 400 kilometers in a day. Or the second point is that we have a great charging infrastructure, which is not the case today. And hence, when somebody is buying an EV, he's in double mind that if I have to go long distance, what would I do? And hence, EVs are coming in handy for people who are driving intracity, or they are not going outstation, and they have large amount of running within the city. And unless we solve these issues, I think these are the big challenges. Another 2 challenges which are not as big. One is the resale value. There is still a lot of doubt in the consumer's mind that what is going to be the resale value of an EV, which is not certain. And the second issue is still of financing. A lot of financiers, they are still funding at a slightly higher rate than other financiers. So put together, price parity number 1, driving range, charging infrastructure, resale value, and the financing. These are the big 5 problems which are there today. And if we solve them one by one, I'm sure the penetration would go up further.
And in comes BYD with a 5-minute full charge. Do you think technologies like these make it more difficult for traditional auto players like you to compete against? And technologies like these also help you own a car, an electric car, as your first choice for intra-city or intercity.
See, we must understand how does your car charge in 5 minutes. On the other side, you need a charger, which is a heavy-duty charger, or what we call ultra-fast charger. In fact, we claim in EV6 that you can charge from 0 to 80% in 18 minutes. But then on the other side, you have a charger, which is 250 kilowatt-hour charger. If you look at the large number of chargers, they are all in the range of 30 to 60 kilowatts. With that, if you need to charge, you will still take an hour or more than an hour's time. So we have about 15 chargers, which are 150 kilowatt hours, which are probably one of the fastest, and we have one 210 kilowatt hour charger. Now imagine where is that, and whether everybody can take his or her car to that charger. I think you need chargers. Cars may have great technology, a great charging speed, but I don't think we have charges because somebody need to invest into that, and they come at a much higher cost for charging. So we need to see how many people are really willing to pay for that.
All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we also have Mr. Anil Agarwal in the house, Chairman of Vedanta. Let's have a huge round of applause for him. Thank you so much, sir, for being here with us. I believe your session will start in just a bit. Shubhranshu, I want to come to you about something which is absolutely imperative when it comes to road transport, and that is about safety, and safety of not just the driver, but safety even of those who are on the road. Tell us about what Tata Motors is doing, and especially commercial vehicles. What is it that you're doing to make India's roads safer? But before I let you answer that, there's something that you and us are working on together. Let's take a quick look at that, please.
आधुनिकता के इस जमाने में देश के जांबाज ट्रक सारथी कौशल और बेहतर टेक्नोलॉजी से कैसे बनाएं अपने सफर को ज्यादा सुरक्षित और सफल। इसी मकसद के साथ टाटा मोटर्स और TV9 नेटवर्क लेकर आ रहे हैं ट्रकिंग इनटू द फ्यूचर, सेफर ऑलवेज। इसके जरिए ट्रक सारथियों को मिलेगी सुरक्षा और उन्नति की एक नई दिशा। अगर आप भी एक ट्रक सारथी हैं और इस अभियान का हिस्सा बनना चाहते हैं तो तुरंत स्क्रीन पर दिए गए नंबर पर मिस कॉल करें और जुड़ जाएं सुरक्षा के इस नए सफर से।
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a new campaign that we are unveiling just today, Trucking into the Future, with our partners Shubhranshu, Tata Motors. Shubhranshu, I just want to understand from you, how important is road safety for Tata Motors when you make your trucks and commercial vehicles?
As is self-evident, there is nothing more important than a human life. But at the same time, accidents on highways and on roads has an eroding impact on the GDP overall. And we find that one of the things that India's march towards a developed nation status, a leading world power, we have had massive expansion in terms of the road network. But in terms of road fatalities, unfortunately, our record is not the best. And this is something that the government is very keen on, and as industry leader, we are very keen on, which is why we made a judicious decision to partner with the TV9 network. There are three inputs here. One is inherent to the vehicle: safer vehicles, better cabins, driver alert systems, lane departure warnings, monitoring, telematics, everything that is inherent in the mechanical object, in the ecosystem, in the digitalization itself to make road journeys safer for everybody on the road as well as for the drivers. The second is the mindset and the ecosystem that evolves around the consciousness of safety. And one of the things that we don't celebrate enough is the critical role that commercial vehicles drivers have in driving the economy forward. They are frontline warriors. They are leading overall very difficult lives. It's a life of rigor. And the least we can do is to make their environment much safer. As a part of that, we are not only doing content, we are also doing ecosystem enablements like health checkups, eye checkups, safety boot camps, and also consciousness for everybody else. There is also a mindset issue about, commercial vehicles on the roads. And the last is culture creators, editorial teams, owned media, earned media. It must be very resonant. We must be able to promote the consciousness that you are safe if everybody else on the road is safe. We are, in a sense, there is an umbilical cord tying everybody to everybody else once you're on the roads. You cannot be safe all by yourself. Besides that, we are trying to take this massively into the influencer space. And a lot of what you're seeing and what will follow, and the editorial, my compliments to the editorial team to have understood and imbibed this so fast, is actually life on the roads. What does it take to be safer? And then how inherently the products are safe, that needs to be understood through training and through actual use. As Clay Sharkey once said, it's easy for society to invent things. It's difficult for society to adopt them and to adapt them fully into their lives. So the effort is a very credible effort. We want to institutionalize this. Every year we've been doing trucking into the future. This time it is exclusively trucking into the future with an emphasis on safety. Our belief is we are doing it for the economy, we are doing it for the nation, we are doing it for the countless number of drivers who are our partners, but we also want to create consciousness among stakeholders, whether they are regulators, government authorities, traffic authorities, fleet owners, logistics service providers, OEMs, and of course Tata Motors Commercial Vehicles as market leader.
Thank you so much, Shubhranshu, for this. And I just want to conclude this conversation now. Hardeep, if I can bring you in. Bharat NCAP, why is it voluntary? Do you think safety needs to be made compulsory? Safety ratings need to be made compulsory? And in the interest of the consumer, should there be perhaps penalty, higher taxes on cars which are not safe enough?
Yeah, this is a very interesting question. I think while, yes, the safety of the cars is, there's no two doubts about that. Safety of the cars is extremely important. But let me bring in a few more perspectives here. I think NCAP takes care of the passive safety of the consumer. You know, your car shell comes into play when the accident happens. I think we need to work a lot on active safety features. You know, for example, you know, you need to have sensors in your cars, you need to have safety alerts in your car, you need to have ADAS. So while you can add number of features, but very important, I feel, is the active safety feature. But moment you start adding more and more safety features, you start making cars stronger,
goes up.
You start adding more tech into your car, the prices go up, right? And we are already seeing the bottom of the pyramid is, you know, the hatchbacks and the sedans, they are dipping with every passing year. It used to be both put together about 60%, now both put together about 30%. And it is going down because even after so you have two big rocks here, you have emissions, you have safety. We have already seen with BS6 coming in, the prices of the entry-level cars have gone so high, the income levels of the Indian population has not caught up with that. And hence we are seeing at the entry level, the demand is very, very weak. Now imagine you want to make NCAP and you want to add that, the prices would go up further. And people at the bottom the cars will become costlier and will become unaffordable for that consumer. So you have to strike a balance. And also another very important thing is, as with NCAP, another flip side is that the cars will become heavier. So your fuel efficiency actually goes down. So that is putting pressure on your import bill as well. So you have to strike a balance. We have to see which consumer wants fuel efficiency, which consumer wants safety, and we have to give it to everybody. But yes, I think the responsibility of each OEM is to make sure that the cars are safer than ever before.
Right. And I want to give the last word to you, Nishant. I want to understand from you this fascination with buying cars. I know Hardeep is not going to like this question, but the fascination of 4 million cars being sold in India and everybody housing 2 to 3 cars in the country, and we don't really take enough public transport. So do you think the future of mobility for India, for cities like Delhi, Mumbai, Bengaluru, Hyderabad, congested, bursting out of the seams, do you think there is something that we should do to make city commute using public transport a little more convenient for those who can afford buying cars?
No, I think it will be a multimodal transportation system where last mile connectivity would become very essential, that how people who are using cars may not use personal cars at all times going forward. As you see cities like Singapore going forward, 25 years fast forward, 2047, Viksit Bharat, what kind of cities in India would we be looking for where anybody and everybody is using public transportation, is also owning cars when they need to use cars. But different modes of transportation would make it a lot more comfortable for people to move from point to point. And owning cars will be important but may not be a necessity for anybody and everybody at that point in time. So I think that is where one would want to be at that juncture, where it is so convenient that you're using all modes of transportation based on where you need to go.
Well, let's hope that happens sometime soon. But yeah, I think Hardeep wants to respond to that. Hardeep.
I just want to give us statistics that India has the lowest per 1,000 car
Car
population.
adoption,
We are
yeah.
only 33. So while, yes, it may look like that, there are a lot of cars in the metros, but on the whole, 33 per thousand is the lowest in the world.
Ladies and gentlemen, Hardeep wants you to buy more cars, and of course, Nishant is hoping that we take the buses. But anyway, I think let's leave it at that for now. Thank you so much, Nishant Arya, Hardeep Singh Brar, and of course, Shubhranshu Singh for joining us here this morning. In fact, almost afternoon now. Thank you so much for your time. And up next, of course, we have a very fascinating session coming up for you. And you will be joined on stage. In fact, we have them already with us, Abhishek Kapoor, MD CEO of Puravankara Group, as well as Khurshid Gandhi from Cushman and Wakefield. My friend Krishna Kumar will moderate that session. But first up, let's look at what that session is all about.
Building infrastructure and housing is the cornerstone of India's growth story. With a population of 1.4 billion and rapid urbanization, the demand for robust infrastructure and affordable housing has never been greater. Initiatives like Housing for All, National Infrastructure Pipeline are driving transformation. Smart Cities mission is also making strides. Yet challenges persist. Land acquisition delays, funding gaps, limited private sector participation remain hurdles. Affordable housing isn't just about homes. It's about access to water, sanitation, and electricity. Urban overcrowding and slums highlight the need for integrated planning. Let's take this opportunity to come together and build India.
That's right. Building India, the infra agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to all those who've taken time out to join us here for the News 9 Global Summit. I am Krishna Kumar. Let me begin by introducing the panelists for this discussion on Building India, the infra agenda. Mr. Abhishek Kapoor, Group CEO, Puravankara Limited. Thank you so much for being with us. Mr. Khurshid Gandhi, Managing Director, Strategic Consulting at Cushman and Wakefield, India. Thank you, Khurshid, for being with us. And Mr. Monu Chauhan, Founder and CEO of Manu Bhumi. Thank you, Monu, for being with us over here. Thank you, gentlemen. The biggest and the most important question when it comes to India and its future, India's economy and its future, and that topic that many find it difficult to understand but love discussing is infrastructure. It's a topic that affects all of us because infrastructure is everything. Infrastructure is the roads that we traveled on to get here. Infrastructure is the house that we left, before we got here. And infrastructure is what we have over here as well. So multifaceted, multi-pronged development of infrastructure that India, frankly, has been extremely serious on for the last decade or so. Where are we going with it? Let me put a basic fact on the table first before I take it to the gentlemen on the panel. Nearly 11.5 crore rupees. That's the budgetary allocation for developing infrastructure in India. 11.5 crores, 11.2 lakh crore rupees to be precise. 11.5 lakh crore rupees, beg your pardon. Out of which, nearly 50% goes to roads and railways. That's the state of play as far as India's infrastructure is concerned. And this at a time when everybody is wondering, how are we going to buy homes? Considering at what rates they're selling in and how, and where wages are, how are we going to buy homes to live in from where we get onto the roads or railways to travel where we have to travel? And of course, in the last 10 years, the big focus has always also been on developing airports and ports in case we want to leave the road and take it to the air. Abhishek, let me bring this to you. You're a company that builds homes. When it comes to building infrastructure in this country, your home sales are going to depend a lot about the quality of infrastructure that surround these homes, isn't it? And I'm going to begin by asking you a very basic question. Nearly 11.5 lakh crore rupees. Do you think that outlay is enough? Above 3% of India's GDP?
I think, honestly, it requires a much larger allocation.
Okay.
Currently, where we are in our journey, and I think we face those challenges every day in many cities of this country, is the fact that today the infrastructure which becomes the backbone for a a quality living. And when I say infrastructure, we keep talking about road and transportation, but we forget water supply. We forget sewerage. We forget, today we want to recycle our garbage because that's becoming a big challenge. That's all part of the infrastructure, the whole service component of it, right?
Sustainability infrastructure.
Very big, very big. Power supply. And, those are the challenges with this rapid urbanization that's happening in this country. We're going to be having more than 40% of the people living in urban areas. Imagine that. And I think the population that's going to live there has to move around, has to consume, has to work, has to move within the city and outside of the city. The challenge is huge. I think what is really required is that infrastructure, which is the backbone of the country, has to get truly integrated into development of the cities and within the country, right?
Great point you make over there. In fact, I was just talking to Khurshid before we began, and he was talking about the same thing. We need more cities in this country, isn't it, Khurshid? I mean, there is a budgetary allocation of about, 48,000 crore rupees for the National Smart Cities Mission, yes, which is very important in its own way, of course, definitely, the smart cities. But it's not just about developing smart cities in India. It's about developing new cities. India doesn't have enough big cities.
Thanks. Let me see if I can give a little stats to this, right? We've got about 40 plus cities which are in the million population. There's about 350 cities which are population between 100,000 to a million, right? And if you look at that compared to anywhere in the world, no one has so many cities of this population, right? With the exception maybe of China, but that's another story, right?
Always.
What we've missed out historically, and by the way, our urbanization rate, that's low, right? We intend to be about 40% in another 5-7 years. So where are we creating new economic systems? The so-called tier 2 and tier 3 cities of India are core critical to building economic ecosystems and driving our economy, right? And I think the last 15 years has been a testament to how much infrastructure has been plugged in to connecting those cities, right? Most people live in tier 1 cities, Bombay, Delhi, Hyderabad, don't see what's happening on the ground in rural cities, right? Rural connections. We've done more electrification, we've done more roads, we've done more water connections, we've done more digitization. I think the big real one is digitization. It's a force multiplier that's happened and that's connected our economy. That's the real driver. These things, it's a snowball effect, right? And we spent the last, I would say, 30 years, because really India's, in my opinion, has grown since 1991. Really grown, right? We spent time building institutions, and now we are building India in the shape and form that we want it to be.
Fair point. Monu, let me also begin by asking you that question. In fact, before I come to you, Khurshid, I'm going to ask the same question I asked Abhishek. 11.5 lakh crore rupees, do you think it's enough?
No, I think that should be the annual allocation if we can get it. We need to desperately invest in infrastructure, right? I look at roads, Bombay City where I stay, and I say, it's not up to spec. We definitely need to grow.
I have a feeling there's going to be an unanimous agreement on this one. Monu, talk to us. What do you think about the state of India's infrastructure and the way forward?
First of all, I would like to, thank you for inviting me, and it's a truly honor to join this panel. And it's a very important topic you have raised, the infra agenda. First, you need to understand about the infrastructure. Infrastructure plays a very important and crucial role in India's economy and any country's economy, because infrastructure spans of multiple sectors like transportation. Transportation plays an important factor because, what I personally think, we are more dependent on the metro cities like Delhi, like Mumbai, like Bangalore, like Chennai, like Kolkata. But you need to understand, like I admire to Nitin Gadkari saab, I used to say him, highway king. So if you talk about the infrastructure, you need to good highways, you need airport. But airport is not the only solution if you don't have jobs there. So if you are able to create the job there, digital connectivity, ecosystem, and self-sustained city is a more important point. Because if you talk about the tier 2, tier 3 city, we always talk about the tier 1 cities. It's overcrowded. But if we develop tier 2 and tier cities, there is a huge potential over there because thankfully we are number 1 with the population 1.4 billion. And our PM yesterday has said about that they are aiming towards Viksit Bharat by 2047 with 5 trillion economy. We have set the agenda. My dear friend already said it's very less budget allocated for the infrastructure. We need, because there are high cost land, cost of construction plus land pooling scheme is very, if you go for the land acquire, there is a high cost there when you want to acquire. Thank you.
High cost and lots of time. Where do you think the lacuna is? One is, of course, clearly the message is loud and clear. Please allocate more for infrastructure in this country. But what else do you think are the challenges that, when it comes to, the intent is there. But what do you think have been the roadblocks or the challenges in India realizing its full potential when it comes to creating its own infrastructure?
Well, I can give a recommendation on what I think is a solution. Challenges are obviously many. But I would recommend, if you look at what's a building block for solving a problem of this scale and size for a country of our size, the building block is the policy framework. If you look at the building block of policy framework and there you put housing, which I'm only talking about mid-income and affordable housing, and you put infrastructure in the middle as the second stack. And the third one, and the most critical one, is technology and services. If you just look at these three, and of course I'm taking sustainability as a part of it, because if you're going to be unsustainable, you don't want to create China here in terms of water pollution, etc., etc. I mean, they have tremendous problem. Thankfully, we are not there in so many ways. We have been able to protect our natural resources, specifically water tables and water, aquifers, and they're not polluted relatively. But if we don't take care of these things, it's going to be huge. So the connecting building block is policy. If we can have a comprehensive policy which addresses some of the cost-related issues as well, which is including land, capital, etc., etc., and we can get into a detail this thing. But the point is, policy is crucial, and that has to be an integrated solution to approach this. Public-private partnership can solve it, provided we have a framework to solve it.
Fair point. I really want to get there, isn't it? We can keep talking about wanting greater allocation, budgetary allocation to develop infrastructure in this country, but we're really not going to go anywhere if we don't have enough private sector money coming in, and more importantly, private sector money coming in with quality government partnerships so that projects can be completed on time and have and deliver maximum impact.
I just had to add, right? If you're doing PPP and you look at the current stack of how PPP is structured, the private participation is about 30-odd%, right? You've got government participation, you've got foreign money. So the stack's not exactly even as 30-30-30. The government participation is significantly the largest, but there is almost 30% in private participation. The real trick is making that money back, right? Private participation wants to go in, it's a model of making money at some point, right? Yes, you have to, you won't put money in if you're going to lose it. At the same time, there are strategic initiatives that these support, right? These are strategic inputs. Therefore, cost of that capital needs to be reduced significantly. I think financing is a core conversation we need to have, and it needs to build to be more accretive so that the cost of the projects also drop. And you definitely did add on acquisition. Land acquisition is a major issue in our country. Whether we like it or not, whether it's for government or for private participation, it's a hugely difficult thing to do, given the fragmented nature of land and, of course, the costing that goes with it.
I'm going to let you continue. Let's ask the man in question, how difficult is land acquisition at this stage?
That's a very, very difficult question to answer.
Exactly why I asked.
It's quite hard in our country. I think, but the government has made great initiatives, great steps in digitizing land records. I think those are steps in the right direction. The cost of transaction is very high because there is a mix of state and central relationship over there. But definitely a challenge, and I think it is. For the scale of growth that we are looking at in this country in terms of population and economy and what needs to be done for these people to be able to work and live, I think land, streamlining land acquisition and ability to have clear title, which is the biggest challenge today. I mean, if you look at us, if I look at 100 deals, I think I'll land up with 10 and success is 3. That's the level of challenge that we are dealing with. And we are in 9 cities. Imagine the number of deals we are looking at every month. So it's a very big challenge.
And there you go. You begin with that, isn't it? When it comes to tackling India's infrastructure growth and putting it where it needs to be, it begins with land acquisition. What else do you think can be done? I also want to quickly also take time out to talk about something very important when it comes to developing infrastructure in India, and that is logistics. The Prime Minister Gati Shakti mission has more than 400 projects up and running. Talk to us, Khurshid. That is going to be a key piece in the overall infrastructure pie.
Yeah, you're absolutely correct, right? The national logistics policy is core critical to where we are. If you look at where our cost of logistics is about 14%. So everything that we transport, travel, whether it's the clothes that we wear or the shoes that we also wear or the food that we eat, and particularly in urban centers, everything gets shipped in. We are not self-sustaining in urban centers, right? Everything gets shipped in. We are just very consumer economy driven, right? Especially now. That's not the global average, 8%, 14 versus 8, right? We've got a huge cost saving there, and this is annualized. So if you drop this by 6 basis points or even 4 basis points, sorry, not 4 basis, but 4 points, full points, then you've really saved that much on the economic scale, right? Your economic cost of your economic functionality goes up. Now, digitization has significantly helped. One of the very interesting things that I stumbled across is the digitization of cargo transportation. So they're actually aggregating it. There are like Uber, right? You take a cab and you go on. There are people who've got apps out there, and it's happened very quietly, where they're essentially aggregating transportation loads. So trucks go from one destination to the other. They already know what load's going to go where and how it's going to get shipped out to another vehicle. That's actually saved cost, right? Our GST was one big, fillip in changing the way we costed our economy. It definitely spurred it. So I do believe multimodal transportation systems, logistics hubs, interconnected with our ports. And by the way, we've had a silent revolution on ports. People haven't realized it, but we've pushed very heavily on that. We've over time lost our strength to Singapore. We're now in the process of taking it back.
I really want to get there as well. A huge focus in the last at least 5 years has been the development of ports and airports. We're seeing the results on the ground, but still, even just airports, we have so much more miles to go before we sleep, as the adage goes.
That's true. So I think, like Khurshid, I'll just take on that further, because efficiency. See, we are a very, very cost-sensitive nation, and rightly so. We have too many mouths to feed, and we can't waste money in any way, right? And in our cost of services or cost of product, one of the biggest costs is transportation and efficiency and wastage. Like today, if you look at agricultural wastage, it's massive. How do you solve for bringing that efficiency? I think, so in my view, the way I see ports and both seaports and airports, I think it's going to be a huge solution to movement of goods and services, and including people. I think at Noida, we are making the largest one in the country, and I believe that that's going to be a huge solution for this part of the country. But I think we need, we are looking at, the population we are looking at is so large. The economic activity, I think we need to really prepare for the future in far more significant way than where we are today. But we are making the right moves.
We're making the right moves, but I'm just out of curiosity asking, when will homes get affordable?
That's a good question. No, so very interesting data point I'll share with you. More than 58% of recorded transactions in the country in residential real estate space is about 58% is in 50 lakhs to 1 crore category. That's mid-income. Affordable is commercially for private sector unaffordable. That's the honest truth. And you can, like Khurshid mentioned, you can do business if it's profitable. And how do you make it profitable for the private sector to participate actively to provide for that housing, I'll go back to my policy framework and say, for that, there are 4 costs really in the cost structure where you bring in that efficiency and you'd be able to reduce the cost of acquisition for people. First one is the land cost itself and the transaction cost, the kind of stamp duties you are paying and the approval cost. This is one piece of our cost structure. The second piece of our cost structure is construction cost and the GST that you levy on the construction cost. Now, for some people, it doesn't matter because in Bombay, you're selling at 1 lakh rupees a square foot. You don't care about the construction cost.
Khurshid is shaking his head.
But you know, for people who are living in tier 2, tier 1 cities or smaller cities, you're looking at construction cost is actually 35 to 50% of the cost structure. And imagine adding GST to it, right? So you've killed that cost structure there, right? So that's the second part. The third part is the cost of capital. Now today, if you look at the cost of capital, the industry, if you're doing affordable housing or even mid-income housing, that is again a big part of the cost structure. Now, if the government decides to give this an industry, we are the second largest employer in the country in terms of people. If government decides to give you the industry status and gives you cost of capital for specifically for this sector at a particular price point, that will bring in the required supply, and it is required. Trust me, I'm saying, you know, this is for law and order in this country. It is critical to have housing, and that's why, you know, the Prime Minister has initiated this PMAY. It's a huge initiative and it's working, but I think we need a far more robust policy framework to be able to get private sector to participate and provide the solution.
Yeah, please do. Before that, let me also put in my quip as well. India is that strange country where 4 to 5 crore rupee houses fly off the shelf on day 1 of the launch, and there's just not enough affordable housing.
Yeah, well, and Abhishek is going to gripe when I say this. I don't think the definition of affordable housing is right in India, right? Especially Bombay, any of the tier 1 cities, we've got it completely wrong, right? Affordable, given the nature of our population and their, you know, their size of pocket, is absolutely, the bands are just wrong, right? It's just wrong. But it also feeds into the problem we've created. The problem is land acquisition. The problem is financing. The problem is regulations that take time. The problem is ability to put it up. There's technology. It's a cascading series of issues. How do we solve it, right? One of the solutions is tier 2 cities and focusing on growing economic systems in tier 2, tier 3 cities and spreading out growth evenly because we are lumpy, right? Maharashtra is perhaps the only state where there are a lot of multiple economic centers all over the state, and a couple of others are following suit now. UP, I think, is a great example of how they've invested very heavily in the last few years to build that. Our problem fundamentally is we've got to truly make affordable. We've got 350 million houses in India, and that's a great statistic, but if you look at the actual, I mean, how much of grade A or how much people can live in, it's not going to work. We need differential strategies. In my mind, affordable rental housing is core to the solution, whether that's for industrial housing, whether that's for students, whether that's for seniors, that's the answer, but it needs to be capped. It can't be open-ended.
Fair enough, but where is this affordable rental housing going to come from?
Okay, so again, we're back to the same original question. You know, if we have the right framework of policy, you can do it. I want to just add one more part to what you were saying, Khurshid, earlier, is the infrastructure part. See, look, we have kind of not done many planned cities. The last one we did was Navi Mumbai. Before that, we did Chandigarh. After that, so Noida, yeah, that's the three, right? But how do you create the infrastructure backbone? So there are two parts to the cities, and we should just address this. One part is the rejuvenation of shanties and cities and dilapidated areas. And this is, right now, only Mumbai has a good scheme, government-operated scheme, which is providing that facility. NCR, Delhi doesn't have it at all. Delhi needs it desperately. I mean, imagine the quality of life people are living in Chandni Chowk, for example, right? So how do you bring in policy in all the cities in the country to have cluster redevelopment and solve for it where you already have the infrastructure? That's part one. Part two is, can you take the infrastructure backbone and connect it to another area which has got a planned city like a Noida or like a Navi Mumbai or like a Chandigarh, and then you start solving for that because you provided for people to feed in to those cities in affordable land costs and affordable way.
I want to add further in this because, you know, when you talk about Noida, I come from Noida, it's no more affordable now. It was affordable 15 years back because, you know, one developer has, launched one project and pre-launch it sold out, 8 crore property worth. So when you talk about the affordable meaning where anybody and everybody can afford. But people want to pay 20 lakh, but they want services for 1 crore. How it is possible? If you want good services, you need to pay. And secondly, you want to take about the private and public partnership, then it is possible. If public sector invites private people, come, we are providing the huge subsidy on land and regulation, and authorities are helping you because it's a long delay process there, to be honest with you. In Noida, what happens? First, authority acquire the land from the farmers. In Haryana, it's vice versa. If you are a developer, you can directly take land from the farmers. So when you go for the bidding, then again, land cost is a problem. Secondly, if you talk about the international airport, so my dear friend has raised, Noida. It's a Noida International Airport. It's one of the huge and biggest airport of Asia. But it's not only the airports. If you talk about the surrounding, there is a film city coming up. It means there will be a generate of several thousand jobs. There are many other industries coming up here because I'll count you as a tier 2 and tier 3. And communication it will not be a problem because there is a metro coming up there. Hardly from there to Delhi, you reach only 1 hour. Even from Delhi, you go to Gurgaon, it takes 2.5 hours in the peak time. So this is one of the solutions when I stated the point, then you should go for the tier 2 and tier 3 city. If you really want affordable housing, then public sector should invite the developer because 1 out of 10 developers only interested for the affordable housing because they cannot make money, to be honest.
I just want to add one item, okay? It's not like affordable rental housing doesn't work, right? I can't remember the exact country. It's either one of the Scandinavians, Sweden or Finland, right? Affordable, they've created over the last 45 years a very large platform on affordable rental housing, mainly for, it's really an engine of social change, right? Particularly for youngsters moving out, and out there they typically leave home by about 17, 18 and they move to destinations like this, right? Those ecosystems are actually better than what a private developer put up. They're priced because they've got a very great mix of both the large size houses. They've got space for green areas, green gardens. They've got ecosystems built in. I mean, they've designed economic ecosystems. They're actually a very large hub for startups as well, right? That's happened over time. But it's easily affordable. It is part subsidized by the government, but they've got very long-term financing means. So what they've done is they've actually structured a fund that owns these assets that has been listed. Now, we talk about REITs in India. These things have matured over time, so that they're putting more money back into the system, right? And that's what we really need to think about. When we think about housing in India, it's, I'm going to sell it, I'm going to sell it, I'm going to sell it, right? I'm gone, I'm out, right? So Abhishek, so maybe that's one of the new REIT models for you all to consider.
Okay. Before Abhishek responds to that, I think Shri has a question. Shri, please go ahead.
So this question really comes out of genuine curiosity. You mentioned there's a developer in Noida launching for 8 crore. And it's happening in Gurgaon also. You launch and get sold out. So my real query is, who are these people who are buying these properties? Because if I were even a rich person, and rich people are rich because they're not stupid, right? So what is the economic rationale for buying something which is like, let's say 8 crore, 10 crore, when the rental on that property is going to be minuscule? So it's a genuine query I'd like to know, because you guys have the database on your customers. So who are these people who are buying these fancy properties?
I want to answer this question because, people from this state only, they are not alien. But after COVID, what they realized, they are not, believing in savings. They are spending money on luxury. So people, what they think of, because there is a gap of demand and supply. If you talk about 15 years before, there is huge supply. But if you talk today in Noida itself or in Gurgaon, there is no supply. Can you see people, DLF or other developers, sorry, I am not taking name, but any developers coming and they don't have inventory much, because previously one project was selling in 3 years. In today's era, one project is selling in hours only, because there is a huge demand and less supply. That's the reason people are taking and, getting the inventory.
I have a view which may not be appreciated, but I'll still say it never the same. I don't know where it is coming from. And I think it'll unfold in next 12 months. Because real demand, if you look at it, is for couples who are earning and wanting to buy between 2 to 3 crores. In fact, it'll be much larger, as I mentioned earlier, below 1 crore. Between 50 lakhs to, that is the segment which is end user driven. I don't know who's buying there.
Talk to HDFC, they'll tell you that the average ticket size for home loan is about 45 lakh rupees.
You're right.
So that is your typical customer. So this customer is probably not even borrowing.
So if he's not borrowing, then I'm not sure where he's paying from, or if he's paying at all. And that's what I'm saying. So we'll find out in next couple of years as to how it unfolds. It is logically difficult to process, saying that almost everybody and every sold out project in the market today, especially in NCR, is between 7 crores and now we are talking about 100 crores and 190 crores. I have no idea. So, I don't know exactly where it is coming from.
I'll give you, you like stats, right? I live and breathe that stuff. So I'll give you the outcome of that, the summary. We've looked at all the data for the last 30 years across any key market, and you will notice prices rise like this and they plateau. They rise like this and they plateau, right? And when they rise, it is initiated by speculators. And then end users feel it's FOMO, so they jump onto the bandwagon, suddenly realize it's not going anywhere because of the speculators are bright money, right? They've already seen, the market's going to tank or stop growing, so they pull out of the market. Demand starts dropping. Rationalization happens typically 2-3 years, and then it starts picking up again. We've seen that in NCR, and then the price shoots up exponentially, right? To 2023, until 2023, from 2020 to 2023, the prices were flat in the NCR, and then they exploded overnight, right? Everybody got onto that, because you're right, there was a supply at one point in time, right? And suddenly, there was a surge in demand, and now it's again on the thing of plateauing. But yes, there is a price point and a market point that is agnostic of whatever price you put it at. Flats in Bombay at 40 crores just sell because upwards. There's a market for that. A certain number of flats sell. The market is good, market's bad, it will sell. The price sensitive. And it's not a pyramid. People afraid it's not a pyramid. It's a flat base where everybody with salary buys their stuff, and I think it really tanks off at about 2.5 crores. Right? You can push it up a little more, go to about 3.5, but after that, it's a very thin spire, right? And that is agnostic of economic situation.
As they say, there is no recession for luxury, is there?
Yeah, so I little bit differ with what Khurshid says. I think you can stretch generally salaried class with the family income, husband, wife working, even up to 4 or 5 crores. But if you go to between 5 and say 25 crores, is the guys where you will see they have got a lot of impact. Like for the moment you see the stock market going up and down, you will see a direct correlation of allocation towards real estate. Of course, then above 25-30 crores, they don't care because they have too much money, therefore it's agnostic to the markets or the economic growth, and therefore that demand never goes away. That's correct.
At this stage, I have to ask this question. Okay, we have a question coming from. Please go ahead, sir.
So my name is Amitabh Ghosh. I live in the Washington area. I thought I'll give you a different perspective. So the gentleman asked this question about the rental price, say at a high-end apartment in Bombay, like Samudra Mahal, is at 20, right? That's the largest price. So that doesn't make sense as an investment. It's very small compared to what this money, if you put it investment account. So in our area, in the Washington area, for the last 20 years, houses have become like 4 times in value. And so right now, the entry price of a single family home is probably $1 million. And who's buying? I think people are buying it as an investment. It's no longer just a dwelling. And I think that is happening. It's not even luxury. It's just a generic house with a 2-car garage in suburbia, not even close to the happening places. So I think there's a very big change and this is driven worldwide by scarcity. So like if you go to downtown Boston, the entry price of an apartment is $5 million. If you go to Manhattan, of course, it's much more expensive. So I'm just saying people are no longer thinking of, so if you bought Nvidia stock, right, it went up by 20 times. It's my crash, but this thing will remain solid. So it's no longer people are buying for their just dwelling, they're also stocking away some money for safety. Thank you.
I just want to add that's actually Dr. Anantha, a NASA scientist who's worked on the Mars rover project. He's being very modest about himself, but he's a very distinguished scientist. Yeah.
I'll give you a little insight of what's happening in the Mumbai market, for example, which is very heavy on redevelopment space. And also in some of the other markets where we are seeing a very steep rise in rentals. So what's also very interesting that's happening is that the arbitrage between rental and EMIs is going down very significantly. So that is motivating a lot of people to make a buying decision. In a market like Bombay, which is, I think, half the city is going into redevelopment for some reason, everybody's out there to redevelop their properties. They're all going to go out and live somewhere. And therefore, the rental cost of rent in Mumbai, I think, is really going to go through the roof. And therefore, one theory is that you'll also see that arbitrage come down so significantly that people start preferring to buying another house than staying rent.
Yeah, thanks to those policy 37, 33, 72B, yeah, 39, sorry. Also, there's approximately, I think, as last check, there's about 1,800 projects that will go into cell redevelopment. So, yeah.
Okay, we're completely out of time.
Just one quick question. If you look at the real estate market in India, we don't seem to ever have a serious bubble or a bursting of bubble that typically happens in other markets. Is it because the fact that there's a lot of, non-accounted for money that comes into the market, or why is it that it seems fairly immune to all the rules of economics, except for the law of demand and supply? We haven't seen a big burst. I mean, please correct me if I'm wrong.
That's the only one that matters. We are so chronically undersupplied, right? That's the only answer that we have considered. We are chronically undersupplied.
Khushid, I think we had the longest down cycle in the real estate sector, which lasted 10 years. 2013 to 2023 was actually 22. Actually, was a cycle which was the longest down cycle in a manner of speaking, where developers generally, relatively, where see, the thing is that there is demand, there is demography in this country, and there is clearly what is also happening is, so I'll give you one data point. In 2013, we had about 50,000 plus developers. That number of developers dropped to about 1,300 or so in 2021, and that is, is a clear indication of the down cycle. The fact that people went out of business for multiple reasons, of course. So the industry is matured to the extent that industry now also is able to modulate the supply. Wherever you will see suddenly the supply stacking up, people will slow down launches, and therefore you'll be able to kind of modify your supply side scenario, and therefore you may not see significant drop in prices. What may also change is that people will start making different ticket sizes. For example, you will see people going back towards smaller units in times to come because prices have gone up and affordability may be a little restricted. Those changes may happen, but we have the demography on our side, and therefore demand is always going to be there. And the worst that will happen is that you will see plateauing of the price, which Khushi talked about.
All right, I think this is such an interesting conversation. We can keep having it over and over again, and we'll still be wanting to have more of it. But I'm afraid, unfortunately, we're completely out of time over here. Ladies and gentlemen, huge round of applause for the panelists that we got for this Thank you so much for being with us. I want to thank all three of you for taking time out. Khurshid, Abhishek, and Monu, thank you so much for being with us. And thank you all those in the hall. We are breaking for lunch now. It will be a very quick business lunch. It will be at L1. You need to take the escalator downstairs to go to L1 where lunch is being served. Please be back here by exactly 2 p.m. because a very exciting markets panel coming up. Some big names from the world of stock markets in discussion with us. I'll be back with you guys for that. For now, let's go in for a quick class. Thank you so much.
skilling and education. Good, I think right place there.
Yeah.
What is that you do? You're a professor of?
I am a professor of finance.
Finance.
But I am into the interdisciplinary.
Good. Have you always been in the teaching?
I'm in training of trainers in the, you can say, the world. I teach my teachers and other teachers all the latest modalities and the future skills.
Yeah, absolutely. No doubt. 100%.
But right now you are here, I would like to say, I feel so, you are the
Ladies and gentlemen, may I request you to please take your seats? We are about to begin.
Requesting everybody to please settle down and start taking your seats. We have a very, very exciting discussion, something that affects all of us, something that everybody is interested in, the markets coming up. So requesting all those who are just entering the hall to quickly settle down and take your seats so that we can begin in just a couple of minutes from now. Requesting everybody to please settle down and take your seats. Hello and a very warm welcome to all those who are joining us here on the News 9 Global Summit India edition. We have a very exciting discussion that we are just about to begin, and the theme of that discussion is Bears versus bulls, SIP or SIP, the volatility. Before we begin this discussion, take a look at this.
The battle between bears and bulls is back. Market volatility is keeping investors on edge. Global economic uncertainties, Trump's tariff threats, FII outflows have wiped out trillions. Should investors cash out, or is this a buying opportunity? Can long-term strategies like SIPs help navigate this turbulence? Despite the chaos, the Indian economy remains resilient. Strong fundamentals and a robust growth outlook reinforce that the India story is here to stay. And while bears may dominate today, the bulls will have their day.
That's right, bears versus bulls, SIP the volatility. Before we begin this discussion, let me quickly mention our session partner for this particular session. Our session partner for this session is National Insurance Company Limited. Thank you so much, National Insurance Company Limited, for being part of this session. Let me now introduce the very special panelists we have for this discussion. We have Mr. Nilesh Shah, Managing Director, Kotak Mahindra Asset Management Company. Huge round of applause for Mr. Nilesh Shah. Thank you so much for taking time out to be with us. We also have somebody who's a couple of other people who are very popular. We have Mr. Deepak Shenoy, founder and CEO of Capital Mind. Huge round of applause for Deepak Shenoy. And Mr. Dhirendra Kumar, CEO of Value Research. Mr. Dhirendra Kumar, thank you so much for taking time out to be with us. Well, I don't need anybody to ask questions about the markets, barring the three gentlemen on this panel who have managed to answer it. I'm guessing Deepak on social media, Dhirendra on social media as well, and Nilesh on every single TV news channel possible. I'm going to begin by asking Nilesh ji, and then I'll come to the rest of you as well. So many questions. What is happening to the Indian markets? We thought the story was only up, and you know, the months from October 2024 till February, you know, really put us in a dark frame of mind. And then came March and a wonderful, fantastic rebound rally. And just when you're about to say rebound rally, the winning streak gets cut short. Are we in a bear market, Nilesh?
I don't think so. We are in the bear market. And, you know, there was a legendary opening batsman called Sunil Gavaskar. Every time he scored a century, he will take a fresh card. And someone asked him, Mr. Gavaskar, why are you taking fresh card after 100 run? You must be seeing ball as a football, not as a cricket ball. And he said, I don't want to lose my wicket. After scoring century, I'm taking fresh card, so I'm resetting my meter at 0. No wonder he ended up becoming the highest run getter in the world in his time, with highest number of centuries and breaking Donald Bradman's record. Now, Sunil Gavaskar was a legend. Unfortunately, हम लोग नहीं हैं. तो मार्केट ने हमें सिखा दिया फ्रेश कार्ड कैसे लेने का. Back to basics, क्यों करना पड़ता है? Market never goes up in one direction. It always goes up as well as down. And many people had forgotten that market में downside भी होता है, valuation भी कोई चीज़ है, and fund manager भी जरूरी है. So this was one nice way of telling buy market, go back to basics. If making money was as easy as it was in last 5 years, all of us would have become billionaire.
Okay, we'll get there. I'm going to probe you more on that, but I'm going to ask the fundamental questions again to Deepak and Dhirendra. Deepak, are we in a bear market? Yes or no?
No, technically because 20% down, I think, universally is acknowledged to be a bear market. We didn't get there, or we got there only very, very marginally in February.
and we're back down to, I think, minus 14% from the top on the Nifty. Your stock could be in a bear market because you may be down 40, 50% and so on. But that is fine because a bear market is not a bear market because there's an animal. You just have to bear it. You sometimes. I think that I'll take. It's a big takeaway. Bear market means it's a market to bear with. So yeah, I mean, in my limited experience, markets do the same thing over and over again. It is people like us who tend to forget. And when I say us, I mean in general. Even people, I mean, who are experienced tend to think, oh, well, this may last a little bit longer. But then the party will always find a ending point. And you cannot have a party that lasts forever. So at some point you have to go and, the floor has to be cleaned for the next party to start. So at some point, you're just getting this breathing space to do so. I hope we just don't trash the whole, that 60% down and 40% down does not happen. But I think we should expect that once in a while it will happen, and we're in part of that race.
Okay. Sounds like therapy to me. We're all such jangled nerves because of how the markets are. Dhirendra, you've seen a lot of these cycles. There is now people asking questions on social media like, should I pull out of my SIP? Should I pull out of my mutual funds? Are things going to get any better ever? Have we seen the best already? Those are some of the questions that are in the minds of people.
Yeah, these are very natural questions. Investing is a very positive endeavor. You don't put money in the markets or start doing your SIP to lose it 10% in 1 month or 3 months. It is all, and for most people who are coming into the market, it's a very aspirational money. They have seen their friends, they have seen their relatives, or they have heard some stories, positive stories, and they have a real life plan. Investing isn't a game, as we generally think. Your child's education might be dependent on that. Your own home, your own retirement, your real life goals, you're upgrading your car could be one such thing. So, small things, big things. So people dislike, something going down. And we know that, for over any longer time period, 5 years and more, market has not disappointed. And 20 years and more, 25 years and more, or, Sensex, 18%, 19% annualized return that you get. The problem is that, it is not a 18% yielding fixed deposit. It does not give you 18% every year. Some years it gets you 36%, and other years it gets you 0%. Sometimes it goes down by 50%. So get used to it. If you really want to accumulate something meaningful, just get used to it. It is just that, it is sounding little more noisy because we have, for the first time ever, I've been in the business of looking at mutual funds and investors behavior for last 34 years. I started in 1991, and I have seen everything every day as part of my job. That I've been in the business of looking at behavior. And never ever in the past, I have seen the number of individual investors getting, what Nilesh was saying, that the number of people and the quantum of money coming from new investors is very tiny. But then I have never seen that this kind of wave of mutual fund, 25,000 crore being invested every month by lakhs and lakhs of people. It has never been in the past. Investing has always been a seasonal activity. Mr. Mehta came in 1992 and everybody got onto Bahadur Shah Zafar Marg, and there was a lathi charge to invest in master gain. Morgan Stanley came and everybody queued to invest 800 crore in 3 weeks' time. And everybody was disappointed. We have never seen that you earn every day, you earn every month, you save every month, you spend every month. Why not invest every month? And it's on a natural income cycle. And that has started happening, and that has started happening for a very tiny section of our market, of our population. And it is getting facilitated not by fund managers only. It is happening because of the ecosystem. Today it is possible to set up a 250 rupee mandate of, on your UPI app, which will get debited every month. Savings has always been an Indian habit. Investing in the market has not been a habit. Now, because of the ecosystem, it has been enabled. So I think we are in the, for the first time, we have seen the massive exodus of FIIs, which has been meaningfully counterbalanced by domestic investors' money. We haven't seen the debacle. Last time round, when it happened in 2008, when FIIs were going and there was nobody to counterbalance, market went down by 58% by October 2008. From the peak of the market on 28th or 22nd of January in 2008, it went down by 58%.
Yeah.
So I'm saying that, we are in at the beginning of a multi-year bull run.
Okay.
For a variety of things. And, there is another aspect to it. You should not be asking us if people are buying cars, if people are going and doing their shopping, if people are doing their standard activity, and better, if we are sitting here and we are happily go back home, on a public transport, and on the way, you'll be ordering food, doing this, doing that. If there is, if you have a calamity, market collapse or a long bear run will be reflected first. You'll feel it much before it actually happens to your investments.
Okay. That's what I wanted to ask. The other questions on everybody's minds. One is it a bear market or not? Clearly, you've said the fact that what bear? Where bear? You have to bear with the ups and downs of the markets. Nilesh, if I were to ask you, they also asked this, is the worst over? If you were having this conversation same time last year, there was always talk of how overheated Indian stock markets were, froth in the markets, statements about, mid-cap stocks and small-cap stocks being overvalued, the correction coming. October 24, technically speaking, is when this sort of correction began. And looks like March seems like it was the end of that correction. The worst is over. I want to understand, is the worst over?
So Krishna, in the market, never say never. Anything can happen. Do you have control over which ball the bowler is going to bowl? And especially if bowler is like President Trump, you have no control over it. Geopolitics will change, interest rates, currencies, growth, everything will change. What is in your control is how you are going to play the ball. If it's half volley, go and hit out for 6. If it's Yorker, just save your wicket. I'll give you another example. Sachin Tendulkar is god of cricket. He has scored more than 15,000 runs at an average of 54. He has scored 51 centuries. There is no successful batsman like Tendulkar. What is his strike rate? In 100 balls, he scored only 54 runs. Now, with the talent and skill of Tendulkar, he should have scored 200 runs in 100 balls. But Tendulkar preferred to stay on the pitch to make run, and that's why he made maximum number of centuries, maximum number of runs, one of the highest average in modern day cricket. There was another cricketer called Shahid Afridi. He has the highest strike rate in test match. Of 100 balls he faced, he scored 86 runs. Fatafat marta tha. How many runs he has scored? Only 1700. So you have to take a call. Do you want to stay on the pitch? Then you can be Tendulkar. If you want to go and hit every ball for a 6 like Afridi, your strike rate will be higher, but your total runs will be 1/10 of Tendulkar.
Deepak, and that's the message, isn't it? It's don't go by what happened in the last 1 month, 3 months, 6 months. Think about what happened in the last 30 years, and that will tell you what to do with your investments.
Yeah, I think there is the problem that we have is we look at the market in terms of months, but the times when we actually need this money to work for us is the times of years. We're saving for our kids' education, which is 15 years away. But we will think of what happened last week to determine how much to invest or not to invest. Because every time you make these decisions, somebody told me decisions are like, you get a fixed number of decisions you can make per day. Once you reach a certain number of decisions, after that, any decision you make it's based on mind fog. The more decisions you make, this is why Steve Jobs used to wear black t-shirts, because he didn't have to make that one black,
Decision fatigue.
Decision fatigue. So every time that you're looking at the market and saying, I have to make a decision now whether I want to invest or not, you're wasting one decision that will ruin your day. And then people are making these decisions multiple times in a day. And I'm sorry, but we are in an age of where media has also, created this as a monster.
I'm guessing clearly because of all your experience in portfolio management services, you're getting that many calls from the investors.
Or rather, investors are naturally confused. They're like, should I add more now or should I add more later? Now, my problem is I sound like a broken record every time. Just invest according to when you have money to save. That is when you should invest. Because at some point, you don't need this money right now. You need it in the future. If you need the money right now, please take it out. Because that's the only thing money is for. It is for spending, right? So the difference or the happiness you will feel in 5 years that I invested on that particular day is much lesser than you will feel next week if the market goes up. So you're optimizing for happiness in 1 week rather than an happiness over 5 years, right? And if you ask anybody here, do you think India will be okay in 5 years? Regardless of what Mr. Trump says tomorrow. I think we're more like, we'll figure a way out. We're big, we're growing. Somehow, unless we screw up magnificently, I think India is on its path. And most of us will agree in that India has a path upwards. From 10-minute delivery, maybe we'll go to 8-minute delivery. And so, we will not go into, we will never deliver you anything within the. So I think if the story of 5 years is more visible than the story of the next 1 or 2 months, and your investment path is 5 years. Sorry, this is old uncle's part of me speaking, but I'm like, just optimize for your happiness in 5 years.
Yeah, fair enough. Dhirendra, the reason why this conversation is happening is because people are right now wondering which asset class should I park my money in for the long term? What will be the one that will give me peace of mind? I mean, look at the rate at which gold prices are going. So many are wonder whether you can park money in big chunks in gold. And when it comes to mutual funds, they say, the common adage is that buy in dips or when it comes to stocks. Are we in a situation where investors, if they want to put in lump sum money at a time like this of so-called quote-unquote correction, they can put in lump sums at the same time continue with their SIPs?
This is a very real situation. Somebody might just get an annual bonus, or you just sold a part of your.
We are in appraisal season technically.
Yeah, you might get an annual bonus, and or maybe you got some ancestral inheritance which was sold off, and you got a very sizable amount. These are real life things which I come across many investors, and they face this dilemma that should I invest now or not. One is that I really don't know. One is that on any given for any given investment, the next 5 years is going to be very positive. And is it going to be a great regret if you invest all that money today? If that money is very critical. And for this, I have actually devised a rule for myself which has absolutely no basis in science. What happens is that, I also get my annual bonus and I spread it over the next 3 months. Because if I don't do it, the moment I invest a meaningful amount of money and next week the market goes down, you normally have this natural instinct, regret. Though it may not be meaningful in the overall scheme of things, that your accumulation could be 100 rupee and you are investing this 3 rupee and you are obsessed about this 3 rupee. And if you invested and it goes down by 10%, your 3 rupee actually becomes 2 rupee 70 paisa. But if I knew it, my 100 rupee goes down by that much, 10%. That fall is 3 times more than what I'm going to put. So it really is a meaningless exercise. I think there are 3-4 rules which every investor should follow, because every saver is going to face this dilemma every now and then, which is invest whenever you have the money, disinvest whenever you plan to require this money well beforehand, and any of your goal will be a negotiable or a non-negotiable one. Your child will get into the college on one given day. You tentatively know the month. You tentatively know the first year fee as well. there are things which are negotiable. You want to go on a holiday, you want to buy your house, you can make it plus minus 6 months, 2 years, or be in reasonable preparedness. Real life goals, I think one should approach. There is no basis, there is no specific thumb rule which to be followed. Invest for the long run. Never invest your short-term money in the market. And as about gold, I think, it is having a flight of fancy for the last couple of years for a variety of reasons. In 2006, first ever financialization of gold happened. Before that, you could only have it in physical form or jewelry. Then came financialization, and now governments are beginning to buy it. And then we saw the ETF and a new demand getting created, so you can have it in your demat account. But the underlying thing is that equity, you get ownership. Fixed income, you lend the money. This fellow just sits in your locker. Don't miss that. And it's not a productive asset. It is it's a store of value.
I'm only asking in terms of percentage of returns it's able to give, say over a 1 year to a 3 year period. Is it right now at a stage where it's better than financial products? Nilesh?
So we have bullish view on gold. The central bankers of the world post-Russia-Ukraine invasion have realized that gold is the actual asset they are owning. All other securities kept any part of the world can be seized. Today, Russia put $250 billion in Belgium, $250 billion in Europe, zero money in US, but they were all invested in securities denominated in dollar, yen, euro. And even a small country like Belgium froze their asset. On this $500 billion, whatever interest they are earning, it's going to Ukraine, it's not coming to Russia. Now, undoubtedly, central bankers of the world are realizing that gold is the only asset we own. On dollar, they have written, in God we trust. Effectively, they are saying that in God you should trust. Don't ask America to give money. It's the God who has to give the money. The central bankers of the world are becoming like Indian housewife, buying gold and not selling. The world is not producing enough gold to satisfy demand of both the sets of investors. So undoubtedly, gold will go up higher as long as central bank buying remains. But should you put everything in gold? Well, at one point of time, we were told by De Beers that diamonds are forever. Now, thanks to lab-grown diamond, natural diamond prices have crashed meaningfully. Yeah. Who knows, if gold prices go higher, a lab-grown diamond could come.
Lab-grown gold, you mean?
A lab-grown gold could come, like lab-grown diamond. I have put a Google alert on lab-grown gold. So far, I haven't heard anything. But I'll keep a watch. Never underestimate technology. Never underestimate ingenuity of human intelligence.
Fair enough. The only reason I'm asking about gold, again, Deepak, is that that's where the money goes when there's a lot of volatility and uncertainty. One is to sort of stick with that uncertainty and ride it out over a long period of time. And the other is, how do you calculate, short-term strategies? Forget about 10-year strategies. What about 3-year strategies?
With gold?
With your investments. If for a 3-year strategy, does it make sense for me then to, invest a significant chunk of my money in gold? And with the financialization of gold, he's talking about, if it is going to be SIPs, might as well put in an SIP into a gold mutual fund, isn't it?
Well, if you look at the history of gold investments, are there enough periods of 3 years where gold has given you negative returns? The answer is yes. So, in the last decade itself, you've had multiple 3-year periods, overlapping perhaps, but that have given negative returns on a 3-year basis. Remember, gold at some point was $2,000, 2011. Then it was $1,200 in 2014 or 15 or 16 or something like that. And so it had fallen 30 or 40% in dollar terms. It didn't fall so much in rupee terms because the rupee depreciated in that time frame. 2013, the rupee went to 68 and so on. So you had, and plus India put a 15% import duty. So naturally the gold prices in India were 15% higher than the world. So you got that as a fillip. So if the gold price fell by 40, 15% duty, 5 or 10% as this thing. So we fell only maybe 10 or 15%. But we did fall 10 or 15%. After 3 years, if you have 10 or 15% less of your money, even if it's invested in gold, will you be unhappy? If you had bought physical gold, you lose 10% the minute you buy it. Physical gold. Because there's some making charge, there's some wastage. I don't know what this concept means. Who wastes gold? But okay, there's some 3% wastage.
Scrappage would be a good idea.
Scrappage or whatever it is. And then there is a difference between the buy price and the sell price. The same guy who sells it to you for 8,600 rupees a gram buys it back from you at 8,300 rupees a gram. Why? I don't know. It's universally accepted. The minute you buy gold, you've lost 10%. It needs to go up by 10% for you to break even. If you're thinking of this to happen over a 3-year period, and inflation is, well, the country's inflation is only about 4.5%. And gold is a hedge against inflation in the long run. You're probably going to get this 10% as just the inflation move itself. So you lose 10% on entry, on physical gold. And 3 years later, you just about recover your investment. Then in 3 years, isn't our FD better? I'm just saying that, you could get a move like this, which we've had in the last 1 year. Or 2 years, but I don't know whether you can bet on this move happening every 1 year or 2 years. Okay. We should perhaps, and remember that India has now reduced the duties. Correct. From 15% down to 6, it might come down to 3, considering the world's, or at least India is saying that tariffs are not, we're going to lower tariffs. We might actually, because there's a 6% duty and a 3% GST in India, so 9%, on 1 kg of gold, which is roughly this in gold, less than this in fact. 9% is of 86 lakh rupees, which is 1 kg of gold, is nearly 8 lakh rupees. No wonder there's so much smuggling coming in from Dubai. There's some daughter of a police inspector or
I knew you were just alluding to the latest headlines on the gold smuggling case from Karnataka, from where you come from actually.
Yes. It's quite startling, but it's not surprising. Yeah. Because if my win is 8 lakhs and my loss is once in 15 years, I'll get caught, and then people will forget after 2-3 months.
The reason why I was even discussing this is because, Dhirendra, how should people be careful? One, if they're investing directly in the markets, they should be careful. It's not like you just throw in money and you're going to make money come what may. The other is investing in mutual funds too. Are there certain funds that are better off for you? Is it the right time to avoid mid-cap and small-cap funds? Do flexi-cap funds work better in the long run? If you're looking at an investment horizon of 5 years or 10 years, do flexi-cap funds do better? Sectoral funds are there. And, would you say then gold MFs are a good idea? So people have to be careful in terms of which MFs that they're putting their money into.
Yeah, like it is, mutual funds are, where they were supposed to, or they were invented to simplify people's life. You can't invest in the market wisely, or, all the principles, or it requires a knowledgeable guy who has the understanding. But then, like most other dimensions of life, you go to choose a car and there's a problem of plenty. So is with soaps, so is with a shampoo.
Mobile phones.
So, you run a program which actually tells you how to choose one, or maybe the supply. So is with mutual fund. But that doesn't mean that, you can't do with a simple solution. There is a simple solution for, 5-6 kind of funds can actually fulfill most investors' life and well and comprehensively. But then it requires, as somebody said that, simplicity is the ultimate sophistication. But it takes many years, decades to actually appreciate it, or to really have the maturity to embrace simplicity. Most long-term investors investing in equity, their needs will be fulfilled by a multi-cap fund, and that's good enough. And maybe one, at most two. Somebody who is in his 40s getting started, maybe investing for next 10 years, beginning his SIP and some periodic investment, maybe a multi-asset fund, because he may not be, because I'll tell you, the real life experiences. I live in Delhi, and I'm in touch with many bureaucrats, and many of them are getting older because they're a little senior to me and they're retiring. And they come with all their superannuation benefits, and they say this has to be invested. And when I come across a 60-year-old bureaucrat who has never invested in the market, it takes me a lot of time to actually persuade him to invest in an aggressive hybrid fund. Because when I ask them that, what is your income requirement? Post-retirement, they are still rich guys, they will be getting inflation-adjusted pension. So they said that I don't need income, I don't need this. But, it takes me time for them to be persuaded to invest in a market, in an instrument, which can still potentially go down by a couple of percent in many months. And some of them actually choose not to. So it takes time to get used to it. But when it comes to these mutual funds, I think 3-4 kind of funds can be useful. If you have money for a couple of months, consider an ultra short-term bond fund. Money for a few days, liquid fund. A multi-cap fund will do most of your equity investments heavy listing. If you are a first-time conservative investor and little older who will get upset if it goes down by 5% in a month, start with aggressive hybrid or a multi-asset fund. And these 4 kind of funds can actually fulfill all your lifetime goals.
Wow.
And you can ignore the rest. Rest of
Index
it is a story.
funds? Index funds?
Index fund is a substitute of your multi-cap fund, but unfortunately, the index funds, we don't, what you come across as an index fund is a Nifty 50 or a Sensex, which is a large cap fund.
Yeah.
And it does not get you enough diversification. If you look at any 10-year period, we are missing the point that most actively managed fund, over 10-15-year period, has beaten the index by a modest margin or a handsome margin.
There you go.
But the way index fund is being touted as if it has to really beat the index on a month-on-month basis, on a quarter-on-quarter basis, or year-on-year basis. People don't get up on 1st of January to invest to beat it by 31st of December. That's how it is being computed. That is how it's being compared. But there are many excuses why people don't invest in market, and one of it is choosing is complex. If that is an objection, by all means invest in an index fund instead of a multi-cap fund, because you will still be able to derive 80% of the benefit that you will derive from participation in equity.
It's better than not participating in it, isn't it? Nilesh, again, it's a question if I ask you, same question I'm asking Dhirendra, what would be your advice to retail investors who are looking to invest money in mutual funds, be it in lump sums or in SIP, in a market like this? What would be your advice? What are the kinds of funds that they should choose?
So my advice to every inexperienced retail investor will be, when your physical health is in trouble, you don't go to the chemist, you go to the doctor, share your symptom, and then whatever prescription doctor gives you, follow. Normally, doctor will give you 3 days medicine, morning, afternoon, evening. You don't take all the 9 doses at one go and hope to be cured. You follow doctor's prescription. Same thing is true in financial health. Go to an advisor, go to a mutual fund distributor. First, share your risk profile, share your investment goal. Ask him or her to give you prescription for financial health, and then follow it. 2 examples I'll give which shows why there is a need for someone to guide you. In COVID time, a colleague of mine called up. He was talking to his doctor, and his doctor requested to redeem all his equities and mutual funds to move into fixed deposit. So the colleague said, why don't you speak to Nilesh Bhai? I was speaking with the person for the first time. And in COVID, we were worried about our future. What will you tell others? So my request was that let's wait for 3-6 months. Some medicine will come, then we'll see. Doctor didn't listen to me, sold everything around bottom of the market, put money into FD, converted notional loss into real loss. And after 3-4 months, called back again saying that Nilesh bhai, jo market mein return 3 mahine mein mila, wo to FD mein 3 saal mein nahi milega. Ab kya kare? On the other hand, I have never met this lady, a 75-year-old widow. She had earned her money and she was getting some pension, and she got some inheritance from the husband. And in the COVID time, her investment was geared towards bonds, debentures, debt mutual funds, hybrid funds. And she called her broker कि बेटा मेरा सारा पैसा equity में shift कर दे. And the broker was puzzled, saying that माँ जी इतना risk लेंगे? And she said, बेटा ये उम्र में अब risk नहीं लूँगी तो कब लूँगी? And she shifted all the money into equity funds around bottom of the market. Today, her wealth is 3-4 times more than what she had earned over 75 years of her life. And many a times, when we make such statement, तो लोग तालियां नहीं मारते सरदार जी, लोग बोलते हैं नीलेश भाई जिंदगी में पैसा ही सब कुछ थोड़ी है, 75 साल पे तो रिश्तेदारी काम में आती है, पैसे से क्या कम चलेगा. तो let me assure you, in the 75 years of her life, जितने relative उसने बनाए थे, आज उसके पास इससे ज़्यादा relative हैं.
But you're still not, I asked you a very specific question. If I, as a retail investor, even if I were to speak to my portfolio manager and tell them, please kindly stay away from mid-cap funds, please stay away from small-cap funds, any pointers that you would like to give?
So I will still recommend go to a good distributor advisor, and suppose if you don't want to go to a third person, then please put money in what is known as multi-asset allocation fund. It's a Harfan Maula fund which divides between debt, equity, and precious metal like gold and silver. The fund manager takes view on a longer term basis on how much to allocate in which asset class. Industry has many multi-asset allocation fund. And my guess is that 99% of retail investors has underperformed multi-asset allocation fund performance over a longer period of time. 1% would definitely outperform that kind of fund. So if you don't want to get into financial planning and share your goals and objectives with a third person, just keep on investing in multi-asset allocation fund whenever you have money. But please give long-term to fund manager. Fund managers are not magicians. They can't generate return in a short term. Give them time. Your dreams, your aspirations, your financial goals will be achieved.
Deepak, would you concur with? I see strong agreement coming in from both you and Dhirendra. Net, if you were to sum up this discussion for all the doubts and fears in the minds of everybody, go out there, pick a multi-asset allocation fund, put lump sum in it or SIP in it, whichever way you do it, you should be fine. Just forget about that money for the next 5 to 10 years.
Honestly, fund managers will say that, no? Because I mean, you're listening it, you're asking a barber if you want a haircut at some point, right? But I think it's also a very interesting thing about mutual funds is we have seen that behavior is the driver of investing. Of your investments. You invest because your behavior is in a certain way. Markets are down, you want to invest less, you want to cut SIPs. Your markets are up, you want to increase SIPs. That's natural behavior. And one of the reasons these multi-asset or these hybrid kind of funds work is that if I told you to put 33% of your money in equity, 33% of your money in debt, 33% of your money in gold, there will be times when equity will be doing really well and you'll be saying, "Ye debt mein kyun rakh raha hu? Why am I?" And then someday gold will be doing maybe not so well as equity, and you'll say, "Gold ka nikal ke equity, gold kaun khareedta hai? Wo to ghar pe pada hua hai." All these questions are because now you're seeing them as individual parameters. If I said, forget all this, there is one thing that does all them, and it mixes the price. You're getting the appreciation on 33% of equity and 33% of debt and into one NAV. That NAV is not going up by 20% or 25%, it's going up by 12% or 11% or 10%. And when it falls also, it doesn't fall as much as equity because the debt thing cushions you. But you don't see the individual component. So your behavior is different. So if you're a person who reacts to the prices because you act like this is your 10th standard report card every day, honestly...
Oh, I'll never forget my 10th standard report card. I used to dread it.
It's a thing that all of us remember and sometimes fear, depending on what you did. But it is actually something that, because the markets give you a report card every day, you feel like you are being tested and you have failed or succeeded every day.
That's because all these portfolio managing services, they give you this app, and the app has a pie chart, and then there are colors on it. And when you see red on it, you are like, okay, my day hasn't begun the right way.
You know, there is this option in some new Android phones which says, remove all the color on my phone. It's only black and white. So you can't see this red and green anymore. Therefore, you perhaps react much lesser. Apparently, it's healthier. And I think it's healthier in the markets to A, open your apps less often, and B, to make it black and white, which may be an interesting way for you to not react like crazy, because in the end, you're only looking at some grays and hoping they're better than the others. Yeah.
Right. Life exists in shades of gray. I'm going to take one last quick comment from Dhirendra, because we're completely out of time here. Dhirendra, one simple line of advice to all those watching this, for all those who sort of found ways to stop their SIPs or take money out of mutual funds and are sitting on the fence right now, wondering, looking up at the skies, going, Bhagwan, kya hone wala hai?
All I can say is don't do that. Because, you'll be depriving yourself. In fact, this multi-asset hybrid and all these things, there is one very nuanced thing which has come about. Equity investing was, all the returns were tax-free not very long ago. Now, every time you have gains, you want to rebalance it, you want to move, assuming that you choose to invest 50% of your money into equity, 50% into debt. And every time one thing became 60, you changed it, reset it to 50. What happens is every time you have a 10% gain, it gets reduced by 12.5%, which is the long-term gains, assuming you held it for 1 year and more. So when you entrust it to a fund manager, he does all that. And you are not liable for that. So this is a great, keep it simple. Choose 1 or 2 funds. Start investing. Don't fiddle with it. And for first 2-3 years, don't open your app. Just open it to make investment. You have nothing to lose while you are still accumulating. Worry about it after 3-4 years if you need to apply some rules.
I could loud and clear. The message is very, very loud and clear. Don't fiddle with it. Don't look at your apps all the time. Reduce screen time. I mean, the whole point is that we're supposed to all reduce our screen times on our phones either way. Start by reducing the number of times you look at your investment app and seeing whether it's going up or down. Clear message coming in from this entire panel. Keep investing, stay invested, and don't expect magic, because neither are fund managers magicians, nor are you. So keep it simple and keep it consistent. That's the message coming in. I'm going to wrap things up on that front. I'm going to ask for a huge round of applause for the wonderful panelists we had for the discussion, who could not make it any clearer for us. Thank you, Nilesh Shah, thank you, Dhirendra Kumar, and thank you, Deepak Shenoy, for being with us and putting this in such simple terms for us. And, more than all those watching, I got a huge piece of advice of what I need to do with my own portfolio as well. Thank you so much for doing that. And thank you for the huge round of applause for the audience inside the room over here. Huge. And I'm going to wrap up this discussion on that note. We're completely out of time over here. The next discussion is going to come up, is going to be moderated by my colleague Shweta Kothari. But before we do that, I'm going to make a quick mention about our session partner, National Insurance Company Limited, our session partner. Thank you to the National Insurance Company Limited. And with that, I wrap things up on this particular session, requesting my colleague and friend Shweta Kothari to please take over.
Thank you very much, Krishna. I don't think I can match up to his energy, but I will try my best nonetheless. All right, up next, scaling and education, preparing India for Viksit Bharat. Let's quickly play the AV before we introduce our guests.
India is on a mission to become Viksit Bharat by 2047. But to achieve this vision, skilling and empowering its workforce is critical. A skilled workforce drives innovation, productivity, and global competitiveness. With rapid technological advancements, bridging skill gap has never been more urgent. To address this, India must revamp its education framework. Skilling India isn't just about creating jobs. It's about building a future-ready workforce that can lead globally. By investing in education, technology, and lifelong learning, India can unlock its demographic dividend. Pave the way for a prosperous, inclusive future. Together, let's skill India for Viksit Bharat.
Skilling India for Viksit Bharat, that's the panel that we're starting with. It is my proud privilege to welcome with me the panelists for this discussion. Pankaj Bansal, founder, Carrot Capital and Tact. Karthik Narayanan, CEO, Staffing, Team Lead Services, on my right. Jonas Margraf, Managing Director, Fintiba, on my left. Dr. Rajesh Shukla, Managing Director and CEO, People Research on India's Consumer Economy, is also on my right. Jaspreet Singh, GCC Leader, Advisory Services, Grant Thornton Bharat, is also with us here today. E.L. James, Pro VC, Karuna University, is with us. And finally, Dr. Mohit Verma, Director, Amity Education, is also joining us. I cannot locate him if he's around. Please join us, sir. All right, I know we are 1 hour since lunchtime, and this is the time when people are most sleepy, and this is one of those sessions where I promise to keep you up and about. So let's start with an exercise. With a show of hands, how many of you have an advanced degree? When I say advanced degree, a degree beyond bachelor's. Oh, that's 80% of you. All right. How many of you have a degree in which you have a job? So essentially your degree, your bachelor's or your advanced degree helped you get a job. Okay, a fewer hands, but still, I think a lot, many. You are amongst very few, which is about 51% people in this country, and that is according to Economic Survey of 23-24, who happen to be employable because you have a degree. The Economic Survey suggests that only 51% of people in this country who are graduates are actually employable. Essentially, 49% of this country's population, which is the employable youth, does not end up getting a degree, does not end up getting a job on the basis of their degree, which means that there is a skill mismatch that we are looking at. It is alarming, and it is a problem that we must nip in the bud as soon as we can in order to reach our goals of Viksit Bharat by 2047. And with that in mind, let me quickly begin by asking you, Karthik. You and I have had previous conversations on how much the jobs market has changed in the last decade or so, more pronounced in the last year and a half. And there is a buzzword, AI, which has rattled everybody, especially young graduates. They don't know whether they are going to be employable. They don't know whether they'll have a job or not a year or from now. And data tells you that India needs at least 1 million AI-skilled workforce by 2047. How far are we from that dream or achievement?
No, thanks, Shweta. I think, first things first on the point, that you mentioned about skills and employability, especially. We are a large, I want to say people supply chain company, contract staffing company. Mm-hmm. And what I see is, and on any given month, I have 20 to 30,000 open positions and I can hardly fill 1/3 of it. Right? So when we speak about,
Are these AI-related jobs?
They're not. They are all kinds of jobs.
Okay.
Yeah, all kinds of jobs. If I have to give you a quick answer to that particular point, I don't think so AI is going to fundamentally replace. I think people who have some knowledge of AI will be able to do slightly better than everybody else right now. So it's not complete automation which is going to replace, everybody's job. People's, ability will be enhanced. But the point that you mentioned, is an important point for us because I think the point is not really understood in depth. And when we are looking at so many open positions, the question I ask myself is, where are the jobs? Where are the people? I think the number one problem which is coming across, which is very poorly understood, is obviously education levels, no questions on that. But more importantly, the 5 southern states are aging. Okay, so there are not enough people, there right now for them to be employed. A lot of young people out there are where they're available is actually up in the north, in Uttar Pradesh, in Bihar, Jharkhand, Northeast. Their education levels are at a particular level, right? So fundamentally, the number one problem is, how do I make sure saying I'm able to get those people skilled at a particular level and being able to get them down? I think that's problem number one. I think there are multiple such issues with respect to quality of skill as well, right? As to what levels they are in. They need to migrate to a different location altogether. I think all of these are fundamental problems for us being able to harness the youth and being able to get them jobs as well. So there's no one answer to the question that you're stating about.
All right, so it's a complex problem, but what you're essentially saying is 1/3 of the jobs that you have remain unfilled because you cannot get the right talent.
That's right.
All right, and so where's the talent and what is the talent doing? Let me get in Dr. Rajesh Shukla. You mentioned about the fact that you are soon going to release research, Dr. Shukla, on where the gaps are in skilling. Can you share some insights with us?
It is actually the important thing to just know, knowing the and addressing and understanding the issue actually. You see, India is now globalized world actually, so we are not actually working in the, one should not work in the isolation. But if you look at the international classification of standard occupation, which is defined by the ILO, you will find that of the total India's workforce is hardly 4% belongs to level 4, and where China is 25%.
And what do you mean by level 4?
Level 4, when we are saying level 4, those who are, as you have asked, those who are graduated, those who are formally engaged into the services. They are having postgraduate degree, they are having actually graduate and postgraduate, and also doing the professional job actually. So
you're saying only 4% of India's population are on level 4?
As 4% is hardly, those who are highly specialized tasks requiring theoretical knowledge and decision making, these are the doctors, engineers, teachers, senior management professionals.
Who amongst here is a doctor, engineer, senior manager? Show of hands, please. How many of you are doctors, engineers, senior managers, people in management? Karthik, your hand too, please.
Yeah.
Dare say, not an engineer, not a doctor.
But a senior manager. Again, once again, please, show of hands. How many of you are in senior managerial positions? All right, I think we have a very interesting crowd here, Dr. Shukla. I think majority of us, at least in this in this chamber today, are highly specialized people.
So this is actually issue actually what we are addressing actually. We are addressing just a drop to the ocean actually. 70% India lives into the rural India. Means skills, if you look at this type of, I am saying it is 70%, which is Korea, which looks like the US. But in Korea, total workforce, if you look at it, is 90% is level 4. 90. US is 75%. China is 25% actually. And we are 6%. So I am saying here is the requirement. So one is size matters. But most important thing is what is actually requirement. Second thing, Sweta, I would like to also mention, because we are looking for the Viksit Bharat. Whatever the normal, you can see, issue we are facing for 75 years, it will be not the problem for next after 5 years actually. पानी सबके घर में होगा, बिजली सबके घर में होगा, सबको टीका लग चुका होगा, सबके घर में गैस के सिलेंडर होंगे. Problem will be entirely different actually. To deal that and to create that, we need different set of skills. For that, actually, we have to work hard. Actually.
All right. All right. And what will these skills be? Jaspreet Singh, we spoke briefly before this session, and you talked about how it's going to be very difficult for young people to find a job, and to retain that job if they don't skill themselves.
I think a very pertinent question, and we are already seeing this. Pick up any newspaper
in the last 3 to 4 weeks, it's a global phenomena where freshers are still struggling to find jobs, right? And I think I have a very different perspective to what Karthik said. I think everybody today, especially a lot of senior, with due respect, HR leaders are currently living in denial. If they'll say that, AI will not take away jobs, this is the classical case that we are seeing from just look at ITS companies' hiring pattern in the last 1 year. There are so many jobs that AI will take, but that said, I think the time is when you need to reskill. And reskilling is not going to be easy. And why are we only talking about IT, ITES, or technology jobs when we talk about AI? The problem is much larger. How do we adopt, and you said, where are the future of jobs going to be? Future of jobs is when we look at all such technologies and adapt to them to each industry, and not only go after one particular industry. There's a hype cycle that Gartner promotes. Today, AI is the hype cycle. Everybody starts talking about AI. Till about 2 years ago, everything was on cloud, right? How do we make sure that not only freshers, but people in mid-management are actually able to switch jobs, to understand these technologies much, much better, whether it is AI, whether it is cloud, and how do we increase their employability also, I think is a huge challenge that we are looking at.
Whose responsibility is it? Because the government is spending, they've allocated about 6,000 crore rupees in the budget for skill development, but that's not enough. We've not seen any private sector participation. They're not even ready to roll out the internship scheme. So whose responsibility is it, therefore? Is it down to you and me to reskill ourselves? And if yes, where do we get the right knowledge from?
I think there's no, it's a very difficult question to answer. First of all, there is no one size shoe that will fit everybody. I think obviously it's one individual's responsibility. Today you don't need a fancy degree. There are so many micro-segmentation courses available, 20-minute YouTube videos available while you are stuck in a traffic. You could look at those videos. But I think it's also the responsibility.
They help you in skill building, but do they help you get a job?
If you look at the traditional workforce, right, where everybody needed a higher education degree to get a job, I think the pivot is changing. Look at organizations that hire techies. It's no longer necessary that you have a fancy engineering degree. If you are very good at what you do, you'd still find a job any day. And that's what's happening. There's something called as prompt engineers in AI, people who actually do the coding behind the AI, right? You'll see that almost 30% of those engineers are not even graduates today, right? Why can't we look at one such model with the government-private collaboration and take this to the next level?
Pankaj Bansal, we've, I think, seen in the past couple of years now that traditional education, as Mr. Singh was pointing out, has now kept pace with the industry needs. And so I think the responsibility of reskilling, upskilling comes down to individual employees. What should they do? So I think I'm going to make it easy for you. If I'm a journalist today, and I've been a journalist for the last 10 years or so, which is a decade, what do I need to do today to be able to change my profession, to be able to upskill myself to, let's say, become a management trainee?
So it's very clear, friends, that this whole conversation, we cannot just pin it down to an employee. The problem or the stakeholder that at least I hold responsible is not government. I can give you 10 schemes where government has done what they're supposed to do. I can give you 10, there are 4 ministries who are working on it. I can give you 20 corporations from Bajaj Auto is investing 5,000 crores to Infosys to, I can just continue to name. The problem lies, Shweta, with one segment called investors. Have you heard any fund in India which invests in jobs? Tell me the name. There is fund for finance, there is fund for everything, insurance, real estate, but there is no fund for this. Why is that? Our category of jobs is not categorized. Right, that's the big problem. That's the reason it's not happening. And is the returns not available? Look at a company. I'll give you a real example. Avigna, India's largest gig service provider. This company was 85 crore valued, exited at 900 crores. I've been tom-tomming about it that please, I request investors to come and invest in the category called jobs and skilling. It's not happening. Number 2,
coming to the institutions, we cannot continue to do degrees. I'm not, sir, a great fan of graduation and post-graduations anymore. You will hire a person if he or she is skilled, ask him, probably he'll agree. Look at the last year's number. Shweta, you quoted 51, it's actually 54%. We own this India Skill Report that you quoted. It is a great story. India is a land of dichotomy. In 2013, when PM Modi took over, we started the report. The number was 33%, 34% of kids were employable. Today, this year, when we concluded, the number is 54%. It's VBox report ETS, which owns TOEFL and GRE. That's a great news, but it's not a great news because still there is 46% to be taken care of. It's a great news that we feel that skilling so much is done. It's not a great news because you just asked, people are worried and scared about AI. Let me give you one more number. Look at the companies last year. 22% jobs were filled last year, non-IT companies, which were from AI. Can you imagine? Non-IT company. I'm not talking AI company. So even in your company, probably if you check last 2 years what hiring they've done, you will be surprised to see how many people came from AI skilling. Answering your last question, that what you should do or any one of us do. Let me ask a question. People who are 50 plus, are you not scared? Tell me. I'm an investor. I built a company called People Strong. I'm an investor. I sometimes feel when I meet youngsters, the pace at which they work. My son built a company with 2 people. I know companies which have 8 employees and their revenue is $20 million. Can you imagine? And you are saying that AI is not going to impact us? It is not correct. So the only answer is that next 2 years, we all should promise ourselves making a list for Parchun to the work we do. We will use AI to do that. We will have an agent called Shweta for Shweta, and Shweta will learn how that agent will work with Shweta. Next time when you will be interviewed, I can promise you 2 years later, you'll be asked your CV and the agent, because your agent will be doing 70-80% of your work. If you cannot find and build an agent, it's our problem. That's my take.
All right, those are very bold predictions, but I also want to engage the other stakeholders in all of this, and that is the education system. E.L. James is with us. Mr. James, I think you as pillars for education in this country have a huge responsibility. You want to come and build people who are ready to take some of these entry-level jobs, at least as you know, people who are in education. What are you doing about it? What are you trying to do as far as bringing up innovation into your curriculum is concerned? I know that government puts a great thrust on Atal Mission Plan. There is money and funding coming from the central government for that. But what are you trying to really change in the ways that traditional education has so far been put to use to ensure that your graduates are future ready?
Before you go into the responsibilities of teaching organizations, let us just think how these teaching organizations are accredited, how these teaching organizations are ranked in this country. This is something which we'll have to think of. You have introduced AI, ML, data analytics, and all that, big data, all that in the syllabi. Now, there is a teaching learning mechanism which is popular in this country, which has to change. Otherwise, what happens is that these people study the theory of AI. They will know artificial neural network, but they will never apply it in the field of water resources. I'm a hydrologist. In the field of water resources, or agriculture, or health sciences, the way they do it abroad. So we use jargons, but are we really serious about this business? Because we cannot be serious because we are still bothered about a degree. We are degree-based. We are not skill-driven. As long as we are degree conscious, and you go to a parent, ask him, okay.
So I wanted to ask you that, do you try and change that in parents also? Do you try and counsel parents as well that the world today doesn't care about the degrees of your kids, they care about what skills they learn?
I'll tell you, you take the example of Germany, where they have got the WITT system, what they call as dual education model. What they do is 70% of the time they spend in the industry. Only 30% of the time they spend in an academic institution. And whatever they study, they apply it. in India, we talk about all that. I'll tell you one thing, industrial houses are shy of the academicians are shy of the industrial end. They both sit in their ivory towers. And whatever they may say about, to show the accreditation agency, you may say that you have got industry academy, a collaboration, partnership. But do you think that a real ecosystem exists here the way in the developed, we are talking about Vikasit Bharat, in the developed countries. For example, I was in Israel recently. I found that all their projects in the universities are run by the industries. Industries don't want an R&D system. They outsource it to the university. University does it, solves the problem, and the professor is important there. Why? Because I want to appoint somebody, I sign the paper, not somebody else in the industry sign the paper. So that is
Mr. James,
you
sorry.
empower the academicians.
Okay, but I have to say this. Aren't academicians also a part of the problem? They live in echo chambers, number one. They refuse to go beyond books, number two. They don't really value hands-on experience. You know, it reminds me of a joke I recently saw somewhere on Instagram. It said that a student went to a teacher and said, I know all about AI. I can tell you 5 good things that AI does, but can you teach me how to switch on a computer? You know, so while we tell our people a lot about what is in the theory, and we do that a lot in our classrooms, there is hardly any practical experience. And I think let's take that question to Dr. Mohit Verma also. You know, he's a director at Amity Education. I think perhaps that's something that you can also talk about. Dr. Mohit? There you are, sir. Yes. You know, it's a problem that we're facing increasingly in our education system, despite the new education policy mandating a more and more hands-on learning experience, internships, it hasn't been really put to place.
Actually, the thing is, the 100% implementation of this national education policy can be a game changer, which is not happening right now. There is a need, the center should direct that there should be a uniform credit framework that should be followed by the states and the union territories to bring the uniformity, which is not happening. With respect to the, prior to this session, we and the Karthik, we were talking to each other. There is a need to give this skill at the school level. Let's say China. In December 2024, they implemented the AI from the school itself, from the primary level. So there is need to introduce this AI from the primary level. Let's say Mr. Pankaj Bansal was saying that the 2 people are running a multi-billion-dollar company. This can happen in India also. We can have, you can say more than 200, 500 and 300 unicorns within next 2-3 years. So then there is a need, if we would like to bridge this skill gap. So first we have to focus on the school education. School education can be a game changer. Thereafter, the engineering graduates or whatsoever the management graduates they are graduating, they will have, you can say, the imbibed skill from the school level itself. So there is need to bring this thing into this thing. Because what happens if you, let's say, for the CBSE curriculum, from 2019, the CBSE, they introduced the AI, but they put a condition that the eligibility to teach and offer these AI courses, a school should have a computer lab with at least 20 computers, minimum internet bandwidth of 50 Mbps, and then CBSE provides the teaching. It is not being followed by all the schools at all.
Okay.
Yeah. So if the schools will try to do these things, and let's say,
I mean, partly schools, but partly I believe, I mean, it's your responsibility as well as educators and as academics to perhaps also implement more hands-on learning. And I think we can all take that away, you know, as a lesson. I'm sure there are a lot of young parents also in the house today who understand the importance of going beyond textbooks and who perhaps encourage that amongst their kids. Jonas Margraf is also with us. Jonas, we heard about what Germany has to offer as far as its curriculum is concerned, more comprehensive, more skill-based. You know, tell us about how it's different from India. I'm sure you've been to India enough to know where the stark difference lies.
Yeah, probably not in the details, but at least I know why many students from India come to Germany, and I have some comparisons. I think maybe it sounds to me like we're trying to have a one-size-fits-all approach, right? The question is also what kind of jobs are being replaced by AI and which ones don't. So I think last month the World Economic Forum released the Future Skills Report and telling what will be the main skills required in the future. And this was, of course, AI, data analytics and all this, but on these other sides, all these topics about creativity, self-reflection, everything that AI cannot do. And I think this is a very important point, how this can be included in curriculums. And then it's probably also that not everyone, and this is the German approach that you mentioned about more vocational training, not everyone will be like a job with top cognitive skills, but some people will rather, I don't know, they will be haircutters or something where you do really hands-on practical trainings. And how can you split people into really jobs or educations where they get their full potential? And then in Germany, it's like a 3-split program, I would say. We have really vocational training, which is school-based with a lot of practical expertise, and then we have the universities of applied sciences that have a very practical focus, and then the classical universities that are more science and research-based. And for me, it's difficult to say to what extent you can apply that to India. I know that many other countries are trying to copy or learning from this approach. So there are like universities of applied sciences in China, they try to copy that. Also in Jordan, there are programs. And yeah, it would be nice to have more cooperation also with India, because especially for India, the demand is so big of students want to go to Germany to start dual degrees and 2+2 programs where you can learn from each other and yeah, improve that whole skill exchange. Because I think this is the next point, right, for developing India, that sort of skill exchange is the basis for economic exchange.
Absolutely.
And I think you will need the money out of trade that was being built through these networks.
Jonas, at FinTiba, you also deal with a lot of Indian students, the Indian diaspora that is in Germany. In your assessment, in your understanding, when you deal with these students, what is 1 or 2 skills that they lack that you believe a German student will have by the time they graduate?
Boy, that's also, I mean, some of them, they don't lack skills, that sort of the best brains come to Germany, and we love to see all these skills coming in. I would say one of the biggest differences is, this is more like probably like a cultural mindset from like the 2 country cultures, is Germany is a much more individualistic country, so you are very self-dependent on organizing everything through a university. There's no hand-holding. Like Indian students, if you grow up in sort of a wealthy background, I don't know, you're used to have like a driver, someone who's preparing your meal, preparing tea, and then you come to Germany and you have to do everything on your own. I think this is one of the biggest obstacles, that sort of it takes so much time, and then Indian students say, so when do I study, when do I work, how do I don't know, how do I clean my how do I do the dishes or the laundry? They have to call their moms, whatever. So this is one of the big things that is really different. And I think when it comes to academics, it's really that's like the responsibility on your own to find your way or to organize yourself. I would say this is a different thing.
Right. We do have a question, sir. I'll come to you. I'll come to you in just a bit. I think we are short on time, but I want to go back to Pankaj here. Pankaj, I think other countries allowing students to be more individualistic, which essentially means letting them do what they want to do. Now, we live in a society where we want our kids to be doctors, engineers, so on and so forth, and there are limited 2 or 3 career options beyond which we either don't support our kids, we don't allow them to grow, or we fear that they may not be able to get a job or 2. My question, therefore, to you is, how do you really change a mindset here? While you can bring about policy reforms, you can invest money, but this is a mindset issue as well.
So Shweta, look at it. We will not be saying graduates. He mentioned, I think, we'll be saying 5.5. That's the NEP, right? Okay. So everything you will do will have a credit. So firstly, India has to implement NEP in its totality, number 1. Number 2, sir mentioned, and I'm completely in disagreement. For instance, internships. Why can't we believe that internships should be done at class 9 to 12? Why can't this happen? A company named UA. I'm giving examples so that people know I'm not talking theory. YUU, VH, AH. Last year, 2 lakh kids registered on it. 2 lakh 9th to 12th class students. People have got scholarships for complete 2 crores to study in Canada. They've got all kind of things. So that's number 2. Third example, education you spoke about. Masters Union, India's number 1 college this year, highest placement. Can you tell me which degree they are giving? Nothing. It's a one-year program. Ahead of IIM Ahmedabad and ISB. Last example, Sunstone, India's #2 MBA today, doesn't own a single building. So all I'm trying to say is this fascination
But
with
they're
degrees
too
is
far,
over.
too few, Pankaj. I
So
think
I agree, that's the beginning. I'm saying that it has started only last 5 years. That's why I'm saying we need investors. Government has done their bit, NEB has happened, they have got enough happening. The other side, there is enough happening on the corporation side. Now we all need to come together. I'm so glad that TV9 is doing it. No channel is covering jobs as an agenda. Only I see political rhetoric saying that this government should fall, jobs are not there. I'm hearing since I was a kid. So it's
so.
the
You're
time.
saying there are enough jobs?
I'm not saying enough jobs. Jobs are not existing because of global problem. Jobs are going away. The only way, look at India. Which sector job is created? GCCs. Every week we have 2 GCCs being opened in India. That's the job. What are the next jobs coming? The bike drivers, right? Electric vehicles. My fund is investing in that. So I'm saying let's find areas where jobs can happen and create commercial viability. Our problem is we think it's government's problem. It's Prime Minister or Chief Minister. No one can solve it. They have done the policy decisions. It's up to us, for all industry people to come together, and HR leaders, if they are sitting here, they've got to accept kids in internship. That's the only way to go, my take.
All right. And I think, Karthik, I believe you can come in here. For private companies to start participating now, to start investing, to, put their money where the mouth is. They have not been able to roll the government's internship scheme despite a policy framework in place. Government also suggesting that it's going to help with at least the first tranche of salaries. What's holding the private sector back?
I think you're referring to the PM 2024
That's
internship
right.
scheme. I think it's taken off in some measures, but not taken off in the scale that it was imagined to be. I think the ELI part of the scheme is still to be notified. So to that extent, I'm not blame too much on the private side. I think that's still to come through. I think a very large part of the problem as well that we are facing as a society, and to the previous point that you spoke about, is the fact that today if you have a delivery person in Bangalore, he pretty much with no education at all earns 30 to 40,000 rupees. So it's not just skills, it is equally wages, it bases productivity. So if you have alternates, available for an individual to be able to make that kind of money, very few want to get into an internship apprenticeship scheme which pays them only 5,000 or 10,000. A very large part of the problem that I face is attrition at my base of nearly about 3.5 lakh people is 10 to 15% a month. And as much derisively as we look upon them, they actually switch jobs for 5-10% hike.
Mm-hmm.
So when we have many of these schemes which are put across, it is actually not so much aspirational saying, I want to work over here, learn this skill and do that. I want to get paid immediately, and whatever kind of get paid me immediately, I want to kind of move towards that. I think fundamentally, it's a sourcing problem which is taking place as we speak.
All right. Jaspreet, I think people want some dignity in jobs. And as much as, it pays you to be a delivery person, it is an interim job. People are still looking for a job which can give them some sort of guarantees when they go back home at the end of the day. And unfortunately, there are not many that jobs right now. Where's the problem? We discussed that there is some sort of policy implementation in place, government is hand-holding, there's enough money coming in. I think will is a problem, investment, as Pankaj pointed out, is a problem. How do you really summarize where the problem lies in perhaps 60 seconds?
I think it's how the entire ecosystem comes together, right? Like as Pankaj said, government's doing its job. Karthik said corporates are doing their job. People are always eager to earn more and more, right? I think it's how you bridge the gap together, how you bring the entire ecosystem together on a single page, not look at 2 years, 4 years problem. Look at what are the sunshine sectors that are going to, have jobs. For example, GCCs, right? Everybody's talking about GCCs coming in. Every week, 2 or 3 companies entering India. Why can't we invest ahead of the curve and look at what are the skills needed to deliver in those GCCs, say 24 months to 36 months down the line, and start training those people now. Totally agree with the point on the internships should start not after 12th engineering, first year, second year. It should start from class 10th. Today, at least a lot of forward-looking schools have started curriculums on AI, computer science, as early as class 7th, class 8th, and that is the way to go. Because I'm not talking about whether you want a degree or whether you don't want a degree, but these AI and some of the other technologies will become basic life skills.
Okay.
And that is where the entire technology, government, public-private partnership has to play as an ecosystem.
All right, I think I've run out of time, but to summarize, by 2047, about 60% of our workforce will be under the age of 35. We risk making this demographic dividend, turning it into a demographic disaster if we don't do something now. And perhaps skilling, reskilling, upskilling, that's the nature of the game going forward. Let's quickly take a question. Yes, sir, before we wind up.
So I'm Amitabh Ghosh. I don't live here. I live in the US. So one overall picture that we're probably not factoring into the discussion is we're talking mostly of technology reskilling, right? So there are probably 15 lakh engineers being produced and maybe, I don't know, 50,000 jobs. So, say there's somebody from Tata Motors here today, right? So anyway, how many engineers is Tata Motors hiring and how much is the output? And multiplied that by 5 times. So that's one thing. And you're ignoring the 94% which are not into technology and not have college degrees. Like part of India earns less than 200. So what are they going to do? So I think that is the huge demographic liability that you are referring to. And that has a much, you cannot skill them in a university. They can't even afford to go to a university. So that is the huge problem, I think, which we are facing.
All right, thank you for that input. Anybody else? Yes, sir.
I have one observation during the discussion, actually. There are a lot of rules, laws, advocacy being followed by our government to follow for creation of private company, whether it is private limited company, whatever may be. Why not in private sector, when people are recruiting, there should be advocacy from the government end that there should be some parameters for recruiting the people. I request all the fellow panelists to have an idea.
What parameters, sir?
That is what the parameters, that if you were talking about the skilling part, in this particular session you are comparing the skills with the education actually, what I understood. If the skills is there, why the private company cannot retain their staff for a long time?
Okay, so
this is
if I'm reading that question right, you're suggesting why do we really need a degree if we have the right skills?
If they recruit a competent person on the competent place.
I think we all agree on that. All the panelists agree on that?
Comment here. So the largest skilling program in the world is happening in India. I think we are underestimating in India, in civil servants. We have 2.8 crore civil servants. I'm on the board, disclaimer, Karmayogi Bharat. That's Prime Minister's initiative. 2.8 crore people. As we speak in last 1 year, 80 lakh government officers, I'm sure some of you are sitting here, are on this platform called Karmayogi Bharat. So we are only worrying about skilling of people who are entering the workforce. Think about the people who are in the workforce. 1 out of 2 will be out of job because they're not skilled. So government has taken the first step for its own officers. Since independence, nothing was done. No, there were training institutions, traditional training. This is IGOT, launched by Karmayogi Bharat. So happening. Secondly, 77% of the corporations are clearly saying and indicating that we will invest in reskilling of our workforce. So this is an equally big problem, Shweta, as we move forward. It's not just the workforce which is yet to make.
Totally agree.
Yes, sir.
Shweta, my worries is it is being 30 years in the professional world, listening all the panelists since last 25 years. We in India is the buyer-based organizations, right? My buyer has a price tag for every service and product. When we talk about skilling, now from last 1 decade, even the government budgets are falling like on gold sheets, right, of the management, which is cascaded to the different ministries now. These numbers, when Pankaj gives 6,000 crore number, which means 100 rupees for the 60 crore workforce, that we are going to skill. And when we talk about these things, how it is going to talk about the sustainable job? Is job is the problem, or getting on a sustainable job every time is the problem? So we need to address the right thing.
I wonder if there's anything called like a sustainable job today, a job in which you can sustain for years. I'm not sure, Pankaj, would you like to take that question?
Even government can't guarantee you. They are skilling people so that you get that passport so that you're skillable. Your skill is the only passport to guarantee a job, otherwise go gig. And there are, if you're talking traditional definition, then it's green jobs, but that's sustainability different. But if you're saying that my job will remain with me for life, there is no such job exist in the world.
Sir, rather we can talk about the sustainable career rather than the job
Yeah.
versus career.
So
That
then
is
you need
the-
a skill passport. That's the skill passport each one of us need to have. Every 5 years, go back and think what we can do.
Yeah, Mr. Karthik, do you have any observation for my question actually?
Sir, you have to say that question again.
I have already placed the question actually beyond every of you.
Could you repeat the question?
Yeah, could you repeat that
please?
question, please?
There should be a proper advocacy from the government side for recruiting for the private jobs actually, private job employer I am talking about. What is your take on that, because you are a recruiting company?
Should you be recruiting somebody who doesn't have a degree? Let's say I'm a class 12th pass out, I have the skills you need. Will you be recruiting me, or would you still need me to have a bachelor's degree?
Well, to be honest with you, I think it's, the skills or credentialing, as we call it, it's really used as a sorting parameter as we speak by private companies, depending on the kind of jobs that, people are applying for. But outside of that, at least in the space that we are occupying it, and which is really minimum wages, there's really no threshold which is being kept for anybody. There is some sort of a threshold which is there as far as services jobs are concerned, where you required basic skills, etc., and all that. But outside of that, I really don't think so. Government should get into it in terms of mandating, saying what should be the minimum qualification. I think we have the other set of problem, which is not enough skilled people to even meet a threshold. Correct. In fact, of recent, the changes that I've seen is large manufacturing plants are mandating anybody who was even 8 or 9 standard pass out to be able to join them, because they've been given 3 months of training and then they come on the assembly line. Right.
Yeah. A question to all the panelists. What is the relevance now of all the skills council that the country created? A number of them. And I ask this question because I come from space GIS, that is an industry. And we've been advocating a skills council for this industry that is supposedly sunrise industry. And all we get from the government is that, see, the other skills councils are not working, they are running into losses. So what's your take? Are they still relevant, or some different alternative mechanisms are needed for the country?
Is that question to anyone in particular?
Anyone who
Anybody?
would like to answer.
I would like to add one thing into that, right? Because there are the skill sector councils, right, which we have. Skill sector councils which we have like textile. Okay, where the spinning industry is diminishing like anything else, we do still have an existence of this, whereas the power loom is coming in, the chemical industry roles comes into that. We have wood panel industry, but we do not realize that it is not the wood, now it is an MDF and the PDF, and we do not have any skill sector. We have automobile sector, right? But we do not have anything specific to EV industry, and whole of the nation is going towards that. So now you can add on.
We'll answer.
Actually, what I would like to just again, it is your, yeah, just to take what I have started, let me mention that at whatever workforce we are having and comparing, because when we are talking about global workforce, majority of ours as our skill level, if you take the 50%, 56% as level 2. Means level 2, where actually if you take developed country, it is 60% and above on the level 4 actually. So let us see whatever the workforce we are having, and as you are saying, a lot need to be done actually, whatever existing, that is one. Second thing is, as he has asked about the councils, we always create with the good intention. And whatever it is existing, but the efficacy of the councils need to be looked very, very seriously. And let me say, if that is working, then probably this panel might be irrelevant actually, because the skilling is happening. And second thing is, what I would like to say, I mostly focus on the whatever upcoming workforce, which is youth actually, because they are in the school, they are in the colleges, they are the university. Let us start, which is coming into the workforce. Let us first correct that actually, by which at least we are going to get the right type of people according to our requirement, that skill. So it is a responsibility of educator. It is a responsibility of policymaker. It is also responsibility of individual youth to find out what best skill is required, and each one should keep where India is going to next 5 years. Let us take your responsibility up front and serve the country.
Thank you, Dr. Shukla, for that very candid answer.
Any other question? Yes.
Hello everyone, my name is Amrinder. So my question to the panel is, like, we are talking about what will happen and what should be happen. But my question is, what of those who are currently pursuing the degrees? Like, I am a student and I am pursuing a law degree, 5-year law degree. I have to spend total 5 years in my college with a minimum 5 months internship in court. So my question is, what are your suggestions to the students who are pursuing the degree? And the second, as sir mentioned, Pankaj sir, that why not internships in the classrooms 9 to 5? So if we see from the eyes of law, it is not possible at all. So like, we have to go to courts, see the proceedings. So how can we shift the court to the classrooms or the classrooms to the courts? Thank you.
Sorry, what's your name?
Amrinder Singh Gill.
Amrinder, which college are you from?
I am from Asian Education Group, Noida.
Do you think your internship period should be extended beyond 5 months?
Yes, absolutely.
Do you think it doesn't equip you?
Might be.
If that's your experience, of course. I mean, I just wanted to understand, but I think, yes, Mr. James.
We should understand that of the undergraduate students who come out, who pass out, less than 50% only are getting a job which can be called a job. Let us realize this first of all. Secondly, when we are talking about Vikasit Bharat and all that, we should understand we have almost 70% rural population in this country. How are we going to address this rural population? How are you going to take your AI, ML to them? This is a question which we'll have to answer very clearly, because this is a fear I have whenever I talk about it. Why I'm saying is that, what are the facilities available in the rural areas, rural colleges? And most of the students who are studying are from the rural areas. They never had any background. When they come to an engineering college, they don't have much of a background. As you have said, that 12th class and 9th standard and all that they should have studied, they have not studied anything. So we have got a large rural population, which we can talk, we can say that mobile first, all that we can say, but if you want to train them, that is a challenge for the country. If we can reach the rural population, perhaps half of the problem can be solved. And secondly, are we serious about, we have this area ranking, we have got this, all this self-reliant India, all this we are talking about. Are we really serious about it? I'm seeing the products which are coming out of the academic institutions by the students. These are reinventing the wheel. Is there something original coming out?
No, sir, this is
How much percentage of the products and solutions which come out of the universities are, we are going to compete with certain countries who are highly advanced. So are we fit for that? This is a question, if we are not, what are we going to do?
Sir, we will find the way. We didn't have the answers. Why are we still believing mobile worked for us? Look at direct bank transfers. I can give you 100 examples. Why it can't happen in skilling? I think we should paint a picture which is a reality.
No, we should
I
take
understand.
up that challenge.
Sir, your complex question has a simple answer. In rural, I know we don't have a clear answer, but gig is an answer. 77 lakh gig workers were there in 2021. As we speak today, by 2030, we will have 2.4 crores. This is conservative numbers of Niti Aayog. I'm not saying this. I'm not making it up. So we will have opportunities, sir. Do we have answers? We don't have an answer. People made fun when Nandan Nilekani talked about UPI. Look at today, it's a reality. So it will happen, sir. If you ask me a roadmap, I can't give today, but it will happen. glass is half full, sir.
One second, I'll give you one example. Whether it is good or bad, Tamil Nadu government has introduced a scheme called Nan Mudalwar. What they are trying to do is that each industry should have their experts as mentors for students in the colleges. And it is working well as it looks. I'm not saying that it has achieved all its goal, but it is working well. That is to say, each industry in Tamil Nadu will have one expert attached to, he will be a mentor to the student in the college. And it is working well. And I don't say it is working 100% well, but this is something which can be imitated. And we can have this system introduced in other places of the country also.
I think just to add a point, I think Pankaj, you made an excellent point. We may not have a solution today, but I think the way micro education is going to the villages through short videos, etc. I think yes, there's always a lot more that can be done, but that's a beautiful start, right? If you look at in the beginning of the panel, we spoke about that, less reliance on university, colleges, degree, etc. If we are able to accept micro education, micro credentials as education learning, as somebody who's learned looking at, say, a 200-hour course from a video online perspective, YouTube, internet is available in all villages today, right? If I can learn something there and get my job from there, and from there take my career to new heights by doing maybe a 3-year offline course or whatever, I think the future is in front of us. Then
right.
It's on us. How do we enable this entire piece from villages?
Okay, I see a lot of hands are up. I have run out of time. If we can take all the questions together, perhaps I'll be able to get you answers. Yes.
Very good afternoon, everyone. I have one experience. Like recently, I have done my executive MBA from FMS Delhi University, which is come with one of the best college for general management. So the question is that I worked almost 14 years. Then went there to just enhance my skills. It's my personal experience. But what I'm feeling, after doing so much hard work, I use like a lot of AI as well tools while you're doing assignment and everything there. But where I am, seeing the problem, like how to connect with the employer. That where I'm like, with me, this is one more guy. He's also feeling the same problem. You have to connect with the employer. We have a good skills. We have worked very hard. We know basically how to deal with any situations actually. But even the problem we face, we can find the answer. But we don't know to connect with the employer. Do you have any suggestion how to go with?
Yeah, so namaste, my name is Dheeraj. I am founder of Skills Connect, and I've been in this business for many, many years where we're trying to help skilled youngsters to connect with the industry and get into jobs. So maybe we can connect offline, but I think I was having a discussion.
There you have it, that's your answer.
But I've been listening to all of the panelists, and I was having a chat, and it's just a suggestion, and Pankaj and Karthik can maybe take it. Why don't we create a skills-based valuation metrics for MSMEs, which are the largest employers of skilled workforce in the country? And by doing that, not only will we be incentivizing for them to gain some sort of a skill-linked incentives, SLI, from government, by projecting it that they have hired so many people with so much skills, and this is their index. Now, I mean, I'm not saying it's a solution right in our face, but if using a tech and all the scaling infrastructure and technology that is currently being deployed, if we can create this sort of a metric or index through MSMEs, I think it can attract a lot of, sort of interest in industry pushing to hire and showcase that I've hired a skilled individual.
Absolutely, sir. We'll take this conversation. Thank you for bringing this up. We'll take this conversation perhaps after the session. We've completely run out of time. My apologies. We've run out of time. You can connect with all the panelists after this session. I think we've overshot quite a bit here, but let's quickly sum it up. I think it's a very complex problem that we're dealing with. Changing environment scenarios vis-a-vis we the technological advancements? Is our academia keeping up? Are policies enough? Are they being implemented at the rigor and skill at which they are being launched? I think these are discussions will have to happen inside boardrooms, inside think tanks, rooms such as these, to come up with a solution that can keep pace with our demographic dividend. As I mentioned earlier, we cannot risk it becoming a disaster at all. And as an academic, I can tell you that our academia is lagging when it comes to meeting industry expectations. As a teacher, I feel that we're not doing enough. So I think we need to do far more than what we're doing at the moment. But thank you, all of you, to all the panelists and audience. Thank you. I think let's close this with a very loud round of applause. Thank you. And let me also then introduce my colleague up next, Krishna Kumar, for the next session, which is going to be on cybersecurity, safeguarding the future. Krishna Kumar.
All right, requesting everybody in the hall to please settle down and start taking your seats. We're just about to kick off our next session. Requesting everybody to please walk in and start taking your seats at the earliest. Hello, everybody. Warm welcome to our next session here at the News9 Global Summit India edition. And the theme for our next session is cyber security, safeguarding the future. And for this very special session, we have some very special panelists joining us. I'm going to begin by introducing them. We have Ms. Sagarika Chakraborty, CEO of IRIS. Huge round of applause for Sagarika Chakraborty. Thank you so much for being with us. We have Mr. Pradeep Gupta, Chairman and MD, Cyber Media. Huge round of applause for Mr. Pradeep Gupta. And we have Mr. Sanjay Katkar, Joint Managing Director, Quick Heal. Huge round of applause, Mr. Sanjay Katkar. Thank you so much for being with us. We'll also have Mr. Kanish Gaur joining us in just a bit. But let's kick off the proceedings. Sagarika, let me begin with you. The latest statistic is that high-value cyber frauds in India are up fourfolds in the recent past to over $20 million. That's how fast cyber frauds are going. We keep talking about how fast technology is growing, and alongside with it, the level and the quality of frauds are also going up.
Absolutely, because the people who are behind the frauds are equally technologically superior. They are experts.
Yeah, now it's on.
It's on? Yeah. Okay, I'll start again. I'm saying absolutely, because the people behind, the brains behind the cyber fraud are technical experts. So what do you expect? We think that traditionally, it's that chor police ka game, wherein the people whom we are chasing are based out of some small town. No. But let's go back to Netflix, okay? What did Jamtara say? Sabka number aayega. And that's the truth, because they are after all of us. They are that experts.
Ganesh, could you just stop?
One more click.
All right, Ganesh, thank you. Great to have you here. Good time. You just joined in just the nick of time as well. We're talking about a simple statistics I want to begin with. High value cyber fraud in India was up fourfold for the year 2024 to over $20 million. Every day in the newspaper and social media, we're looking at one case of digital arrest after the other. So we have really reached that point where the danger is not very far away from any of us sitting inside this hall. It's there, it's staring at us right in front of us.
Absolutely, Krishna Kumar. And one of the blaring facts today is that this is not just happening from within the country. It's organized crime, it's serious organized crime, which is happening from countries like Myanmar, Cambodia, and Laos, where there are more than 50,000 people from India, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, Nepal, who've gone on tourist visas and are now part of organized cyber criminal gangs who are duping people. The calls that you get are not normal calls. These are sophisticated methods. They have satellite phones, which are being used today for doing these calls. And they are tracking you using your simple Truecaller. They will do the social engineering, try and find out where you have been, and then try and extract money from you. And all kinds of new techniques. So there is proper training, planning, what methods will work. They know where you are based, and they will create that mechanism to fraud you. And the kind of money which moves around, it's in tens and thousands of crores. And that get moved to using cryptocurrencies as a mean. So what is required today is more of international collaboration, because if a cyber criminal is doing this activity sitting out of another country and you don't have a bilateral agreement with them, or you're not able to produce truth, it's very difficult to nab them. And a lot of times local governments are also involved in supporting some of these. And also, if I've done some investigation, I found that these used to be compounds for running casinos. So it's quite complex.
It is quite complex. Sanjay, let me quickly come to you. It's quite complex, but it's quite simple as well. You can't take any of your data that's available in the public domain for granted. You have to be doubly sure that you found the best ways to protect your information.
So rightly you said, the thing is we are now so much used to digitization. And we have adopted it like anything, and we are not fearing sharing our data online, we are not fearing putting things. But we have seen, being in this industry for last 30 years, I have seen that the cyber criminals are always doing and understanding latest sophisticated technologies. If you go out there on dark web, you'll see so many tools available which are so sophisticated. They can hack your phone easily, they can hack your laptops, phones. And the thing is, the technology that we are started using because of all this digitization, it's just increasing our attack vector. It's like we are every day opening new door for getting attacked. But there is no way we are thinking about how to protect against that. Protection is afterthought many a times. Once somebody gets hit by that, and then they start thinking, oh, what should I do now actually?
Protection is invariably an afterthought. But what do you do, Pradeep? Let me come to you. We are living in a time where we want to be as digital as possible, especially when it comes to money. From the time when we were very skeptical about buying something online using a credit card or a debit card, today we scan a QR code from everything from a chai wala to a 5-star hotel. Huge amounts of money gets transacted by average people via digital means. And the moment you do that, every single time you make a digital payment, you increase your vulnerability, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely. And Krishna, you said that $20 million, I think that is the tip of the iceberg. You only see 1%. Okay, there is 99%
the reported one, I'm guessing.
Exactly. So 99% fraud, which is completely unreported. So we are talking about huge numbers there.
Wow, you're saying that about only 1% of cyber frauds get reported?
Absolutely. Okay, so therefore it is a clear and present danger. Okay, and so when you say safeguarding the future, I think we need to safeguard the present. We have to safeguard the past because there is so much of data which is sitting. Because these days, as a digital citizen, you are sharing so much of information, and financial transactions is one. But there is also a clear and present danger as far as your social profile is concerned. There have been all varieties of crimes that have been conducted. There have been bullying that has happened. There have been, people who have been gone through very tortuous processes. And I think it all starts by, first of all, safeguarding the data ourselves. We have to have rigor. Because if we, indiscriminately start using different things, start clicking on different kind of links and so on, then we are inviting danger. So it all starts by putting a grill in your house at least,
Shagarika, go ahead. You wanted to say something.
I just wanted to add on that by saying, and I think I'll pick on Sanjay's point, that we are a reactive population, okay? We are not a proactive one, and that's the fact. And we Indians, and I say that being a very proud one, we are also very optimistic people, okay? We really stand by and think that the lightning is not really going to crash on us, it's going to impact the other person. And that optimism also means that we don't value the personal identifiers that we have. Till date, you will see the bail puri wala actually wrapping your bail in a PAN card photocopy. Why? Because he got it from a photocopier, wherein you did not actually notice that whether or not you destroyed that. So till the time that we believe that a password, a protected app is needed, a double authentication is needed, okay, it all needs to start from home. And yes, I agree with Kanish's point with regard to the bilateral treaties that are required, the governments that are required. But at the same point of time, it has been harped over and over again that there is a 1930. But let's do a show of hands. We've all got calls. How many of us have called 1930? Yeah, you have your answer.
As in, whoever got calls, put your hands up. That's the entire room, I'm guessing. Whoever has put the call 1930, put your hands up. One.
Krishna, I want to make a point here. How many of have called 1930 and actually been able to register a complaint? That's another pain.
Okay.
The cybercrime helpline, cybercrime.gov.in, it is so difficult to register the complaint. The user experience is so bad. People are not able to register their complaint. And even after they register the complaint, the coordination of this information reaching the police station and an investigation officer getting appointed and reaching out to you for helping you, it takes months. And sometimes people don't even get that response. So the entire infrastructure for cyber crime response need to be overhauled. The 1930 is not reachable. A lot of times, people who reach out to me and ask me that how should we respond to this, they say that if they go to the police station, the police is going to mock them, saying you have been a fool. The other thing is when they go and contact 1930, the number is not reachable. They try and register the complaint. Most of the time, there is some or the other flaw in the website itself that they are not able to upload the file or complete the request. So that's another irony.
It's an irony, and it's okay. We have a question. Please go ahead, sir.
My father lost almost 1 CR in a cybercrime. It took us more than 1.5 months just to file a FIR at the cybercrime police station, because we had to go there at least 7 or 8 times. Though my sister is a lawyer, even then we had to go through so much of steps. But even after filing the FIR, there has been no step from the other side. It's we've been pursuing them, okay, at least freeze the bank accounts and all those things, but all that has not happened. So how do we address this weak point that is at the end of the police?
Sanjay, you want to take that?
Yeah, I just want to add to that the point Ms. Kanishka rightly made. The thing is like, see, if you see 20 years back, we had to go to bank, get our passbooks printed for the latest statement. But then if you see now, everything is online. We went from checks to we went on NEFT, online, everything. So on one hand, we are digitizing, we are taking things, so making things easy for everybody. And it's not only cities, but it's like 2 B class, C class towns, they are now all digitized. But that kind of modernization has not happened on the law enforcement side. It's way back, it's still functioning as it was functioning 20 years back. That's the very sad thing to say. And as he rightly said, and I myself have experience, I had gone to police station when I was talking to a cyber criminal. I knew that he is online and he's a fraud guy. So I just wanted to showcase this to how to catch and that, because I had done that. We can track them. But the thing is, police said, "Aapka paisa gaya hai kya?" There are people sitting here who has lots and money, so you come after you have something. That was the answer to me actually. And then I said, it's like, unless we modernize things, unless we make them capable, it's not that their fault. The point is, there is a lot to be done on the front of modernization. We need to make things easy for them to do those things.
Sanjay, forget modernizing. How about humanizing? You can't tell somebody that first you lose money and then we'll take your complaint seriously, isn't it, Pradeep?
Yeah, it's unfortunate. Completely agree with the point that Sanjay is making. See, it's the rate at which technology is changing and the way the crime, the people who are committing crimes, they are far, far ahead of the legislation, then the investigating agencies, and then the judiciaries. Okay, so the law is at least 2 years behind. You know, the cops are probably 3 years or 4 years behind, and the judiciary is probably 6 years behind. So it's an unfortunate situation, but I think we do require complete overhaul and change so that we can tackle these modern changes which are taking place in technology very, very rapidly.
Shagarika, you were talking to us about an experience that you yourself had of a possible, of somebody who's possibly trying to digitally arrest you.
Yeah, so that's happens, and I guess I am not the only one, because digital arrest has become very, very common. I mean, with my father standing next to me, I've got a call saying that, beta, I'm trying to reach your father, he is not available, I have money to return. So I'm like, yeah, right. knowing my father, you've called the wrong number. So that's it. But then again, and I'm sorry, probably it's a misnomer that I'm going to say, but digital arrest, unfortunately, has been an overused term. Our Prime Minister actually addressed this during the Mann Ki Baat in 2024. And he did try to say that this is just the tip. As citizens, you need to be aware. As citizens, you need to be proactive. The DPDP Act, and we have our IT Minister speaking, sometime later in the evening, being his brainchild, also passes on the responsibility to stakeholders, to public and private both. We are all over here concerned that we got a call with regard to, say, a fraudulent parcel, okay, or any other thing. But just let's pause and say that how did they get the number? Isn't that something that we also need to ask? In 2019, our phone number, an individual phone number, was worth 30 paisa in the market in bulk buy, wherein a privileged number which you go to buy is for 15 lakhs. In 2022, it has come down to 10 paise. So why aren't we addressing and asking the bigger questions, which is about the mass breaches, which is about unsecured technology which corporates are using? Digital arrest is today small. There's a new scam which says that you've been involved in an accident or you have missed out on a toll payment, and a link gets sent to you which is exactly like the RTO website. So the fact that AI and deepfakes are taking over even so-called government-led websites, these are the more important things that we need to talk about.
Absolutely. Kanishka, I wanted to ask you, it's not like the TRAI or even the RBI has not stepped in. The RBI has asked for the freezing of accounts which have related to fraudulent transactions. The TRAI is blocking spam numbers. But nearly not enough has been done. From the end of the authorities, we'll get into the responsibility of the corporates as well. We'll talk about that with Shagarika. But, do you think enough is being done from the authorities' end, considering the sudden mushrooming of the digital arrests and cyber frauds?
Unfortunately, I don't think so. Enough has been done by the authorities, because the biggest issues today is that these government websites remain insecure. Very easy to clone these government websites. And if you do the search also, the search has been manipulated that the fraudulent websites is going to appear first. So very difficult for a layman to find out if he's going to the regular website or is it going to the cloned websites. Lot of government websites are cloned today. The database has been compromised and people get duped. and the links they are sent, they are very similar. So very difficult for a layman to identify whether it is the original website. And the key part which is required is the computer emergency response team, they have created a list of auditors. There are 120 companies which are registered, but there is no fixed rate. So today, the companies which are doing some of these security audits, they don't have the expertise. They use open source tools, and on L1 rate, they are hired. They are not able to produce that kind of quality. So the empanelment process, it needs to be streamlined. They are just spending few thousand rupees, and at the end of the day, these companies want reports which are clean. So they don't want the final report to go in a way which highlights a lot of issues. That's one of the key aspects. So you will have to move to a model of QCBS and not just L1 to ensure there are quality partners who are there to safeguard you, and not just look at security audit, but proactively what are the baselines that need to be ensured. The websites don't even have something called a secure socket layer. We understand, Sanjay would be able to add, now we have HTTPS, which makes the website look more secure. Even the basic secure socket layer is not there. The email is vulnerable to phishing. So they have a concept called as DMARC and SP of records. If it is correctly configured, then it is not possible to send phishing emails. Now, if the DMARC and SP of records are not correctly configured, you can appear as the CMD of a government, or you can appear as a police commissioner sending out emails. And a lot of government websites don't have these basics set up right.
Sanjay, you want to add to that?
No, I think he absolutely right. He has pointed out a lot of vulnerabilities that are out there. The thing is, we talk a lot about cybersecurity awareness for masses and all, but then the back-end systems really need to be worked on, and that's the first thing to be done actually, and which is very, very important. Even government is on the one hand, but private sector is also way back behind with respect to the technologies that they are using, and cyber criminals are always ahead with the latest technologies. If you see the implementation, the way AI was made available 3 years back, the most use of AI has been seen in the cyber criminal side actually. They are like trying to create deepfakes, trying to create videos, trying to create audios to make sure that they look legitimate and fool the people actually. So here we are trying to catch up the game, which is not a good sign, I'll say. Yeah.
It's a catch-up game that's going on, Pradeep. One is what the authorities do. Two is what the individuals need to do. And three is, in everything from infrastructure to cybersecurity, the public-private partnership is really going to hold the key for the future, isn't it?
No, absolutely. You are right that we have to find solutions because, deep fakes are increasing. We had this issue of the Supreme Court of the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court being, a fraudulent inquiry that happened, and a senior businessman ended up spending a huge amount of money sending it to some unknown accounts. So, by the way, this is not just an India issue, because this is a global problem that is being faced. Until and unless there is proper partnership amongst various players which are there, and we are moving in that direction. For instance, the telcos have started working on it. Similarly, others need to work on different kind of solutions. And until and unless we do that, it's going to be a very difficult thing to be able to address.
Not just telcos, I think there's to be a greater participation from the private sector as a whole, isn't it? If India and Indian citizens' cyber future is to be secure.
So Krishna, firstly, I'll say it's not a game, it's a war. And the war is on. So if we still remain worried that probably Alexa is hearing or eavesdropping, we are concentrating on the wrong problems. Rather, I should be waking up as a corporate and asking myself, am I contributing more to the problem where I should be the solution? Kanishk is absolutely right. Today, when we speak about, say, government organizations or private organizations, I have been told on my face that you're talking about cyber insurance is the budget of my next 5 years for IT security. Now, that is what it is, and that's it. So if it is a war, we cannot work in silos. If there is a task force that is needed, when the Indian Army goes out there to battle, we need a task force today. And the task force needs to have the public-private partnership. It needs the government to collaborate with security experts. And we need to up our technological edge. There's no two way about it. But at the same point of time, we need to understand that people on the other side, they are just not any other criminals. They are security experts, and you beat an expert with an expert.
There was a time when we used to fear dacoits. Now is the time to fear the cyber dacoits, so to speak. Kanishk, the one other thing I want to ask you about is also the fact that the year 2023, which is the last year, saw a 100% rise in state-sponsored cyber attacks. And there's a study that says that, there could be 1 trillion cyber attacks per annum in India by the year 2033. So, we're looking at the specter of state-sponsored cyber attacks as well, apart from these individual criminals.
Absolutely. Sagarika made a point. The war is on. The war is on, and the new dimension of warfare is cyber. You have information warfare, you have disinformation campaigns which are being launched. The case which happened in case of Nupur Sharma, people were putting all things. That all was disinformation targeted towards India. All of that was originating from Pakistan. If you look at the handlers, they were sitting in Pakistan and trying to put forward a narrative so that people come forward and physically get involved. So today, for creating any kind of civil unrest, you don't require to send weaponry, you don't require to send bombs. All you require is information warfare. You need info warfare to be done, and people will create that civil unrest. Today, India is targeted massively because of this info warfare. You would see this happening on social media platform. The other key thing is you have something called as APT, Advanced Persistent Threats, where the state of various countries is involved in attacking our critical infrastructure, our banking establishments. So now they understand that India has got digitized. We have a digital Bharat. So they are today looking at how they can DDoS or even destroy our critical infrastructure. When the attack were happening on India, on China, on the war in Ladakh, which we had, there were cyber attacks on our power systems. There were cyber attacks on our chemical plants. The Maharashtra, we saw the power grids going down. And constantly we have seen that our critical infrastructure is getting targeted, and the attack is getting more stealth. It is getting more complex. And you would see cyber armies. So if you look at China, they have more than 10,000 cybersecurity professionals. And these are part of their groups. You have something called as Tag 38, APT 27, APT 41. If you read about them, you will find out there are private militias which are involved in attacking India's critical infrastructure. And same is the case which is coming from the other side on Pakistan as well. So the dimensions of warfare have changed, and you have hybrid warfare. The hybrid warfare has also been noticed in the Russia-Ukraine conflict, the conflicts that have happened with Hamas and Israel. And the war is constantly on. You require psychological operations, you require information warfare operations, and you have cyber operations.
If I were to ask this question, Sanjay, at this stage, you're looking at a future where in India, you have data packs as low as 11 rupees. That roughly translates to 13 cents. One of the lowest when it comes to buying data, and consequently the reason why the internet penetration is growing exponentially, and consequently the reason why digital payments are growing exponentially in this country as well. So none of this is going to go backwards. We're going to only keep going forwards in terms of levels of internet penetration, levels of digital payments that are going to be happening. If ransomware were to be the main problem, then only the big corporations would be worried about it. But fact of the matter is that neither are the big corporations secure enough, nor are the small individuals at this stage.
Yeah, so as we rightly said at the beginning, that the way we have digitized, it has increased the attack vector, and the internet rates going down is one of that which helps us to go more digital, and like everybody among us can go online because they are cheap, and compared to the globe, we are one of the cheapest with respect to the data packs, and that has really helped us to go digitize. But what is happening now, the trust is level of going digital, doing digital payments has gone down, just because the problems that we are seeing, the cybercrime attacks that we are seeing. And that trust levels, if we don't start arresting these things, it will go further down. And how, I can give one example is like, we are seeing so many cases of digital arrest in the newspaper, but we haven't seen a single news that says that we arrested this guy who was doing digital arrest, and now he's been arrested. Because the thing is, we are not, the law enforcement is not capable of doing this thing. It's not like that completely. If you see, if the CM of a state or if a PM of a country receives a phone call or something which is malicious, in next 2 hours the guy is caught actually. It's like there are tricks and techniques available, there is a knowledge available, but it is only available to the elite, or I'll say, the thing is it's not available through masses, and that is the need. We need to like modernize everything. Unless we do that, these kind of mistrust or distrust among a certain percentage of people will always be there actually.
And Shagarika, we can afford that mistrust at this stage, isn't it? UPI, for example, is a revolution that has taken over India. It is in fact setting standards for other countries to follow. In fact, we have been a best case scenario when it comes to digital payments in the world, and we're at the precipice of taking it even further. So we really cannot afford for a lack of trust or a lowering of trust.
See, a lack of trust emanates from a gap. What are we talking about is the gap. Somewhere or the other, I feel that, like, Pradeep was saying, that we are just looking at the tip of the issue. We actually need to see the waterfall mechanism and see where it actually percolates or originates from. And that is all about taking responsibility. Like in the last session, Pankaj spoke about every individual having a skill passport that needs to be renewed every 5 years. I will say every corporate, be it a public or a private, needs to have a report card. And why isn't that report card
a cyber report card, you mean?
A report card that includes that what has been their vulnerabilities at the end of the year when they are filing their annual reports with regard to the cyber attacks that they have been exposed to. Report it. Because in 2022, India's largest medical center was exposed to a mass exposure of the data leakage, right? With patient files being available openly. What happened to that? Well, public memory is short. Right? Now, public memory can be short, but then again, I always say the technology is a wonderful thing, provided you know how to use it. If it is, and once it is there on the internet, it's there forever. So if my report card is there for a public, because yeah, it's there on MCA, everybody can read it. And as human beings, we are only worried about the accountability.
Yeah, so there are bodies for insurance, there is a body for a lot of things. Like if you see CA bodies, there's medical associations out there, but there should be a cyber body that should be coming out with the compulsions and checks for the corporate.
I think I'll put on also a part of my legal hat over there. We don't need any more bodies. We don't need any more regulations. We now need action. Okay? We need corporates to wake up themselves. We need governments to come out themselves and say, here is an RFP.
What I have seen is unless there is a danda, they don't imply actually. Means wo
Sir,
compliance
every one of us can take on
नहीं
that
आता.
danda.
अब वो
If you see
वो
the
डंडा
banks
आ
are
गया है,
more-
DPDP का डंडा आ गया है.
Exactly.
So see,
But-
if you in banks, if you see,
but-
RBI is putting so much of pressure that banks are at least much better than any other verticals. But then why the other verticals are not able to do? Because there's nobody standing behind them to make them, force them things actually.
नहीं फोर्स वाली चीज़ है बट यू आर राइट एटीट्यूड जनरली हम लोगों का इंडियंस का एटीट्यूड टुवर्ड सिक्योरिटी इज लैक्स you know, you are traveling in a train with somebody and by the time a 2-3 hour journey is over, you know his entire medical history, you know probably his turnover, you know about his family, you know about the fight that he's having and stuff like that, you know. So that is generally the kind of an attitude that we have, and that percolates to even corporates, okay? And therefore, if there is a corporate leakage which happens, the first thing is to suppress it and not report about it and not talk about it. So, you know, we do have that sort of an attitude, and that definitely does need changing. And for that, we will require a whole lot of training of corporates, individuals, at all level, that kind of a thing is required, and we require the danda as well.
You know, you say lacks on security. The other way of looking at it is that Indians were the ones who had put trust in the system and took to digital payments much faster than those in Europe and America.
Yeah, but you know, I mean, that's something that we should adopt. It's great, and therefore we must use it more often. I think that's a direction which is a very positive direction, and we have to move in that particular direction. We can't reverse that process.
I say that when you said that Indians are, too quick to trust, completely agree, but we are too delayed to verify.
Fair enough. Quick to trust, should be quick to verify as well. Some questions coming in from the audience over there. Sir, please go ahead, then I'll come to you.
So it was just an observation when she talked about the report card for the organizations. I think, ITAC and ITGC audits do exist, and quite a few sensitive organizations or corporates they are going through ITAC and ITGC audits, which are nothing but report cards. Ultimately, the report by the auditors is presented to the management, and it is for the auditor to file these reports with the respective authorities. So I think something is being done. It's just that management needs to be more conscious about, being very transparent and fair in terms of reporting the lacunas that could be addressed.
So, perhaps if you look at the top 1,000 companies, they would be doing it. But the moment you go to the next 2 lakh companies, how many of them would be even knowing what kind of attacks they are under every day?
And
I'm
you
sorry,
hit the-
it's a very poor situation in India.
And you hit the nail on the head by saying that it is people or companies that have sensitive information. So by that, you are categorizing that you are vulnerable, so you are doing it, but others are not vulnerable. And that is the laxity that we are living with. The other thing is with report card, generally after 2 or 3 years, or even the first year, if you have a nil attack, okay, companies get it to be saying that why should I do the audit? I have already had a nil attack. Now, let me say that as a risk consultant, I always say that a risk assessment is just not to know that, after what has happened. It is also to say how many millions and trillions you've saved. So a report card needs to work both ways.
I just want to make a point here. I spent 15 years doing these audits. I used to be a director with Ernst & Young and Deloitte, then became a MD at ProTVD Consulting. None of the IT audits will help you find out if your data is leaked on the dark web. It will not help you find out if your passwords are already compromised. It will not help you find out if you are vulnerable to social engineering. It will not help you find out if your profile has been replicated on social media 4 times, 5 times, or your picture is being used by a cyber criminal to create another photograph, another account of yours on WhatsApp. So the attacks have evolved. It will not even tell you if you are susceptible to a deepfake or your personal information is lying somewhere. So the techniques for doing IT audits, your audits are completely outdated. We need to overhaul and look at what are the new techniques and methods used by cyber criminals to attack individuals. And mind you, it's not just corporate. It's today people like you and me who are victims of cyber attacks. The real fight starts when people like you and me are working with cyber police stations to investigate cybercrime and understand the techniques, tactics, and procedures which are used by cyber criminals, because they are way ahead in the game.
Gentleman over there in the blue.
Yes, I had a quick technology question. So one of the strategies is to, of course, deal with the attacks after it's happened and download it to your phone or your computer. So I guess the data in networking, if you will, it's transmitted in packets, right? So I guess the new frontier is to look for whether there is a virus in the packet or whether there's a malicious thing in the packet. So to the panel, part of the panel who are engineers and do the coding, how far away are we in that road? Because, so if you remember, there was a company called JDS Uniphase, right? And in the 2000s, and now it's broken up or whatever. So they do a part of this, and they're trying to automate and scan packets. But how far away are we where you can actually look at the information which is being transmitted, track the source, and then act on it maybe?
So the technology is available. I'll speak and then I'll let Sanjay add because he does some fantastic work on that.
Okay.
So the technology is available. The issue is that it is only available for VIP and VVIPs because it's too expensive. So we have tools and technologies through which you can identify if there is a malware or a virus or a Trojan sitting on a desktop, laptop, or even a mobile phone. You have systems which are available. The only thing is people lack awareness in terms of how to use it.
No, so I mean during transmission, before it comes to your laptop, that's what I mean.
So there is a command and control
server which gets set up. Now, if it is getting set up, there are mechanisms through which someone can detect and tell you that your system has been compromised. Some of the telcos have started doing this. The Computer Emergency Response Team in India tells it to organizations, but you require a larger democratic setup where there has to be, some agency, a public or a private agency, which could tell you. The best is a telco. Jio has also started. If you have the Jio app, it has a scanner which will tell you if your system is already infected, right? Otherwise, you will have to download a popular software. Sanjay has one. You can ask him more. Thank you.
Right. Go ahead.
Yeah, the thing is, he rightly pointed, technology is already available out there. And here, it's like there's a multiple organization rules that comes here. One is telecom, the other is the applications. And we are seeing on, because of maybe the competition or high, means the timely releases, people are coming out with softwares that are not tested well, they're not built with the security thought at all, and then they are carrying vulnerabilities. So no matter how many technological layers you add to the protection, there will always be some new vulnerability which these hackers will be finding or trying to find, and as soon as that's found, it's like all these protections get bypassed and the exploit gets executed. Now the here point is we have to be covering protection from the development angle as well, so the security from the application developers has to be tight, and it has to be made to the level where it takes care of threats. And on the other hand, we need to create educational or update educational content. As earlier Kanish rightly pointed, we do have cyber awareness campaigns happening. We do have a lot of courses in colleges as well. It has to be from my personal view, it has to go till schools, not only colleges. But it's not only that we need to just add a cybersecurity chapter. It has to be up-to-date content which makes sure that people are having the latest of the knowledge to fight this or take care of that actually.
Right. So I think you're misunderstanding my question. What I mean is, see, I'm in the space business. So if you're sending a signal to Mars, you're sending a JPEG to Mars, it's 1.2 gigabytes. It's broken up into different parts, right?
Yeah.
This is what Comcast does, or your Geo is doing. So those tiny packets, which are much, much smaller, can they be scanned? So even before that hacker is reaching out to you, that can
so
be
usually
intercepted.
it's like seeing a packet, a single packet, rather than the complete message that has to be seen, it's like doesn't give the complete picture. So what technologies that I'm talking about are available is they stand in between as a layer. They collect all the packets. They make sense out of what is there inside these packets before the user reads those packets. They are scanned and the results are shown. Like if it is malicious or if there is a vulnerability out there, they just block those and they don't give it to the operating system itself. So there's a layer out there, and it happens at the edge, and the technology is available there. But it's only that it's costly, and people, those who want to protect, they invest into them actually. Generally, it's like intrusion detection and prevention at the packet level actually. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, can I just add a sentence to that? See, there is one is technical vulnerability. The bigger thing is the psychological vulnerability. Most of these crimes that happen are because of the psychological vulnerability which is there. And I think we need to find a solution ourselves to those vulnerabilities.
So the thing is that now what I wanted to say is there are so many call centers running in Noida, West Bengal, many other places, which are actually doing these type of cyber crimes, and many of them are being exposed on the internet by hackers from US, Canada, Europe, and all those things. And all that information is openly available that these call centers are running from these places. But the thing is, action is not being taken. So now what has happened, I'm from the IT industry. What is happening because of these things is, because action is not being taken, our image in the international market in US, Canada, Europe is taking a big hit. Like it will affect us, the IT sector in India also, if action is not taken on this thing. Because now we are being compared to, like earlier there used to be this called the Nigerian prince. Now, it's a big thing like, okay, I'm getting a fake call, you must be an Indian. Or if you are an Indian, you must be running a fake call center, running scams in US or Canada or these other places. So it has to be addressed, it cannot be ignored. But can we put a word towards the government that this has to be taken very, very seriously? At least the information which is available in the open, those call centers can be shut down?
I want to answer this question because I have been working on this problem. So if there is a fraudulent call center which is operating in Noida and they are attacking the US, unless a complaint is made to the right authority for taking action, it's very difficult. So for any international crime, this has to be reported to Central Bureau of Investigation. Then the Central Bureau of Investigation has to work with the state police. So right now, this is one of the big concerns because a lot of times these fraudulent call centers are operating and they are not doing the crime in that state. Now, crime is a state subject. If crime is being committed in the US and you go and complain, or I or Sanjay go and complain, they said, what is your problem? It is not happening to you, it is happening to someone else. Let the person from US report. The person from US will report, it will go from that state to FBI, so it's a huge cycle put together. And unless it is so much burning, impacting many people, people have this ability saying, it will not happen to me, why should I get into it? So it requires larger collaboration and bodies like Interpol come into the picture for solving this. The next part which is more critical is in India, cyber security or crime is still a state subject. So you don't have a national authority which is responsible for responding to cyber crime. We have MHA I4C, but it is more of a coordination role. You have Bureau of Police Research and Development, it's more of coordination. The crime is still being managed by the state police unless it is something which impacts national safety and security. So it's primarily you require a national agency to respond to this, and you require a lot of international cooperation, and you need to have partnerships with those agencies. Right now, we have seen large number of cyber fraud call centers being taken down in Gurgaon because of the work which has been done by CBI and by FBI.
I think I'm also going to draw the topic home and say that to say that the state police is not acting is not true. I work with the police day in and day out, okay? There are n number of case studies if we choose to read them and we choose to acknowledge them. But we cannot also deny that police in India is terribly understaffed, okay? Police in India is also battling to come up with the grappling sense of what is the new cyber technology all about. And that is where we need experts to join hands with them and form the task force. It is not possible single-handedly to bring the criminals down with the kind of force that they have and with the kind of existing knowledge that they have. They do brilliant work day in and day out.
Sagrika.
हम लोगों ने चोर को पुलिस बना लेना चाहिए.
Sir.
Scamsters को इस तरफ ले आओ.
Okay. Hi everyone, I'm Sonal Khanna. I'm the co-founder of a cybersecurity organization, Secure Blink. So my question is, with the rise of state-sponsored APT groups like APT44 from Russia, which have demonstrated sophisticated cyber warfare capabilities targeting critical infrastructure, how can nations effectively balance proactive cybersecurity measures with the complexities of geopolitical tensions?
Who wants to take that?
So I think the cyber APT group that you're talking about did not attack India. They attacked Pakistan's infrastructure, and Pakistan was not able to identify it, right? If you read more about Turla, you will find out APT44 has not attacked India. So you also have to understand how geopolitics comes into picture. A lot of times you require more cooperation in the cyberspace. So India being where it is, it requires more cyber cooperation to counter where the cyber threats are originating from. So today, most of the cyber threats which originate are from countries like China, Pakistan, North Korea. These are three. Now we are seeing more cyber criminal activity also happening from Bangladesh because of the new front, the change in regime that has happened. So geopolitics plays a very, very important role. The people who look at cybersecurity don't understand national security, don't understand geopolitics. So you require not just cyber experts today, you require people who understand geopolitics, you understand how national security plays in. Then you require an element of cyber diplomacy. So you can go back and attribute this in international forums like United Nations and tell them that we have been a victim of cybercrime, or we have been victim of cyber fraud or digital arrest, and we see a state getting involved. The cyber arrests which are happening, digital arrest, don't treat it that these are cyber criminals operating from Cambodia and they don't have connects with states. There is a state connection there as well. You have countries like Pakistan and China involved in this because they are trying to attack India's GDP. So geopolitics does play a very, very important role.
But Kanishk, these days they bounce off through different IPs. So actually in India, a lot of attacks are actually coming from US, Canada, and so on. They may be originating from some of these other countries, but they often get routed through very friendly states also. So it's a very
Absolutely.
tricky
In the
problem.
case of bomb hoax, we saw all the VPNs which were used, they were from UK. So every television channel was carrying that now UK is attacking India. But the issue is that most of the VPN providers were registered companies in UK or US. So it's very important when you do the investigation, you find out, you look at doing open source intelligence, that the threat actor, the profile, the techniques, tactics, procedures, the indicators of compromise they have used, you will find out the telemetry and identify they are sitting somewhere else. So Tor, VPN are the technologies through which they try and remain anonymous. Even platforms like Telegram offer that kind of anonymity because you don't need to have a mobile number today. You don't even need to have a verified email ID. And you've got a lot of email ID service providers today which allow you that anonymity, that you don't need to give the information, and they don't even cooperate with law enforcement agencies today. So you have this Proton email which was used for sending blackmailing or sending these bomb hooks. The Proton does not comply to India's regulatory guidelines and still works in India. And it says that we comply to the Swiss law. So every time the Indian government wants to reach out to them, Krishna, they have to first talk to Interpol and then talk to the Swiss government, and then you have to prove that why this is a problem as per the Swiss law. Now that's complex.
That's complex. That deserves a Netflix documentary. We're completely out of time on that. But I'm going to let the gentleman ask one last final question and wrap this up.
Sir,
Please.
want to share a unique experience of our own Delhi cybercrime police. 6 months back, there was a cybercrime. A substantial amount was involved in this. Police reacted very fast, cybercrime department. They traced, out of 40 people, they traced 10 of them, put behind the bars. The money which could not be transferred to overseas, that was retained, confiscated by police. Now, what happened next? During this course, 2 of the cyber criminals, they went to eating chaat pakodi, that chole tikki, 130 rupees. And after eating that, they went to Sulabh Shauchalaya. Police reacted so fast, because cybercrime, there is a section from one MIE number to second MIE number down the chain. You can detain all the persons because that cybercrime money is involved in it. Now, the lower court detained that chaat pakodi person, 130 rupees, and that Sulabh Shauchalaya person, 5 rupees. But because it was a money transferred from that EMI number. Now, matter came to Delhi High Court. It was very difficult to explain High Court judge. It took 3 months, and practically every week there was 2 dates. At last, we took the help of cyber experts and all particular experts. Then they were agreed, okay, we will give the bill. This was, but kudos to Delhi police cybercrime, it reacted very fast. And that person was not at all influential person, but amount was substantial. This is my experience, personal experience.
Fair point. So I'm going to conclude this discussion on the note that India is leading on so many things, digital payments, internet penetration, and the rise of cyber frauds as well. There's something that we're lagging in, is cyber literacy. And that starts from the common man to those in the system, judges in the legal system, policemen, enforcers, all of them. Cyber literacy is lagging. And if there's one takeaway for me, it is that there needs to be greater cyber literacy in this country so that we eventually find the right solutions for a safe and secure cyber future. I'm going to thank all the panelists. A huge round of applause for this wonderful panel who has just not taken my questions, but so many of the audience questions as well, because this is an issue that affects all of us. It's all about safeguarding our future. I'm going to thank Shagarika Chakraborty, CEO of IRIS, Mr. Sanjay Katkar, Joint Managing Director, Quick Heal, Mr. Pradeep Gupta, Chairman and MD, Cyber Media, and Mr. Kanesh Gaur, Cyber Security Expert. Thank you, all of you, for being on the panel. One more huge round of applause for the panel over here. Thank you so much. And with that, we're talking so much about technology, and our next session too is all about technology. It's Ind AI, building the ecosystem. Take a look at this.
Artificial intelligence is no longer a distant dream. It's here. Transforming industries, economies, societies. In India, AI revolution is gaining momentum. Initiatives like India AI are building robust ecosystem. With advanced models emerging at a fraction of the cost, India must act fast to stay competitive. As Prime Minister Modi emphasized, we must embrace open source models. India's vision is clear. A regulatory environment that builds public trust, attracts global investments. The time to act is now. Together we can build an AI ecosystem that is inclusive, innovative, and impactful.
आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस और एस्पिरेशनल इंडिया की डबल ताकत भारत के पास है.
India AI, building the ecosystem for India and for the world.
Thank you, Krishna, for that lovely panel on cybersecurity. Let me introduce the panelists on the AI session with me today. I have Rajesh Nambiar, President NASSCOM. Then we have Danesh Dilkhush, Executive Director, Microsoft India and South Asia, Shashi Shekhar Vempati, and Dr. Amitabh Ghosh. Why don't you come here, next to this one? Just leave this one open, next one, yeah. So thank you to all my panelists for joining us this evening. I think if we were to do a random poll of what's the biggest buzz that we have experienced in this decade, I think AI, artificial intelligence, would probably win it hands down. Because the intensity of the buzz and the excitement that even the ordinary people are experiencing in this whole phenomenon is probably the same when the cavemen first discovered fire, or when the wheel was invented, or more recently when electricity was invented. Why is that? Because the promise, at least in theory, is that this is going to be a totally new kind of revolution, something that mankind hasn't seen so far. Well, the opinion is divided on how much of that is a hype, but I think it's fair to say that the pace at which AI is progressing and moving along, and now with quantum computer coming in, one doesn't really know what quantum AI is going to do in terms of putting unprecedented computing power in the hands of human beings, and what AGI, which is artificial general intelligence, which is supposed to be as good as human intelligence, if not superior, what that is going to do. I think one of the reasons why everyone is so mortified and petrified of AI also at the same time is because all the inventions that mankind has made so far in the history of our civilization and since mankind has existed, we have pretty much invented technology which has been subservient to us as human beings. They have been dumb to a very large extent. Steam engine was great, aviation was wonderful, it made the world a much smaller place, but none of the technologies, none of the inventions really threaten to become the masters of mankind. But with AI, that's a distinct possibility. We have an AI skeptic with us, a bit of a skeptic, I would say, Amitabh Ghosh, so he'll probably hold forth on that. But then we have AI evangelists, who outnumber Amitabh Ghosh. So I'd be willing to, hear from them and get challenged and be challenged by Amitabh Ghosh. So let me start with a very basic question, which I'm sure everyone wants to know. A lot of buzz, a lot of hype around AI. Every day there's a news coming in, or someone's come up with a new foundational model, or someone's done a model with less computing, all kinds of things. So let me start with Rajesh, because Rajesh heads NASSCOM, and NASSCOM as an industry body does a survey every year which looks at the AI adoption and usage. So Rajesh, I'm going to request you to give us an overview of what is the AI adoption today, what are the use cases we are seeing, which are the industries that are the first to adopt, and what sort of ROIs or impact are we seeing from these adoptions?
So thank you, Shri, for having me here with the panel. AI is, as you were, I was listening to what you were saying in the beginning in terms of saying why AI is very different from every other technology that we have seen so far. So here, till now, I think, humans were trying to figure out what computers were. I think this is the very first time computers are trying to figure out what the human beings can do, which means that the impact that you could eventually have, there were no systems in the past which could think for itself and then take decisions on their own. So most of the people think of AI as a tool, but it's not a tool, it's actually an agent in many ways. So that it gives you a lot more, so that's the pivot that you're trying to look at it. So AI, especially with the generative AI and then now agentic AI, you're sort of making the pivot. So your question about what is the industry that we're finding, quite honestly, this is my view. And then, when you look at the adoption across individuals, you're finding a lot more adoption compared to enterprises. And there's a reason why. And I think, most of when you talk to people, you find why AI is such a great thing and how it's changed your life and everything else. People talk about the productivity that have gained, the customer service got automated, which is anyway getting automated before, but then now it's going to be a lot more intelligently automated and so on and so forth. So you find a lot of use cases in people. But the moment you pivot to enterprise level impact, and you find very minimal. There are a lot of pilots which are always being run, but then the real large scale use cases which change the world, you find that it is yet to come. I'm not saying that it won't come, but it is yet to come. So in some sense, in the short run, I think we are overestimating the impact of AI. So maybe I'll agree a little bit with Amitabh Da there, having his view of, I just met him very briefly outside, and even though Sridhar insists that he's a skeptic, but I don't quite believe that he's a skeptic. But in either case, I think in the short run we are overestimating, but in the long run we are underestimating the power of AI and the impact that it could potentially have. So when you look at the industries, I think there's a significant amount of opportunity when you're finding, within, for example, healthcare is a great segment. Financial services, of course, it's going to be one of the test cases where everything will get, in many ways, run by AI, because you find that there's a lot of replacement options right there. You don't need a financial analyst to do what they were doing before, so there is opportunity for you to sort of really get that done a lot more efficiently with an AI system. We believe that the jobs will not get replaced or automated with AI. People with AI might replace with people without AI in some sense. And also, when you look at a job, it is multiple tasks. So some of the tasks will get automated with AI in some sense. So these are all the elements we believe that, and again, you can read a lot more about it in some of our reports, which we believe that will give you a broad sense of where the industry is today.
Right. So before I go to Shashi, Danish, I want to come to you and ask you, what is the experience of markets which are closer to India? For example, you head South Asia as well, and also in other parts of the world. How are you seeing enterprises use AI? What are the jobs that are probably being speeded up, or where humans are getting eliminated, or where humans are using AI to do their jobs better? So what's your understanding from Microsoft point of view?
So I think first, frankly, if you look at India, it's very uniquely positioned today with this sort of intersection of demand and supply for market growth around AI. And if it sort of brings in the triangulation of an AI by itself, as you rightly said, it's just use cases are coming from POC to production. But you require a triangulation of the infrastructure, the talent, the skilling we spoke about in the earlier sessions, the use cases, whether it's enterprise or citizen scale, and most importantly, programs that really will come together to make this far more pervasive. That's the first call out. The second thing, and you spoke about agentic AI as well, I think if you're looking at the use cases today, whether it's banking, financial services, automobile, agriculture, from a farming perspective, I think every industry has done POCs. I think in my view, they're coming out of the hype cycle to kind of get in the terrain of real world applications of these at a variety of scale. If you take an example of, the strategic partnership that we signed up with, Upgrad around AI-specific skilling, that's one example. You look at Bajaj Finance, how they're trying to transform their customer experiences using digital transformation and AI-first approach. Or if you look at the Mahindra Group, for example, how they're looking as a conglomerate around financial services, automobile, farms, for example, leveraging these AI applications around that. Or Apollo Hospitals, how they are, again, leveraging the AI-specific application scenarios for things like disease progression as a way to look at it, or genomics. So I think every industry today is coming out of the POC approach, but the more important part is the use cases have to solve a problem. So either you sort of figure out what's slowing you down, or how can you go faster and be more efficient. And that's where the triangulation of infrastructure, skilling, programs, and more importantly, use cases is going to make this really pervasive in my view.
Okay, so that's from a CIO, CTO perspective, but from a CFO perspective, what's the ROI case, like for AI? Is that getting established, or is it still early days? People are still kicking tires and, hoping that it'll pay off?
So interestingly, Satya made this, sort of construct he called out recently, saying it's the tokens per watt per, actually dollar, which means how much of AI work basically is churning out from the energy that's required to run these machines and the models, and then at what price. When this delicate balance comes together, the more important part is what are you achieving? Either improved top line or bottom line, and what are you solving for? So I think from a CFO standpoint, at the end of the day, either I'm going to get more customers and I'm going to retain existing customers, and obviously make more buck out of the investments I'm kind of going after. So I think that's my point of view. Yeah.
Okay. So, Shashi, I'm going to come to you now. This is clearly a very, very important technology, which has far-reaching implication in terms of the power it affords, it's going to afford nations. And there is no doubt that India needs to have its own made in India, made for India, given that India is a fairly complex country, multiple languages, and also the sheer population that could benefit from deployment of such technology. You have talked about technology diffusion and how this government has actually excelled at technology diffusion at scale. But I'm going to ask you to talk a little bit about why should India have its own AI? Why can't we just borrow some of the foundational models or the compute power that's available? What's the risk in doing so, and what are the advantages of having our own, let's say, AI stack, so to say?
Right. I think that's a great question. It goes back to your previous panel on cybersecurity, where I think the gentleman who was sitting on that side made a very pertinent observation that geopolitics matters. Look at what happened during COVID, right? If we had not built that vaccine capacity,
True.
if we had not put in the right investments, we would not have been in any place close to developing an indigenous vaccine, right? And today the geopolitical climate is very conducive between India and the United States. But you can't take that for granted. I mean, look at the US-Europe relationship was always taken for the most closest, very strong relationship. Today there are serious questions if that relationship will continue in the same manner, right? So we cannot be complacent about these things, that certain foundational technologies have to be built. That's one. Second is our diversity. There is a extremely wide diversity of languages, literature, culture in India. And the international models don't actually capture it with all its nuances, all its subtleties. And that's something that we have to build for ourselves. I don't think anybody else will build it for us. So when I was the CEO of Prasar Bharati, for example, one of the steps that we took was we said, we'll give the entire archives of Doordarshan and All India Radio to IIT Kanpur. Why don't you build some models, algorithms around it, right? I think we need to see more of such efforts. And I think Abhishek, when he's here, he'll probably talk about it. The government has done a great job with the India AI mission to create this repository, AI Kosh. But then that's still largely public data. I think we need a broader movement where even the private data is made available to model developers. So we break down these barriers. We see a whole lot more model development in India.
Right. Okay. So I think, Rajesh, this question is to you. Indian IT powerhouse, absolutely no doubt about it. I mean, what it has achieved, let's say, since the 90s is phenomenal. A lot of our growth is courtesy IT industry. But has the industry, in some sense, missed the boat in being an AI pioneer itself? Why is it that a DeepSeek is coming out of China from a hedge fund manager, and why hasn't it come from any of our big companies from India?
No, so I won't get into the debate of whether, again, going back to what Sashi was saying, well, there is a need for us to create our own foundational models, etc. Let's also not forget that at the end of the day, it is the impact that you could have create. So we believe that when you look at our, in the IT industry today, it's a very variety of companies. It's not just one type of company, right? I mean, so you have one end, we have all the IT service providers, the large and small, who are focused on services, which actually, if you go back and look at the history, and as you mentioned, without this Y2K and without all the maintenance job that people did for the rest of the world, you don't have an industry today. Today we are approaching $300 billion in terms of size. So this is a massive industry which was created, and there's nothing wrong with it. I mean, we don't have to be ashamed of the fact that
not at all.
It was done by the services industry. I mean, of course, there's a lot of debate always saying that, services is a products and so on and so forth. But when you look at the breadth of this industry, so that is one segment of it. Then you have a segment which, which is the BPM segment, which does a lot of processing work, and we do a lot of money. I mean, it generates a lot of employment and so on and so forth. So that's another segment which is actually pivoting into a lot of data and AI services type of work, which is again a second segment. And you have a third segment which creates products, and then you have a fourth segment which is deep. I can keep on and on, right? Now there's a new overlay of all of this called the GCC segment, which is a phenomenal growth opportunity for a country like India. So when you look at an industry, you can't be fixated on saying that, why didn't I create a DeepSeek versus, of course, obviously there is a segment which works on that, and, Sashi, you are maybe a lot more familiar with the companies which actually focuses on foundational models like an LLM. But let's not forget that fact, there are multiple things which will have to work before you really solve a problem, which could be a foundational model, which could be a curated model around. On top of that, maybe a reasoning model, maybe there is an SLM which has to be built on top of that, maybe there's an industry model which will have to build on top of that, and somebody will have to integrate all of that to your systems to eventually solve the problem at an enterprise level. It's not that just you create a DeepSeek today. I honestly believe, and again, Sashi, please feel free to disagree with me, LLMs will become commodity at some point in time. So as a nation, should we build LLM? Absolutely, for the reasons which Sashi was talking about. You got to have technological independence, a sovereignty that you need to build.
No, just the context. I mean, LLM is nothing but the data that we feed in, and it's a reflection of us and our society.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So
we
I'm
need
saying
to have that.
At some point in time, LLMs will become, when I say commodity, I think you should be able to build systems which are truly artificial intelligence systems, which will leverage not just one LLM, but two. I mean, maybe we will leverage Sashi's system on top of maybe an OpenAI, maybe also on the DeepSeek. You should be able to do that, and that's what is where the interesting part is going to be. You're solving a problem by leveraging all of this. So to your initial question of saying, can a Indian company build an equivalent of a DeepSeek? Absolutely, yes.
And is that going to come? Can we see it in the next 2 to 3 years?
I don't know. I don't want to predict what I don't know. But there are lots of companies which are building some of these models. And again, Abhishek would have mentioned to you with this AI Kosh, which they opened up. They got 67 applications, and I'm sure you're one of them as well. I mean, these companies which you actually signed up for building some of this, of course they will build it. And now that they know that they could build it a lot cheaper than what the original OpenAI type of investment. So, I mean, we look at all of that. I think the key would be not get fixated on the core technology, which somebody will, and the companies will. But for a country like India, you got to get fixated on the fact, are we solving social issues? Are we solving at scale? Are we solving problems which is very big for India? So that is the level of, I believe that will become, it's not about creating the bigger processor or maybe a bigger multiple parameters and you create an LLM. That is okay, but I think India, what we need as a country is to have technology which will solve a real problem for the billion people that we have. I mean, that's what UPI did, that's what to some extent Aadhaar did. I mean, with the DPI, the basis that we put together, that is the kind of technology and that is the kind of artificial intelligence we need to build over a period of time, whether that is by leveraging some of the existing LLM, making our own language-based LLM, creating models with our, taking advantage of our diversity. All of that is fantastic. But let's not forget that it has to be a solution that you're building for the larger population that we have, as opposed to having a wonderful technology for 10 people in the room. Yeah?
Okay. Fair point. I think Mr. Abhishek Singh is on his way and should be joining us momentarily. But before I go back to Danish, I have a question for Dr. Ghosh. Dr. Ghosh, I think China is not just about innovation, but I think China has also proved that it can innovate frugally. If you look at DeepSeek R1, the reasoning foundation model which they built, there are many unique things about it which caused a very big company to lose its market cap significantly on the day when DeepSeek was announced. It shows that if you're able to approach a problem slightly differently, for example, use of mixture of experts, or how do you train your data, or how do you bring certain innovation to how you build the foundation model itself, it's possible to come up with a model which is different from or a format which is different from what Silicon Valley practices, which is like, a brute force of money, engineering power and everything. So how do you think India should approach this whole issue of building our own, let's say, the India AI stack? What would your advice be as a scientist who's been in the US for 30 years, works with NASA, is working on the Mars rover mission? So as an aside, ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Ghosh is literally the man who controls the Mars rover. So when he sends the instruction, only then the Mars rover moves, literally.
Right. So thank you for the introduction. There's so many things I agree with what Rajesh said, and I will take a little time to answer your question. So I think we are getting too caught up in national, China, India, etc. See, this DeepSeek, whatever happened, is if you, so for my PhD, I did computer simulation of an evolution of an asteroid. So it's solving PDEs, partial differential equations. You have something called sparse matrices, and I think Rajesh will be familiar with that. So, so essentially, you can, the strategy behind DeepSeek is to compute those solutions which matter, not compute everything.
Exactly, that's a mixture of experts, yeah.
Right, so it is just it's not nations, it's not technology, it's not throwing money at the problem. It's just maybe two smart people thinking that, well, so have you written a for loop in a computer? And I'm sure some people do loop, right? So if you write it in a different order, the runtime is different because you get it from cache or you get it from memory. And I know this because I used to work for, my master's was with the, you see the computer rankings? It comes from his lab, Jack Douglas. So I actually, I took my asteroid code and the runtime decreased by 99.99%. So it's just strategy. India can do this, and I don't know, it's a wrong thing to say India can do it. I think we get too caught up with India. Anybody in the world can do it, including somebody from India.
So I'm worried about India, so I'm going to ask you only about India very much.
Yes,
I don't care about others.
Yes, that's a fair question, but I'm just saying that's not how things work. It's all based on the fundamentals. And to address your wider thing of being an AI critic, I'm not an AI critic, as Rajesh pointed out. I'm just telling you.
I didn't say critic, I said skeptic.
Not a skeptic. I'm just telling you where the technology lies beyond all this hype and hysteria. So one is, it's just another numerical method. It is not something very novel. There are many numerical methods. This is one. So if you tell ultrasonogram is an inversion technique, if you call it AI, well, you can call it AI. It's okay, and it's not intelligence. It's not human intelligence. It still does not know how to learn. So if you don't give it the right data set, it will not learn. Okay. And then we are obsessed about applications right now, right? So if you listen to Jeff Bezos, what does he think? AI is going to be not a vertical, but a horizontal, which will make things more efficient. Okay, so we are not going to get a magic solution, you know, it will probably make the car manufacturing process a little more easier and, right, maybe education, but it's not going to like change. And then as Rajesh said, so if you were old enough and you had witnessed the 2000 crash, right, dot-com bubble, right? So you had you had companies which were supplying dog food, which were valued at $100 million, which all disappeared. Amazon came much further. So that was the true application of the internet. And so as Rajesh said, we are not there yet. There's no application of the internet. There's no monetization. All these companies, why is NVIDIA stock so high? Because all these Microsoft and these 4 or 5 companies are incredibly, they are racing with each other to make that AI product, and so they don't need the chips. But as soon as you have the AI product, as Rajesh said, it will be commoditized. It will be useless. So whatever you know, all these companies are building will not be valuable. So the biggest thing about AI, the end product and the monetization is not clear. And also the energy cost. So you're looking for restaurants near Bharat Mandapam, right? I can make an AI chat GPT search and I can make Google search.
No, I think AI will probably do is not just tell you which are the 4 restaurants, but also tell you which one makes the menu which is closest to what you like, make the booking for you at what time. So that's the agentic AI, which, you know, will probably be the, you know, big thing that happens this year.
But who's going to pay for it? If it is 20 times the energy, who's going to pay for it? Right now, you know, of course, they are in this, all these, Google, Microsoft, everybody's flush with cash. But at some point, they will say that, well, if there are 100 billion searches going on, who is going to pay for the energy? So they are going to make that restrictive. And so are you going to pay $20 a month to get that better recommendations, or would you just do free Google search, right?
Me, speaking for myself, I'd probably pay the $20.
Well,
because it makes my life so much better and
that's
easier.
That's just you. That's terrific, but that's
Right.
just you. I mean, and the question of a billion people and AI, see, the $200 is the income of maybe 90% of Indians. So something that they will use and pay for, you know, you have to really think about it. Right?
Fair point. I think India still, a lot of people don't use cell phones despite the, you know, cost of this thing. But Shashi, let me come to you. I think what Dr. Ghosh made in between was a very important point, which is about innovation literally can come from anywhere. It doesn't have to be, you know, only purely out of Valley or China. How should India approach, how should we innovate for AI?
See, let me first react to what Rajesh said,
Sure.
because I actually lived through this whole IT services cycle, right? I spent almost more than a decade at Infosys and then came out of Infosys. So it's not that, you know, we're obsessed or caught up. Some of the Indian IT services guys were already building IP. A lot of machine learning work was happening. In fact, Infosys was one of the first to put money into OpenAI.
That's right.
I think we missed the opportunity there to have, you know, got some early adopter advantage. I do understand that things will get commoditized. I fully agree. Also take his point that, you know, it's very expensive, the current model, you know, very power intensive. Nobody's, you know, it's not going to scale at the population of India to, you know, to do $20 subscriptions and so on. That's not going to work. We need to find, you know, innovative methods. And I think that is where we should look back at our journey in terms of adopting new technologies. It has always been in terms of quantum leapfrog, right? We didn't take the same linear path like the West did with telephones. We just jumped to mobile and, you know, look at what has happened. Same thing with cashless payments. You know, with UPI, we just did that leapfrog and now it has just exponentially grown, right? So we'll have to find frugal methods where we can leapfrog, and it'll probably have to be AI at the edge, which is not compute intensive, which is probably more purpose-built, very targeted use cases, you know, because we don't need math Olympiad level of intelligence to be available to all billion Indians, right? What we need is to be able to do intelligent stuff with our phones. For example, I was the other day, one of your competitor channels had invited me to a debate, and they sent a car, and the driver was trying to find his way, you know, during peak rush hour, and I asked him, why don't you use Google Maps? He says, mujhse chalaya nahi jata. So that is the barrier we've got to break, because there is a large population which just cannot deal with this interface. So can we use AI intelligently, natural interfaces in Indian languages to make these people productive? He doesn't need maths Olympiad level skill. He just needs to find his way around, daily tasks, right? So I think that is the approach we need to take with innovation.
So since you are plugged in with the entire AI community, AI for India, give us some cool ideas or projects that people are working on currently, which will probably see the light of day in a year or 2 or 3.
Sure, I think to Rajesh's point, right, there's a lot of hype and obsession around LLMs, but then a lot of the real enterprise work is happening in models which are not necessarily language models. For example, there is a startup that we've been mentoring out of Bangalore called Parallaxia. They look at CCTV camera feeds in the Indian context to do a whole bunch of computer vision-based analytics, real time, for manufacturing plants, for their safety, for their quality assurance compliance, retail outlets for fraud detection. So we've said, we give them some funding saying that, why don't you guys build a model for public spaces where we monitor our streets, we monitor our neighborhoods, perhaps that real-time analytics can be used by law enforcement, municipal authorities, because if you look at the Indian context, right, it's very chaotic, it's not structured. They have large crowds, you have all kinds of random things happening. How do you make sense of these public spaces, right? So that is one example. Another example is this startup out of Pune, which has taken a very different approach to knowledge modeling. Because if you look at what the LLMs are doing today, it's very, very unreliable, right? They hallucinate, they make up papers that don't exist, they give you citations that are fictitious. You can't use it for real research. So how do you use AI for real research where your accuracy levels are 98, 99%, you're making very authentic references, you are making knowledge connections which can accelerate your whole research process in a very reliable and accurate manner. And then these guys have done that with very low computing requirement, to the professor's point, right? So there are Indian startups which are doing this innovation. What is lacking is they need that larger ecosystem support. And then this is where I would appeal to Rajesh and NASSCOM.
Yeah.
That, as an industry, I understand, Infosys may not be able to do it, or a Wipro alone may not be able to do it. But as an industry, why don't you come together and pool the resources and create a model where these startups can be supported?
Yeah, even for compute, Rajesh, I mean, is it possible for NASSCOM to, get money from all your members and maybe, set up a infrastructure which is available to all young startups to use as well?
So today we have a deep tech club, which is curated and then sort of run by NASSCOM in some sense. We do something similar to that. We don't necessarily fund them directly, but we do make sure that they have access to funding in many ways. Again, if Abhishek was here, he would talk about.
Yeah, I mean, I'm missing him.
The money itself is, I believe, an issue for the startups for sure. I think it is not the lack of funds, but the ability for us to get the damn funds to the deep tech startup system is the problem. So we have 10,000 crores allotted last year. Only 200 crores or so was really spent. The remaining we could not. I mean, the AI mission could not really disburse because of the fact that there was so much of structural issues in terms of getting who gets it, how they get it, how they apply for it. So lots of the ease of doing business is something which we take a lot of pride in at the higher levels of the political system. But then when it gets to the implementation, all of us know that it's not easy to do any of those. So going back to the deep tech startups, they need patient capital. One of the things which are, I'm sure, Sashi, you would appreciate that, is that they need a few things. They don't need too many things. They need patient capital. They need a little bit of help on market access broadly. They might need a little bit of help on the getting the right talent and so on and so forth. Access to sort of test out stuff within corporations, and access to making sure that they get the right solutions implemented. But biggest thing is the patient capital, not just capital, because there are people who can give you capital for if you're a B2C company and doing something which they can understand. I think they get enough capital. But then the moment it is things like deep tech, which requires, especially involves AI, which takes a longer gestation period. It's a big time lag issue which we're talking about. That gets into a bit of an issue. And now, again, it's not, again, as I mentioned, there is enough, this particular budget, there's allocated another 10,000 crores.
Right.
It's a question of how do you really get that? So there's a mechanism. So last week I was with the PSA talking about what is the right way for us to get this problem solved. So it is less about not having funds in India and more about the right method for us to distribute it to the right people. So that is the broken chain, if you may, the broken link, if you may.
So before I go to, Danish for the next question, so how do you intend to fix that? How can we fix that problem? Because that needs to be fixed.
It absolutely needs to be fixed. I think this is something which we have to, there are multiple, segments of our government which we need to work together to make sure that we find it easier for disbursement of some of this. So, I mean, again, there are multiple departments involved, multiple agencies involved, etc. I don't know whether Sashi, you have a view as to how hard or easy it is for somebody to sort of access it. Certainly we can play a role as NASSCOM, as an industry body, we should do this, but we also have to understand, where exactly does it fail in terms of getting the right funding.
Shashi, ideas?
So, because I've been on both sides of this debate during my term at Prasar Bharati, I think this is a challenge, right? Getting the right support to the right people, and we actually went through that whole process on another deep tech area around direct-to-mobile broadcasting. So we have to find ways. And I think there are international models that we can learn from. One of the models, for example, is the DARPA model, right, where it is not so much about having the scientific pool there, but it is about the program managers who know how to execute and get this done.
Exactly.
Right? So can we adopt some of those best practices? So
Right.
the ANRF that has been created, this new 1 lakh crore fund that is being created for private sector R&D, I think that requires that kind of a mindset and approach. That is the only way we'll get it. And hence, it'll have to be a combination of people like Abhishek Singh, very pioneering.
His timing has been impeccable.
We were all talking about you right now, saying that what is the best way for us to get the funding to the startup, and I was telling
But
that
I'll
it's
just
not
add,
for the lack of funds, but it's more about getting to the right place. Sorry.
I'll just add one point. The government has done its job. It has walked 10 steps. I think industry should walk the remaining 90 steps.
Absolutely.
Otherwise, we will
Good.
not,
So,
get
first of all, a round of applause for Mr. Abhishek Singh for having joined us this evening. I know he runs a very busy schedule, sir. Really appreciate that you joined us this evening. We are very grateful to you for that. Before you came in, we were talking about, India AI stack and why India should have its own, AI stack. I'll start with that and then come to some of the problems that, both Rajesh and Shashi have been talking about. The first question I have for you is that an RFP was put out for foundational models. We invited a lot of startups to, send in their request for proposal. How many have responded? What is the status? When do we see some DeepSeek emerging from India?
We are not trying to build a DeepSeek from India. What we are trying to build is an Indian foundation model, a model which is trained on Indian data sets, and we strongly believe that given the talent that we have and given the expertise that we have, because our engineers are behind all the foundation, most of the foundation models that you see. Our engineers have contributed to Microsoft, they contributed to OpenAI, they contributed to Google DeepMind. So that way we have the talent. So with this in objective, we felt that the two ingredients that are required for building a foundation model will be to make compute available and to make data sets available. So we first started with creating an environment where we should have compute on which models can be trained. So that was the first RFP that we had floated last year, and we empaneled 10 vendors who have kind of set up 14,000 GPUs to begin with. Not a large number, but at least basic minimum required with which an Indian foundation model can be trained. And we also have set up a datasets platform which will ensure that datasets are available for training models. So, and with this in mind, with this in place, we have published a call for proposals on 30th of January, as you are aware, and we said that it will be a running call for proposal. It's not that only one time I am getting. Every 15th of every month, we said proposals will be taken and we evaluated. When we published it, I was expecting around 10, 12 proposals to come in, and we thought that we will evaluate all of them within a month, but to my surprise, by 15th February, we got 67 proposals, out of which 22 were for large language models, 45 were for small language models, and currently they are in the final stages of evaluation, and we should be able to kind of identify the first set of proposals to be funded within the next 2 weeks or so. And but I must add that apart from those 67, by 15th of March, the second cycle ended, and in the second cycle we have got another 120 proposals. So in all, we have almost 200 proposals, and again after 15th March also we are continuing to get proposals. So 200 proposals are there, which shows the capability that we have. So in short, to your question, that we have around 200 proposals, and hopefully the first set of proposals that will be funded will be identified within the next 2 weeks.
Right. And in terms of the GPU, what is the compute power that has been put in the public pool as of now? If I'm a startup working on, let's say, some AI model, what is the access I have in terms of the computing power?
Presently, we have around 14,000 GPUs which are available in the public pool provided by 10 service providers. We have set up a compute portal on which startups and users and researchers can go and place the demand for the GPUs. And we have negotiated a very attractive rate also, around the average rate of 115 rupees per GPU per hour. And on top of that, 40% will be borne by the India AI mission. So the net cost for a startup or for a researcher who is building training a model or building an application will be only around 67 rupees per GPU per hour, which is amongst the lowest in the world.
Right. And so the minister also mentioned that within 3 to 5 years, India will also have its own computing power, which is as good as what's available elsewhere. How are we on that? And is that an aggressive timeline? What's your view on that?
See, work is going on. See, India Semiconductor Mission, we all know that we have started taking steps, and the first chip from India will be coming out later this year. But at the same time, our another strength, apart from software and AI code writing, is in design, because almost 20% of the chip designers are from India, and they are again part of almost every chip design company. So there is strong belief that if we give incentives, and we have a design-linked incentive scheme under which we will be promoting our companies which are which are working on chip design, along with our researchers. The RISC-V work we already know. So all the EDLI tools are being given on the Chips to Startup program. So a lot of steps have been taken, and work is ongoing, and we do believe that we should be able to come out with our own GPU chip in a few years from now.
Right, that's wonderful. So just as you were walking in, Rajesh was talking about this insane amount of money which is available for AI startups. Rajesh said 10,000 crore, out of which only 200 has been 200?
Last year, but this year we will, 10,000 plus another 10,000 has been allocated. So there's enough money.
So I think the issue is of dispersal, and there are many, I think, red tape involved in it, the coordination, approvals, all those involved. How can we cut those red tape, because this is a mission critical, kind of a task for us? What can the government do to simplify the procedure for allocation of money which is sitting?
See, like government money to spend, you need to have contracts, and you need to have the processes to be able to spend. So as I mentioned, like the first year, the expenditure in India AI compute might be very low, but we are poised for a larger expenditure now. For example, with the compute tender finalized, when people will be accessing the compute, the 40% subsidy will go. So the money dispersal will become very fast because that contract is in place. Similarly, as I mentioned, for the foundation model, we already have the proposal there which are under finalization. And any foundation model which will be funded will be consuming funds. They will be requiring around 200, 300 crores or maybe 50 million. So the fund dispersal will be much faster this year. This year we have a target of around 2,000 crores for another India AI mission. And I do believe that maybe towards the end of the year, we may be approaching Ministry of Finance for more funds. And Finance Ministry has assured us that if we are able to absorb what has been given to us at the budget, then they will be allocating more funds if we need it. We also have a fund of funds, startup financing, which we are working with the DPIIT and Startup India for the Deep Tech Startup Fund of funds, and for spending funds from that, under which funds will be given to startups. We have had long discussions with the VCs and with angel investors and with startups, and all of them have kind of come out with this recommendation that don't just give grants, link it to, and instead of giving grants, we should be co-investing with the VCs and the angel investors so that there is accountability and the funds can be better utilized. So we have come out with a schema for using the funds in this manner, and that would ensure that the time taken to allocate funds for startups as also for compute or for foundation models will be much lesser compared to what it has been earlier.
Right.
Yes. So I think, if you look at why is it not being allocated? And your point was, you can go to the DARPA model or whatever. See, I think there are very local contracting rules and rules in general which prevent. So for example, so I'm in touch with one of the artificial intelligence departments at one of the IITs. So say the award of the contract is 30th April, you have to spend the money by, say, 30th September, otherwise you lose it. But say there's an election going, and so there is some sort of a thing that for the first 3-4 months you cannot put out an ad and hire people. And it can be only used for payroll and not for buying equipment. So a lot of the translational research grants are, they're losing the money just because, that timeline does not match. So if you don't spend it by 30th September, it's gone.
Okay. So just to give you a context, Mr. Singh, that's Dr. Amitabh Ghosh. He's a scientist with NASA who's part of the Mars rover project. He's our special guest today. And he brings his US experience, plus he's worked on AI himself. So that's the context, yeah.
The US model is actually very good. If you look at the Y Combinator model, very simple that we give you X amount of grant, we take X amount of equity. So you don't get into valuations and you don't get into like how much equity to take and all. So that's also one model that we are looking at.
Absolutely.
But I would like to say that it's not that by 30th September lapses, money is available for the whole financial year.
Right.
So under the new CNA rules which are there in Ministry of Expenditure, the idea is that money will be available for what you need in this year's budget. So, this remaining 2 days, whatever I am able to spend, that money is available with me, and whatever is my balance will be recouped back, and then I will have to seek a fresh approval next year. And then with regard to whether I can use it for capital expenditure or whether I can use it for manpower, it depends on how you design your project. And a lot of procurement problems also has been resolved with the government e-marketplace coming in. Because earlier the tenders and the entire procurement process used to take a lot of time. So the government e-marketplace, which does a record number of transactions these days, enables that we are able to procure things much faster. So of course it's not that things cannot be improved, it should be improved, it can be improved much more. But institutions like IIT Bombay, which is working on Bharat Gen, which will be again another shows from which we can get a foundation model. They are going very fast with the TIS. They got the Technology Innovation Hub grant from Department of Science and Technology under the National Mission for Cyber Physical Systems. So they are spending their money pretty fast. And what they have done is that they set up a Section 8 company. So that way, the Section 8 money lies with the Section 8 company. And that is they have more flexibility in hiring and being able to use their funds. So in several of our programs, we are coming up with such models which ensure that the usual delays associated with the traditional way of spending money is minimized.
Right.
Absolutely. I think that's the hybrid model works best.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. So one, another question before I move back to the panel, Mr. Singh. From what you're saying that India doesn't really need to build its own DeepSeek kind of a model. So what are the areas of focus for India in terms of, let's say, the SLMs? What are the problems we are trying to solve? India has a terrific track record of, DPI. JAM has like totally revolutionized payments and everything in this country. Frictionless, probably the best in the world. So what are the, let's say, the key goals that you have from a problem-solving point of view for AI, SLMs or applications for the Aam Aadmi?
See, like what I believe and what I see what is happening already, I know many startups and many researchers are already working on it, is that the India's LLM will be different from what we have seen with Gemini or ChatGPT or DeepSeek or Grok 3. They all are primarily text-based LLMs. India's LLM might be primarily a voice-based LLM. Because we have a lot of diversity, we have diverse languages, we have a large section of people who are not yet online. Like, for example, of 900 million people are connected to the internet, but 500 million are not.
Exactly.
For them to be connected, they will need voice as an interface. A farmer, for example, suppose he wants to know what is the best price that he can get in the local mandi. For him to go to an e-NAM portal or go to a website of Ministry of Agriculture and key in or download an app, it's like, it will take some time for him to be comfortable doing that. But if he can instead ask an app or call a toll-free number with his voice command, कि आगरे में बाजरे की कीमत क्या चल रही है, so that way, and if he gets a reply back in voice on his mother tongue, that will be very, very powerful. If people can, if women in rural areas who are seeking help for their children's health, for example, we have cases of kids dying from diarrhea. So if we want a solution for that, instead of trying to find out from a LLM or something, if they can just give a voice note on a app or even use a toll-free feature phone to call a toll-free number and get that reply back. All the AI, that speech to text and all can happen in the back end. But if we are able to solve these problems, that will be the real value that will be created. And I hope that one of our researchers or one of our startups will come with such solutions which will empower people at the last mile. And that will be the India's LLM.
Yeah. Otherwise, from digital divide, we'll go to an AI divide. Correct. Yeah. So, Danish, I'm going to come to you. One of the premise of AI supremacy has been the fact that, you need a lot of money for it, you need deep pockets. If you look at the training cost of OpenAI, it's like billions of dollars they're spending on it. But I think now there's an emerging opinion that we potentially don't need so much money. Maybe there's enough build-out that's already happened, especially in the case of, let's say, data centers. Microsoft itself is scaling back some of its investment in Europe and America, while others are still continuing. It's not to say there's not fraud. OpenAI is still going to raise some $40 billion from SoftBank and others at a valuation of $300 billion. But what is the overall trend in terms of the cost of developing AI solutions? Do you see that going down? What's the trend worldwide?
No, again, so I think I'll pivot back to what we're trying to solve. I mean, since you spoke about data centers, we are committed to investing $3 billion in India over the next 2 years. And in fact, we already have 3 data centers, regions. In fact, there's a 4th one that we are already working on. And the idea really is to make sure that we create an ecosystem for innovation. I think that's the bottom line, to make sure that the ideas that solve societal issues for the positive change or enterprise use cases, we provide an ecosystem and a construct where talent in India can come and address those problems and then make it pervasive. So I think that's the big pivot. The other thing that I just want to kind of highlight around is around responsible AI, right? I think broadly, while we obviously have a very strong momentum around adopting AI, through literacy of AI across the board, which we're already doing along with AI mission team, essentially is to make sure that the users who are using AI, they are in control of the data. And you can bring technology that can sort of change mankind for the positive, but the people who are creating that technology should also have a responsibility to ensure that data that users are basically getting access to, they know what that data is. So I think it's 2 pivots, right? Outcome and also making sure you're having a responsible AI to drive that outcome.
Right. I'm going to come to you, Rajesh, but first to Shashi. In India, it's like multi-language country. Data is not structured. A lot of data is not even available publicly. You're part of the data Dan movement. So what are you doing to make data accessible to young startups, which are probably... I think, no. It just came back on, yeah. Maybe I'm speaking too much, yeah. So how are we making data available to young startups which are building some of these, models, language models?
Yeah, I think that's the biggest challenge, right, apart from funding, is the fact that there isn't enough publicly accessible data sets in the Indian context. I think they've done a great job with Abhishek and team creating the AI Kosh repository. Today, I think there's a fairly large number of data sets that have already been put there. But then most of them are, public data sets from public bodies, right? But if you have to solve these enterprise problems, you need to get even corporate India to start opening up their data sets. I think they've already put out an appeal today. I noticed that, is there enough motivation, incentive for corporates to, open up their data sets to the startups so that they can innovate on their enterprise data and build models that can solve real problems. And part of that, of course, is concerns around, privacy, security, their own competitive proprietary data and so on. So we need a framework where certain data sets where maybe the sensitivity is not that high, at least those can be opened up and made available. Maybe not everything can be put in AI Kosh, maybe because the corporates are too sensitive about that. But maybe have another framework where under certain terms, under certain conditions, you make this data air gap perhaps, or some kind of a sandbox where the startups can play with your data and build models. I think we need to get to that.
Right, okay. So Rajesh, we are lucky to have Mr. Singh driving the India AI mission. But what can NASSCOM and its member companies do to make some of these applications, like Shashi talks about technology diffusion, right? So what role can NASSCOM and its member companies play in terms of building out these multiple applications which people across India can use? Is there something that you have in mind as an organization?
Abhishek and I are tied to the hips, actually. We work very closely with the AI mission, which is, would you agree, Abhishek? I mean, right? So we do a lot of work together. I mean, NASSCOM is integral part of what we do broadly, so which is the first thing. I think it's not a separate thing. When you look at the broader membership base that we have, and I was giving you a sense, some of the larger ones, they do their own things. I mean, you don't need too much of help. But where we probably do a very decent job of making the bridge between what, for example, an AI mission does it from a government point of view, or a DPIIT from a fund of funds and so on and so forth, connecting them to the deep tech ecosystem that we have, where they're all our members, obviously, and then ensuring that the broader deep tech startups actually get what they want is probably the role that we play. And as you know, in terms of even evaluating some of the needs for the industry, certainly we work very, very closely with Abhishek's team around ensuring that we're doing this in the right manner, both balancing out between what the government can provide and as well as what the industry actually really needs. I think that's the role that we play, and I think it's been quite honestly, I think we've been busy. We have a fairly small AI team, but I think they've been very, very busy ensuring that we are able to get the right focus, if you may, from the industry side, at the same time from the government side getting the right help. So I think that the balance is working very well. Would you agree also, Abhishek? Yeah.
101%. In fact, NASSCOM has been a great partner for years, and in fact, I must say that much before the India AI mission was approved, in fact, we had set up in the year 2020 portal for disseminating information about artificial intelligence, about what all is happening. We thought, let's document what all projects have been taken up across states, across departments, in the private sector, across the world. So the India AI portal, the India AI Gov.in, was initially set up as an informational portal, and that was done in partnership with NASSCOM. And later on, when we got the India AI mission approved, we were thinking, what do we call the project? We thought, why don't we call it India AI only? So that's the genesis. The NASSCOM has been a partner for long. And in addition, the Future Prime Skills, another portal that we have, because skilling is again a big, big challenge. Absolutely. Whenever we talk about AI, we talk about productivity increases and all, we also realize that it may have a challenge with regard to the need for skilling and reskilling people, because if productivity goes up, there might be some jobs which might become non-existent, and some people might lose out, because if three coders are able, one coder is able to do the job of three coders, what happens to the remaining two, or creative writers? So in that way, the Future Prime Skills portal, again set up much before COVID, around 2018-19, that was also set up in partnership with NASSCOM, because we felt that industry should be able to contribute the kind of competencies that are needed, the courses that are needed for those competencies, and most of the courses on the Future Prime Skills portal is contributed by industry. So we work very closely with NASSCOM, and we hope that as we go ahead, building the datasets platform, where we, as Shashi was mentioning, that we have published a call for expression of interest for private sector partners to contribute datasets. Some of them have already volunteered and are becoming part of the AI Kosh. But as we move forward, the real innovation will come from our Indian industry only. In fact, we are very upbeat on our startups, but at the same time, the real strength of India's IT story is our TCSs, Infosys, Wipros, Tech Mahindra. So these are the companies which can actually invest. They have investable funds also. If they have to buy GPUs, they get compute, or if you have to poach talent from the West, they have the capability for doing that, and we are really, really hoping that they come out with something which is disruptive and which is actually truly made in India.
Right. So one important point which you made, Mr. Singh, is the fact that how AI is, replacing coders themselves. In fact, today I was reading about a story of one company which has achieved code migration in 3 months, what would have normally taken 16 months. And they did it using AI. So that brings us to the larger point that, so far the innovation that we as mankind we've seen, it has largely been mechanical. It has replaced labor in some sense. But it's probably for the first time when we're seeing that we now have the technology to even, do away with mankind's cognitive function, right, in some sense. So the implication for that is not just for the coders, but for society at large in terms of the employment. While you are evangelizing AI and you're building India's AI capability, do you also worry about the impact it's going to have on the employment? I mean, on white collar, first of all, to begin with, I think the safest jobs in this market will be the ones who are doing physical labor, right? So how is the government looking at the employment impact of AI?
The white collar jobs will get impacted. The consulting jobs, like for example, if I have to analyze a 600-page document today, normally if I ask my consultants, they will give me a report in say a week or 10 days to do that. Today, AI allows me to analyze it within minutes, without the need of any support. So there will be pressure on the white collar jobs, but what is also going to happen is that new jobs will be created, number one, in the data economy, in the agentic AI as it's coming up, in the robotics field as it's growing. So, and the whole world will need a lot of people who are proficient in these skills. And that's where the opportunity will lie. In fact, yesterday or day before, there was a story in one of the big newspapers with regard to how AI companies globally are sourcing talent from India. So if we are able to ensure that all our coders do acquire these skills, then they will remain relevant in the ecosystem. One advantage that we have is that we have a very small proportion of our people employed in the white collar jobs. So that way the number of people who need to be upskilled, reskilled compared to other countries will be much lesser. And given our strength in AI skill penetration, in fact, the Stanford AI Index rates as a number 1 in AI skill penetration. Right. If you look at GitHub AI projects, 24% of the GitHub AI projects are contributed by people of Indian origin. Right. So that the strength that we have, if we build upon that, we will be able to get the value. We keep on reading about this impact of AI in the global economy, $1 trillion or different numbers keep on coming up depending on which consulting firm is writing. But the numbers are large. So if we have to take the good share of that economy that is emerging, we'll need to focus strongly on skilling, reskilling, and not only of the people who are already in the workforce, but at the college levels, at the engineering college level, we're training people into that. At the school level, CBSE already has a AI as a curriculum in class 10th and 12th, but we need to further take it down and ensure that we continue our strength in in AI skill penetration. So that requires a lot of thinking through, especially with regard to education system and both school and higher education.
Right. So thoughts from you two gentlemen, and then we'll come to Danesh on this. Yeah. Yes. Okay, you go ahead.
Yes. So I had a quick point. So we are talking of AI and India, and so when you talk about outsourcing, right? Mm-hmm. And it's kind of poo-pooed that that was the past and this is the present. I think it's very important to realize that this business which was created, I mean, it was not Wipro, Infosys, and TCS. It was they created a sector. I mean, Fakir Chand Kohli and Narayan Murthy and Azim Premji, right? And so if India, see, every country does not need to do everything. They're good at some things. And if they do those some things very well, that is what, the Germans are good with cars.
Right, the competitive advantage of nations, yeah.
Right. So it is not that, you can compete with every country and you need to do the best. If you do something really well, and which in India, see, India has the outsourcing business has gone from so I know the HR person in TCS, 400 to 400,000. 1,000 times, that was the employee growth over 30 years. And they're still growing. Cognizant is still growing, right? And so they are identifying those opportunities and they are monetizing it. And so it's very important to, if you're good at something, that's very important. That's not to be poo-pooed. And they're probably doing AI as well. All these Facebook posts, I think some of the business used to come here where you had moderators trying to, which are inflammatory, which are not true. But I'm saying that, we make this about AI and non-AI, but it's about application, end users, and monetizability.
Right, absolutely. So I think I take your point on the competitive advantage of nations also, but I think the only risk we want to avoid as a nation is that you don't want to be the best at stagecoach making when the world is getting into automobiles, right? That's the only risk. So Shashi, let's start with you on how do we equip our youngsters, our workforce to be AI savvy?
I think Abhishek rightly pointed out, we have the largest talent pools, and I think report after report has confirmed that. But the nature of jobs is bound to change. That's very clear that AI is going to change the nature of jobs. where are the potential opportunities? Two areas that I think I will highlight, and Rajesh will appreciate this, because I think that's a good opportunity area for our service providers. One is all this data that we're going to make public. It has to be made AI usable. So in its raw form, it is useless. You need people to make sense of the data, annotate it, label it, so that the models can be trained on them. So that data enrichment is a big opportunity area, especially as you get into specialized data sets, which are deep domain knowledge, where you need to understand that domain and make that data interpretable by the models, right? So that is one area of opportunity. The second area of opportunity, which will emerge as we see AI being used to generate code, is that again, there's a school of thought that believes this, that as more and more code generation happens through AI, that enterprises would want to move away from off-the-shelf products to do a lot more in-house development. While historically we've seen it went in the other direction, but now perhaps the pendulum will swing back, which also means that you will need large pools of people to manage all that in-house developed software, right? So again, there's a new potential opportunity area for Indian IT, where the quotient of custom software goes up as opposed to off-the-shelf software, because it's so easy, so cheap to generate code, and hence there's a lot more flexibility for enterprises to build their own stuff.
Right. Rajesh, some thoughts?
No, I absolutely agree with all the comments on the skills broadly. Truly appreciate, Abhishek, you bring up the FSP, which is Future Skills Prime. As I mentioned before, this is a phenomenal program to skill. The broad base, and it's a volume play. I think we do skill significant amount of people in the newer technology, be it cybersecurity, artificial intelligence, so on and so forth. But the thing with technology is that this is not a one-time thing, right? You got to keep up with it over a period of time. So today everybody is talking about generative AI and agentic AI. I'm sure next 1 year we'll be in the same conference. Will be a new thing which will come up.
Absolutely.
So it's also about keeping the people. Ensuring that we are able to do that over and over again. And to Sashi's point, I think how do you make sure that when we look at the broader population and the ability for them to so when you look at a task today, traditionally it was all let's say it takes 100 people. Today we look at it and say, maybe it is no longer going to take 100 people, but maybe there's 20 people and maybe 80 agents in some sense. So you have to think of this staffing as a task, as in a hybrid model where it is human plus agents in some sense, right? So that's the model we are all driving to. At some point in time, we're going to have this combination of humans and agents together. How do you manage them together? How do you make sure that they're able to? There's an interplay between those two and so on and so forth. There's a lot of study goes around saying that what would be. But I'll give you one example just to give you some sense of optimism here. When ERPs came on board, 25 years ago, whenever that was, there was a huge concern, and PG, you'll remember this as well. I think when you go back and look at SAP, Oracle, everybody was bringing this ERP, and they thought, oh my goodness, that's a death of all the programmers in the world. The ERPs will come in, you plug and play, everything goes. Guess what happened? The services which was put on top of the ERP actually had 4 times more money in it than the ERP themselves. So today, if you want to implement SAP costs you X. The services and the integration, the system integration costs 4X. So I'm not suggesting that the same thing with AI, but let's not throw the baby with the bathwater, as they say. So there will be a lot of work which is required to make sure that you curate this, you're building applications on top of this, ensuring that there's a lot more happening. So it's a balanced way, and if you sort of compare it with the ERP analogy which I just gave you, there's a little bit of a hope that there is enough which can go around.
Right. Okay. So Danish, earlier you talked about how there is probably an overbuild happening in terms of AI. But the other argument which the optimists and the AI bulls put out is that once this technology, is going to become, more diffused, more people we're actually going to need even more of what we have right now, which is the argument which NVIDIA's, CEO has also been making. So what is the Microsoft point of view on this? This is obviously early days, but do we see AI, the boom, like going into decades ahead, and it becoming a much bigger phenomenon than what it is today, and therefore maybe there's less reason to be so skeptical or calling it the revolution has ended even before it has begun?
So I'll bring again, I'll bring it in context of India as I started my discussion earlier as well. I think that the demand-supply factor, I think it's really poising us to be becoming, I would say, in some form or shape, a part of the global landscape of AI, drive or shape the future of AI, right? In terms of the citizen scale applications that we have got. AI is not about anymore just promise, it's promise to proof. We're already there today, right? I think it's about, again, triangulating between the infrastructure, the AI literacy, and the use cases, right? Which basically will drive the outcome. And I think and while I was hearing so many examples, one example that kind of came to my mind is around, in cars we have ADAS today, right? Which is transforming the way I drive my car. And that's the way you should think about it. At the end of the day, there is a tool, a co-pilot, for example, which will change the way I'm solving problems. And there'll be enough and more problems ahead of us. And the only constant is going to be change. So I think we have to look forward to that.
After it is autonomous is going to be here, so you don't need to drive at all. Yeah. So I'm at the end of the session, but I haven't taken any questions from the audience. So I'm just going to do 3 questions. Gentlemen, please state your name, your affiliation, and then who do you want that question to be answered by?
Yeah, hi. My name is Atul Govil. I represent India Glycols, and I'm also part of some of the boards for tech forums, especially the SAP user group in India. So, now what I clearly see is AI is, like we saw coronavirus, some time back. AI is like a tsunami. It's coming. And most of us, because of our experience, all of us sitting in the room on the table would have at least 20-25 years of experience already. Because of our experience, we believe that it may not impact us and it may impact others. But basis my experience, what I can tell you is in next 2 years, we would see a lot of jobs getting displaced, not just globally. Globally, of course, you will find countries like China and other lighthouse companies also who have already started working on those lines in terms of, one, reducing the intake of fresh recruits, and also they are basically making manpower redundant.
Is there a question? Because
There's a question, yeah. The question is that what is NASSCOM and what are our industry ministers and others, what are they doing to make sure that the manpower which is blissfully working under some leadership or under some ministries, what would they do once they find that their jobs are at risk because of these agentic AIs or these robots, humanoids, which are being pumped in the system? So we need to really work with the industry to make sure that our team, our organizations, the members, they remain employable, gainfully employed thereafter. Because once all of this starts coming mainstream, already these lighthouse big companies, the Infosys of the world, the HCLs of the world, they are already leveraging it to develop software. They are already using it to automate many processes within their companies. And all of that will then get replicated across user companies like us. So my request to the panel is that instead of bothering about creating our own foundation model or an SLM, we should rather see how to harness this and how to make it mainstream to make sure our education and our workforce becomes aware of how to leverage it and remain relevant thereafter.
Mr. Singh, you want to take a stab at it?
Yeah. Thank you. In fact, part of the question, your initial part of the question, we've already answered. That point is well taken. Skilling is important. Reskilling is important. Industry also realizes it. Government also realizes it. We are working together. But that will remain very, very a priority area for do. The second part in which towards the end you alluded that instead of focusing on LLMs and SLMs, we should focus more on skilling, training, and trying to build applications. I would say that it's not either or. It's both. And more importantly, LLMs are something that we need, that's slowly getting into a sector where it will become strategic. We already are seeing limitations, especially with the diffusion order coming in, wherein these technology products, whether it's compute or whether it's models, will not be easily available as time progresses. So if we do not build in the capacities when we still have access to some of the compute and to the data sets and to the models and the algorithms which are there, we will lose out. So just like we have built capabilities in the space sector or the atomic energy, nuclear, similarly, we do need to build our own LLMs one, to train it on Indian data sets, and number two, the open source LLMs also that we are talking about might not remain open source all the time. And if we don't invest well in time, we may end up losing in the long run. So that's why both are important. Skilling as also investing in LLMs and SLMs.
Said, I just want to, perfect answer by the way, and you should not assume that everybody is asleep at the wheels at this point in time, right? There's a lot of work which goes on today in ensuring that this exactly what you're talking about, ensuring that the population is taken care of. I'll give you some numbers. First of all, the BPM industry, as we know before, it is actually it pivoted already, as I mentioned before, into data and AI services. Most of them have actually pivoted into that. So that's number one. Number two, just the Indian companies alone have trained 1.5 million people. Not everybody at the same level. About 450,000 of them, 4.5 lakhs if you may, they are at a level where they can implement AI solutions, so on and so forth. This 1.5 million is AI enabled in some sense, because they can do a lot of work within the AI. There are multiple things that you could do, and Sashi, you talked about data cleansing and data management and so on. So there's a lot of work which goes on to make sure that we are pivoting and then making sure that you're not caught unaware. Suddenly one day you wake up and then see that happens. I also believe that it's going to be a gradual process. It's not a one-time activity.
Okay, so on that note, I must end. No, you can take this conversation offline. I have no time at all now. But I want to thank all my panelists, Dr. Amitabh Ghosh, Mr. Abhishek Singh, Dhanesh, Rajesh, and Shashi. Thank you so much. I think we had a dream panel on AI. So a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for the panelists. Yeah, and with that, I'll hand it over to my colleague, Shweta Kothari, to take this forward.
To be seated. Up next is a very interesting conversation on affordable and accessible healthcare. Let's quickly play the AV first.
As healthcare costs push millions into poverty, India is fighting back with bold reforms. Through the flagship Ayushman Bharat scheme, India is breaking financial barriers to critical care. Jan Aushadhi Kendras are making treatment affordable. Rural healthcare infra is in focus as the national health mission takes off. Yet challenges remain: awareness gaps, uneven access, and infra limitations. Success lies in combining insurance, infrastructure, and technology, the triple foundation of universal care. As Ayushman Bharat expands, it carries a promise: no one should suffer from lack of treatment funds. This is India's prescription for health justice.
All right, may I please request everybody to be seated? Those sitting in the second and third row, can you please all come forward? Everybody in the second and third row, please come forward. Please join us at the center table. All right. Our session today, this evening, will delve on the realities of affordable and accessible healthcare. It is widely now predicted that the healthcare market in India will hit $10 billion by 2025, which is this year. While the market is expanding at a very fast clip, are people happy paying through their pockets? Are they getting the kind of cover they need? The insurance penetration, especially in the health sector, remains relatively low. At the same time, it is undergoing a transformation when it comes to technology, when it comes to advances in robotics, remote healthcare, so on and so forth. I want to make this a very comprehensive, inclusive discussion, and along with me to do justice to it will be my colleague Rakesh.
Hi everybody, most welcome. Thank you for coming over and joining us on this What India Thinks Today panel on the most important topic, I guess, affordability and access in the healthcare. Over to you, Shweta.
Thank you, Rakesh. Let me quickly introduce all the panelists for today. On my right is Upasana Arora, Managing Director, Yashoda Group of Hospitals. Also joining us is Dr. Taran Krishna, Managing Director, Cancer Healers Center. With us is Deepak Sani, founder, Healthians. If I can locate Deepak, Deepak, there he is. Dr. Pratap Chauhan is also with us. Dr. Gridhar Gyani is with us. Dr. Gridhar? Not here. Also with us is Dr. Rajat Bajaj. Dr. Anjali Aneja is with us. Dr. Harinder Tandon is with us. Not there. And Dr. Hemant Madan. Did I miss out on anybody? Yes, sir. Can I have your name, please?
Oh, he just got it.
Hemant Madan. Thank
Okay,
you.
thank
All right. Yes, sir.
I'm Dr. Panda. I'm a medical oncologist at Apollo, I think.
Dr. Panda. All of you, thank you very much for taking time out today and for joining us. Let me kick this off with a very important question, and that is every time, as I mentioned, we talk about healthcare, I know, for the fear of offending all the doctors that I'm surrounded with, I know that the med tech, health tech sector is expanding at a very fast clip. But every time I talk to a patient, every time I talk to somebody who's trying to seek healthcare, one of the questions that continue to hound them is whether they will be able to cover it with the money they make, because as I mentioned, there's not enough penetration of health insurance. At the same time, health inflation is on the rise, and that continues to burn a hole in people's pockets. So while on one hand, healthcare sector is expanding, it's also likely getting more inaccessible and more distant. I want to come to you, Upasana, first. Talk us through what changes in the last decade or so has the healthcare sector really been through when it comes to making healthcare more affordable? Apart from all the government scheme and conversations around Ayushman Bharat, what changes have you seen?
Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. And because we are into healthcare from last 35 years, so I am seeing all these changes regularly. And best part is this, that now healthcare is quite modern because of robotics, because of different kind of telemedicine, and all the machinery which is coming to now in healthcare, everything is now fully prepared with AI. So in this way, you are like, if I talk about AI, so in radiology, you can say, now I don't know how much they are right, but all the companies are claiming that their machine can, with algorithm, they can make your reports. There is no need of all the time doctors should sit there for, just for example, X-ray and other things. But what I feel, nothing can take a role of a doctor, which will always be there. So biggest change in healthcare is lots of technology. And it's a digital health, like we are also making our hospital digital. What is digital, if you ask me? That patient can register themselves from home, and then they can get their reports from there and something. But there is one thing which is, I am really worried, and I don't know, my colleagues will be agree with me or not. These days, you can see lots of private equities in healthcare. America is putting all his money in Indian healthcare. Why it is so? It's a big question mark. Nobody is right now taking it
What are you
seriously.
making of it? What are you making of it? Why do you think it's happening?
It is happening after some time. You will see that in healthcare market, we are talking about affordability and quality care. And for that, already government has launched this scheme of Ayushman Bharat. We are part of Ayushman Bharat. We are part of TB Mukt Bharat. We are part of ABDM. But corporates are not coming up and they are not taking it. So after some time, you will see if next decade, you will find that Indian healthcare is not affordable at all. Because when somebody is putting money, they will, what they want profit only. So I think our USP is, if we talk about medical value travel, that if you come to India, you will get all the best treatment, because we are providing holistic healing. Me and Dr. Pratap Chauhan is working together as for providing patient proper, holistic healing.
Okay.
After medical science, they can go to Ayurveda. If they are coming to Ayurveda, they need some intervention from our institute. So we are working like this, hand in hand. And this is the USP of India, and that is what we are attracting other people from different countries that come to our place. We are very affordable. We are very Atithi Devo Bhava. We are very, good host, everything. And most important thing, I never use this word cheap, that we are cheap. We should not say that we are cheap. We are affordable, we can say.
Okay.
But
I understand.
It is not going to be affordable after 1 decade.
So you are suggesting with the kind of private equity money flowing in, healthcare is not going to be cheaper in the next 1 decade,
It begs the question, Shweta, that, are we assuming that the healthcare today is not profitable?
If you see,
extremely profitable.
Extremely
In fact,
profitable.
let's take that question to Dr. Taran Krishna. I think one of the grouses of every person who's ever had to see a doctor would be that it's become very, very tricky if you fall sick when you don't have enough money to cover for your treatment.
So there are two things. First, if actually I would say there are two kinds of people in India. A, who are being sponsored by a corporate, where their insurance are being funded by that corporate agencies, and they have to just show in their insurance card, they go to a hospital and get their treatment done. Then there is another India who have money, but they do not have an insurance. They have not taken the wisdom of getting insurance done. They have the money, but what they do is they go to a hospital, pay cash, and get the treatment done. Now, when you say affordable, the way GDP is rising, the way things are rising, the way things are being introduced, India, I love what Upasana ji said is, why should we call that India is having a cheap treatment? वो cheapness, वो छोटा सोचना, वो कम सोचना, अपने आप को inferior दिखाना, I think that has to go away with healthcare. Healthcare is all about the best of technologies. Talent is costly. Cheap talent is something which can be dangerous for any hospital healthcare. Likewise, if you have to have the best of doctors in a hospital, you need to pay them good so that you get the best of talent for your hospital. Right? And if they are suggesting any treatment to any of the patients, I would say free can be dangerous, cheap can be dangerous for a patient, right? Second thing is, if there are two kinds of...
The need, can one of you please switch off your mics, please? I don't think the conversation... Okay, I don't think the conversation is about making it cheap so much as making it affordable. I think it's important that we draw a line between the two. We are hoping that a majority of Indians should be able to get the necessary health checkups, healthcare. Their needs should be met without having to pay out of their pockets and without it having to burn a hole in their pockets. So I understand that there is a firm distinction between the two.
So Shweta, what is happening is people are actually investing in healthcare once they have been sick, when they've been diagnosed as sick. Problem is that they're not investing when they are well. They're not getting their regular checkups done. Had they been doing their regular checkups, probably what you're talking about is affordable healthcare. What you're talking about is getting their treatments done, and which is costly in a hospital. That is costly in a hospital because, see, I'm into cancer treatment. And when patients come to us, most of them are in stage 4. And in stage 4, where the disease is already spread to liver, lungs, bones, and brain. And then you expect that they should get that primary health treatment which is affordable to a patient, where the disease is already spread? No. I'm sorry, that cannot be possible.
Most
So
of
if-
these cases, is it because the patient didn't come to you to begin with, or they were not deduced, with the stages of the cancer that they were in to be able to get that sort of help?
They are not aware that they need to do regular checkups. Abhi, if I ask you a general question in this hall, except the doctors, if I ask any non-doctor, any non-medical, how frequently they do their health checkups? Yesterday, I got a call from one of my friends who said that, she just called me and she said that her father got diagnosed with cancer. When I asked, when did you get your last PSA done? She said 1.5 years back. Now, at 67 years of age, who is doing very well in the business, one of the top builders in the country, and getting a health test done after 1.5 years, I mean, that's the awareness that is lacking in India.
Absolutely. I mean, nobody can debate that. I want to quickly get in Deepak Sahni because I think he's the person who spearheads preventive healthcare. And I think one of the grouses of doctors is if you come to us a bit too late in the day, it becomes very difficult for us to be able to give you the sort of treatment that you require and make it affordable at the same time. Do you think there's been some sort of a shift in the approach of people around you? Because I remember speaking to you about a couple of months back, and you said people are now more and more seeking preventive healthcare as opposed to what they did prior to 2020, prior to COVID.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I think I'll just take a step back and basically because we are talking about the healthcare getting expensive, the first thing we have to understand, it's a supply and demand gap also, right? We are talking about 1,100 beds for one patient, 1,100 patients for one bed, 1,100 doctors for one patient. We're talking about a huge gap, and whichever country has tried to make it more accessible or are driven by insurance or by government, I think all of them are struggling. We have NHS as one example. We see American healthcare failing. You cannot give healthcare for free. That's very, very clear because the country cannot afford that. We're talking about 100 million diabetic patients by 2035 in India, and just that cannot be affordable. So I think we have to also understand the only way to protect that or to actually deal with that is preventive. How can you actually, like he rightly said, how can you actually detect the disease much earlier? We've seen the trend change. COVID has changed a lot of stuff. I would probably say just in the last 1 year, we have seen a 23% increase in people taking a preventive test in just the January month this year, right? And I always see January because the new year comes and people take new resolutions, right? So just that 23% increase. And if you look at awareness definitely is all-time high. Specifically, all of us sitting here, probably, you just tell them they will order a black coffee or a green tea, but they will not go for a normal sugar tea. And that's the kind of an awareness change that is happening. So people are getting aware, they are counting their steps, they are doing something about the health. The awareness is there.
But not getting the checkups.
Yeah, but the checkup is the thing which is not happening still, right? It could be a fear of getting a needle in, it could be a fear of anything, or the largest fear that I have seen in my service is fear of getting detected. And that is the largest fear people have. They don't want to get detected. They don't want to change their lifestyle after getting detected. So you smoke as many as cigarettes you want, but you won't check because you don't want to stop smoking. So that's the issue.
There's a challenge. Even at the level of preventive healthcare, it's not a free run. You have to pay for it. So if, given everybody in this room can probably afford a health checkup, twice or thrice over in a year, or do a quarterly one. But we're talking about a larger population of this country. For them, the basic challenge is, given the per capita income that we have, is to manage that preventive health checkup. And that itself is, going through the medical inflation, the term that you used. You brought in some innovations, some tech aggregators have brought in some innovations. But if that is the remedy, then, that has to be incentivized at the most. What are some dramatic ideas in terms of incentivizing health checkups at an early stage so that we don't end up in a situation where there is no solution and it's a big fiscal mess, apart from being a physical mess?
Yes. Dr. Madan, just to introduce myself again. I work for Narayana Health. Shweta, I just want to turn your question on its head. See what's happening in society these days, and as reflected by the first statement you made that you're surrounded by doctors. We are not going to hound you for sure. The attitude that needs to change is by accepting that healthcare and personal health does not figure in the list of priorities for our citizens as at large. Many of us feel that healthcare has to be relegated to a lower priority, as compared to our children's education, as compared to buying a car, as compared to wedding, getting our daughters married, and so on and so forth. I also want to challenge you a bit on, when you say that healthcare has gone up significantly, healthcare cost has gone up significantly. I want to ask you, as compared to what? As compared to the cost
As compared to 5 years ago, perhaps.
no. Healthcare compared to healthcare, or healthcare compared to other commodities, or healthcare in India compared to healthcare abroad? Now, these are different. Let me just complete. These are different parameters. For example, a big event like, say, a wedding in an Indian family, when I got married, cost about 3 lakhs or 4 lakh rupees. Now it's 3 crores on an average for people of our strata, or maybe not 3 crores, but at least 1 crore. Has bypass surgery, which is an equally big, if not a bigger event, gone up by the same parameter? So there is an inflation, I agree, but please don't compare inflation in terms of perceptive terms. Let's compare it in terms of actual terms. Now let's compare India versus abroad. Would you ever envisage what a bypass surgery? I'm a cardiologist, so I'll talk about bypass surgery. I'm sure Tarang started off very well and brought this up. Bypass surgery in US, what would it cost? In Europe, what would it cost? In Singapore, what would it cost? So, let's not trivialize healthcare. And I take a lot of communication skills workshops for many people across the strata. I ask them that when your child turns 17 or 18, you give him a good cell phone. How many Indians have ever gifted an 18-year-old child a health insurance policy? Has a father ever gifted a healthcare insurance policy to his daughter and said, "Beta, jab tak, till you're alive, I'll fund 5,000 rupees per year, every year for your health insurance"? It doesn't rank in our priorities. And therefore, even the richest of people, when they are asked to spend a bit on their healthcare, they squirm. So I'm not saying it's cheap, but I won't agree that it's over the top expensive. So, let me just complete. I know it's a bit long. I won't speak after this.
No, please go ahead.
There is a governmental mandate. When a car is driven out of a showroom, there's a government mandate that it must have an insurance, right? How many? What can be done for us to have a similar mandate as a health insurance? Let's insure our health, and so that we don't feel the pinch. So there are lots of perceptional problems in this question.
I have just two follow-up questions from you. So when I say medical inflation at double digit today, 14%, way higher than national inflation, the CPI, consumer inflation in India, I don't make that figure. That's a figure that is collected, put together by the government. So I'm not sure if you would like to contest certain parts of it, but at the same time, would you agree that inflation, when compared in India, medical inflation has gone up significantly? Part number one. Part number two is, when you compare India to other developed countries, are you not taking into account their per capita income versus our per capita income? If citizenry there can afford a bypass surgery, which is at a far higher cost to India, because our citizens honestly cannot afford it.
Okay.
If I may add, first and foremost, the idea is not to put you in the dock. The idea is to look at solutions. So I was a little, so to say, scared when I saw so many doctors around me with Shweta. We assume we are healthy, and we don't want you to be unhealthy either. So the idea, I just add to that question. So there are independent studies on the macroeconomy dealing with healthcare, both by Delhi University, IIT Delhi, which have found out, I don't know how recent it is, but there are empirical studies done over the years. If someone is in lower middle class, he turns poor. If someone is poor, he's pawned. If someone is upper middle class, he turns lower middle class. The rich don't care, and that's a very small percentage. That is the impact of rising healthcare in this country.
True.
Pardon my being a little frank, I think comparisons with global, per capita earning economies like Singapore and US wouldn't fit in here. And I agree with you, in terms of education, we don't gift healthcare policies to our children, even if we can afford to do that at some stage of life. We have to look at it's a very complex issue, I agree with you, Dr. Madan, but we'll have to find ways to get out of this fact. But medical care in India for 90% of Indians is not affordable.
I think I agree with Dr. Medan, like if you are talking about affordable healthcare, why can't we talk about affordable insurance to everyone?
Absolutely.
That should be the bottom line,
Actually, your chairman, we had a chat with him on one of our shows, Duologue, where he mentioned insurance is the panacea.
Yes.
Is everybody in agreement on that being the single most potent solution to dealing with affordability as a challenge in the medical care sector?
Affordable. And second thing, if you look into it, we are not that bad also. You are saying in last 5 years, the healthcare there's shown an inflation. But if you look into even the aviation industry, 5 years before the COVID, the cost of traveling to one country to another country, I think that has almost gone up by 100%. It's not that, I don't think so, even the healthcare has gone up by 100%. The second most important thing is everybody should be able to afford healthcare, but with an affordable insurance. That is the bottom line. Second comes your, what you say is awareness. If you're aware, only then you go for a health checkup. And, he says his preventive health checkup gone up by 23%. The New Year resolutions are important, that is there. But the second most is, most of the people, corporate people, their policies, their everything finishes by 31st March. So they try to do their health checkup by 31st March, not in whole of the year. Second, we are not that bad also. We look into urban sector, we look into the rural population. If I'm a gynecologist, and I must tell you, look, with a lot of hard work, and by our maternal mortality rate has gone down by 100 per 100,000 live births, and we have achieved our targets. It has gone down by 83%, which is much, much more than the other countries in the world. Why? Because everybody is, the government hospitals, the government of India, and even the private sector, they're all working together. So if we work together, everything is achievable. But why the awareness, Why the maternal mortality has gone down? By the awareness, correction of anemia, and institutional delivery. Everybody is focusing on the delivery in a hospital. That is the reason it has gone down. So even if you look into cancer, you say, in 1992, the cervical cancer in UK was brought down by 90%. Why? There was a reason, because every woman was screened. And after every 3 years, there was a recall system that you are due for your checkup. And they make sure that you go back and do the checkup, which being urban population, it's number 2 cancer in our country. Otherwise, it's number 1 cancer of our country. We are still not able to bring it down, because if we have just simple system, call and recall, we can bring it down. That is awareness. If we can bring our MMR, we can bring down other cancers also. So I think insurance is the key answer for an affordable healthcare.
Thank you, Dr. Anita. Yes, Dr. Panda.
Yeah. Sorry, I think I have to be a dissenting voice. The per capita income, last I checked, is $2,940 per year. If affordable healthcare insurance would have been the panacea, look at USA. I've spent some time there. Half of the black people are actually turning themselves in the emergency so they can have to. What insurance covers nowadays, even with Ayushman Bharat, is 5 lakhs. In a corporate hospital, that might not stand for 5 days. In the last, I'm as a medical student, I've been a part of the government education system, studied on a scholarship in a government school, studied on a scholarship in a government medical college, went up to All India Institute and Harvard. So I have some strong word to say. In a country like India, where 95% people don't pay tax or don't have the means to pay tax, if you are looking insurance as a solution, it is unfair, unjust. Tagore, about 150 years back, wrote a poem called Humiliated. If you are putting a group of people behind, they will pull you down. In such an heterogeneous population, madam, you cannot ignore government system. We have been, now things are happening in Delhi, you have everything in an ivory tower. Go 100 kilometers away to Amroha, to Muzaffarnagar, you are not people are doing a biopsy, not doing a biopsy. So what are we talking about? What sort of, only putting a quantity price tag on something doesn't give you a quality. No, let me finish just 2-3 points. The rot starts from a very beginning. In a midday meal program, we are spending 7 rupees. And sir is right, we are glad to buy good quality clothes but for nutrition we don't have. It is a perception. Well, insurance is important, but it cannot be a panacea. My word is, it cannot be a solution for all. By strengthening government infrastructure from primary healthcare to tertiary healthcare, and especially in primary and secondary healthcare, only then you can. Because the private sector looks at a return on investment. In primary healthcare and primary education, there is no return on investment. I mean, you don't see the return on investment. So unless and until government spends money. Professor D.P. Kothari, when a Kothari Commission says 6% of the gross national income in 50 years couldn't happen. Professor Kothari was a proud student of Professor Meghnad Saha, who started this planning commission and everything, had a far-fetched vision. And China has gone ahead not because they are something, because they started putting money on their primary education, secondary education, primary healthcare, and secondary healthcare 50 years before us. So, well, insurance can be one solution, but it cannot be only solution. Another thing we are looking at, the number of doctors has, in last 20-30 years, has increased. That is the quantity. Since that, if you have an idea about research, you know that qualitative research is much more difficult because you cannot put a tag on quality. Similarly, you can calculate number of medical colleges opened, you can calculate number of medical college buildings opened, you can say so many of doctors are coming out. What is the quality of doctors? Who is editing? Have you looked at if the quality is actually being at par, is it going down? So these are the tough questions. I have no problem with insurance. I believe everyone should have some insurance and government is doing. But insurance cannot be a panacea. It cannot be the only thing for that.
Something needs to be started somewhere, you know.
Right.
It's not that we say that we all know that everybody is not paying
by
tax.
pushing to insurance only,
No,
we are
start
systematically
something.
Sorry, if we
degrading.
can one after the other, please.
We can't go by what is the quality of a doctor. This is a absolutely going to be a different forum, you know.
No, but
at least start with something, add on something, and you know, at least take something forward.
My only point, ma'am, that government health infrastructure, which has been systematically becoming weaker because of lack of funding.
In our obs and gynae, we have definitely seen the change.
I see the doctors here are very charged, but I think it's a good conversation to have to begin with. Dr. Chauhan, yes, I think you're somebody who is frequent in media. You speak a lot about affordability of healthcare. You know, what are your thoughts on where we are as far as primary healthcare centers is concerned? Reports suggest that about 30% of PHCs have intermittent electricity. So I'm not even talking about how good they are, how beautiful, wonderful their infrastructure is. I'm talking about electricity, must needed for a medical setup to operate. 30% of them have intermittent electricity.
So thank you very much. First of all, my background is Ayurveda. So I think we have a wonderful, affordable healthcare system in India, which we are not looking at. Of course, with all due respect to insurance and infrastructure is needed to be definitely, you know, a lot of things can be done if we improve our, you know, primary healthcare and not only that, awareness is so important. And after that, you know, are we talking about healthcare or are we talking about disease care? You know? Healthcare, if you talk, then we have so much of the, you know, Ayurvedic knowledge where we can, you know, even you don't need to really go for things like, you know, all those expensive treatments, you know. And if you look at the scenario in the world today, I traveled to around 40 countries, you know, so many people are now adopting yoga, meditation, and, you know, all these home remedies. People are really caring about their health. So I think basic thing is education is so important. And then we have to definitely improve the infrastructure, which is government infrastructure, which is available there. They have to be educated. I think that's the only solution. If people will come to private hospital, then definitely, private hospital works on a very different model. Another model, as Dr. Upasana just mentioned also, that integrative medicine is going to play a very important role, which can be, because once the patient comes to the disease care, and once the medicine disease has been, taken care, then they should be, pushed down to more health, oriented things like food, lifestyle. Today we are talking about the biggest burden on our population is the lifestyle disorders. So if wrong lifestyle is the cause of your disease, why don't we fix the lifestyle rather than we were going for all these expensive treatments? And we have started quite a few initiatives like that with lifestyle disorders, and we are getting wonderful results. So I think Ayurveda has the potential, which is not like just like I'm saying just because I'm from Ayurveda. If you look at the Chinese model again, they do the same thing. There's so much integration they are doing with traditional Chinese medicine and modern medicine. Every hospital has a traditional medical center, and they work together, and they brought down their healthcare, costs using the traditional medicine.
I think, Rakesh, I think an important conversation in all of this is also preventive healthcare. I believe I will request Deepak Sahni to come in just a bit, because I think he comes in there when it comes to preventive healthcare. India is also dealing with an obesity problem. Data suggests about 70 million obese people in this country as a result of lifestyle challenges. All of us, as a matter of fact, you and I have some of these issues because we just don't get to walk enough. We don't get to go out of our offices enough.
I think that one of the solutions that's being mentioned here is integrated healthcare, which is most welcome. But we are in a situation today where we are number one in most of the diseases. So, the problem is right in our face. Preventive for a population that's shaping up, great idea. Preventive, but those who are already in the grip of the disease, whether it is diabetes, whether it is cancer, whether it is obesity, whether it is mental health, it's an overarching challenge we have. The numbers are, the numbers are extremely alarming. All of you would know it better than me because you're doctors, you're dealing with them. But preventive is a great idea to initiate among our Indian youth, which is our strength, to preserve that strength. It's a great idea. I was going to talk about in terms of solutions. Let's just look at solutions.
Absolutely.
Insurance is one solution where I think there's a broad consensus that it is not an ultimate panacea, but it's one of the solutions.
Let's get Dr. Rajat Bajaj also into this conversation as we talk about solutions.
So I think I agree with everybody that the insurances have to be there. I think the insurances can be incentivized as well. Like, somebody said that if we have a car out of a showroom and there has to be an insurance attached to it, then why not for, somebody who's more than 18? I think we should be doing that. Certainly that is one thing. We are talking about the immunizations, we're talking about the vaccinations. So if you talk about the preventive part of it, the Indian government has actually incorporated the cervical vaccine into the immunization schedule. So that is a big welcome. I'm an oncologist, so I would certainly welcome that part. Also, the cost has been brought down because initially we had only the foreign companies coming in. Also the affordability, of course, there are a lot of people who are talking about affordability not being there so much, but then we have known that a simple cancer like a breast cancer has a medicine called trastuzumab, which used to be very costly when it first it came into the Indian space maybe like 20 years back. Now we have just like maybe 1/15 of that cost available in India. So certainly things are being helmed in that direction, I would say. But still there is a lot of ground that needs to be covered. Patients or people in general, in the general state of the society, have to be made aware that prevention is always better than cure. We all doctors actually emphasize that the preventive oncology is also one part of it. I'm a cancer specialist, so I would say that way. And then, like you said, that it doesn't take much out of your pocket to actually run these preventive tests, and there are a lot of companies which are helping us in that regard. So literacy, more awareness, more media campaigns have to be there so that these can be adopted, and not only we should be focusing or spending on luxury, but these are equally important measures that one should be taking care.
All right, let's also take this conversation to Dr. Harvind Tandon, who's also with us. Dr. Tandon, I think you heard all your panelists, and obviously, there is agreement, then there is also disagreement on who should bear the burden of that insurance. Should we put it on people to pay up the money, or should government partake and respond to people's need? We know that public institutions are overwhelmed. Today, and it's very unfortunate, some of the hospitals that I go to, they've become hotels, right? 5-star, 7-star, and the prices are same. So I think, speaking from a perspective of a common man, a middle class man, as my colleague Rakesh pointed out, every time there is a medical emergency, it makes somebody a little poorer, following that on medical emergency and getting the right sort of treatment. This is a problem that needs an urgent solution.
Shweta, I'm an orthopedic surgeon, and what Tarang had said, I really agree with him. We actually have very two diverse populations in this country. Now you are talking about the 7-star or 5-star facility. You have a percentage who have to take that care. So you need, those people are fully covered. But for the majority, you need to think out of the box. Just like Dr. Bajaj said, you have to find solutions out of the box. One of them was Ayushman. It was never thought of that there will be a government scheme. Ayurveda definitely has to come in. I'm an orthopedic surgeon. I see so much of bone problem, whereas our country has sunlight throughout the year. So the media has to help the doctors to break some myths which are going wrong and sort of get all these things, all acts together, that please start yoga, getting sunlight is simple, essential. All the other things which you mentioned, obesity, other lifestyle problems, they can be addressed. So we have to find solutions ourselves for our set of problems.
Okay, I think let's quickly check with the audience. How many of you actually managed to get about 15 to 20 minutes of sunlight every day in the morning? And I think, Doctor, the peak hour would be about 10 o'clock in the morning, or 10 or 11?
The best time of sunlight is between 10 and 12.
Between 10 and 12.
Most of the working people are indoors.
Absolutely.
Most of our are in artificial
Raise your
light.
hands if you get to be in the sun between 10 and 12.
Shweta, I'll put a question to all of you.
That's only doctors raising their hands.
How much of skin area you will expose for sunlight?
That's
I
a
was
good
coming
one
to
as
that.
well.
Some data point for you, it's like 76% people are deficient on vitamin D is the data.
So in a country which is abundant with sunshine, we are deficient on vitamin D. That it shouldn't come as a surprise.
And we have research now to support us that vitamin D was called the healthy hormone, right? So it does not only affect the bone, it affects your mind, it affects cancer, it affects everywhere. So you fix simple things which suit your country, your population, you have to think that way. We can't get the Western model into our setups. And primary health, what Panja said, very, very important. We need to invest into the primary health and prevention.
Primary health and prevention, and there you have it, a doctor telling you to go out and sit in the sun. I think it's more beneficial than taking perhaps a lot of other hormonal medicines. It's going to be more helpful for mood elevation, I believe. That's something I also read.
Just an addition, with no sunblock on your body.
With no sunblock. All right, Deepak Sani, the last time I met you, you gave me some fascinating insights into people's health and lifestyle and their choices and why. And I remember, I think it was you who told me that people in India, those who have alcohol, consume alcohol, especially in Delhi NCR, are more likely to have fatty liver as opposed to Western countries, I believe?
Yeah, I think, yes. So that's the lifestyle that probably challenges that, because we like to eat food with alcohol, right? And a lot of food after alcohol as well. And that's what basically, because alcohol is anyways not good, but with the food, it is further adding up a lot of fat and a lot of issues. And that's what we see. And the trends, like I explained last time also, suddenly I've seen the anemia patients rising and the numbers are just increasing. There is no absorption of iron at all. And that has been changed in the last 5 years, right? So that's again becoming another vitamin D issue.
And
right?
why is that?
I think the doctors would be able to comment better there, but what we have seen specifically is the environment, the pollution, the lifestyle again, and a lot of other factors that basically stops the absorption. And this is the trend. And in fact, that's where the health data starts to play in, because before it become another vitamin D issue, we need to do something here, right?
Why the people basically, it's a awareness. Why anemia is increasing? We are working a lot on that. It's basically they are not eating right. We are all very fond of eating palak paneer. Ideally, palak should not be eaten with paneer because your calcium is not going to absorb it. It has to be, and there is a lot of worm infestation in our people, in children, So that is the anemia. So now even the government of India and all the obstetricians, they are working very hard. There's a program called Anemia Mukt Bharat, where the anemia has gone up. And now that they have seen, they are correcting anemia with iron, but they have forgotten most of the Indians are vegetarian. They are B12 deficient also. So either your intake, what we are eating is not correct. We don't know what is right. So with
then what's correct? I mean, it's surprising for me. Palak should not be eaten with paneer.
Yes, because it has phytates.
So food
and
for
the
thought
calcium.
there for all of you. But
old people, lohe ki kadhai mein khana banao. Okay? Anything which is rich in iron, put little lemon
Traditional
into it.
wisdom.
So that's a better. Good chana. You remember your dadi, nani used to give you good chana? That you need an iron also. You need a protein also to transfer your heme. So these little things sometime, even for a doctor also, it's eye-opener, because we have also forgotten when we have read our physiology and our biochemistry. So it's going back and learning all
Shweta, can I ask everybody sitting here?
Yes, sir. Please go ahead.
Bhindi is rich with, for what? Bhindi. Lady finger. It's one of the richest sources of calcium.
There you have it. Calcium deficient people
So
should
like-
eat more
like
hindi.
It is well consumed, I guess.
It is well consumed.
जो तिल हमारी कल्चर में है, in all parts of India, til is used in some or the other ceremony.
I wanted to take this affordability from a business perspective. We have companies like Healthians who have changed, brought in competition. There were only a couple of players earlier. Now there are more players. Tata has also got into it. That's welcome. But why can't we do a Jan Aushadhi template in preventive health care from the private sector, not from the...
गायनी में इतना available है. Problem मैं यही बता रही हूँ, awareness नहीं है. Even we as a gynecologist are also not aware of it. So everything is there. That is the reason there is so much of work is going on it. I don't know, anybody knows here also, that there is a deworming days given by the government of India, 10th February and 10th August. Even
No, I was asking about, like Jan Aushadhi has brought down prices dramatically for all major diseases.
But you know what the problem is? Log sochte hain ki whatever is available in government is not a good thing.
That the data doesn't support that. The Government of India data doesn't
This
support
what
that.
that has to
Government of
be-
India data is saying that there's a greater proclivity now to go for Jan Aushadhi medicine.
this
So that's
has
a
to be
welcome thing.
integrated in the
No, my
mind of a
question
common
was,
man.
why
Yeah.
can't we
Ki it's
do
a
that
good drug.
why can't we do a similar template from the private sector in the preventive health care? That's where the problem began,
Yeah.
where you said it.
Very, very good question.
Yeah.
Why
I think
can't we
we
have
need
something
to-
around from private sector coming in, on the likes of Jan Aushadhi Kendra? And if that happens, I believe there'll be a lot many takers.
Yeah, I think we need some innovation there, because if we start incentivizing, supposedly we say, if you improve your health, your insurance premium go down, right? That's not there today. So I pay the same insurance premium even if I don't take a claim, but I pay 20% less if I don't take a claim on my car, right? So what is my incentive for becoming better every day? Or rather than shifting the model from healthcare to self-care, right? So that sort of a model probably tells people that there is an incentive. Supposingly we talked about cancer, so I was talking to a bigger program of cancer, and we say, we will afford your cancer treatment, and there is a $1 billion fund working on that. They just said that, but you have to screen yourself mandatory every year and send us the reports. So if you don't screen yourself every year, we won't be able to support your treatment, but we can only support your treatment if you screen and give your report to us every year.
So that's
because
like
that can actually, so that $1 billion fund can actually take care of all the people to actually get treated, because a lot can be done, because the earlier you detect the cost of the cancer, he can comment that is lower.
Right.
And the later you detect the cost is higher.
We've run out of time.
But
to all the doctors.
I must tell you, everything is, if we are talking about insurance, everything is covered after you are admitted in a hospital. So for preventive health, you are not supposed to admit in a hospital because it is not right practice. Few hospitals are doing that they will admit patient with some other reason, and then patients are getting their preventive health checkup. But as you said, why private hospitals are not coming for this. Actually, I think we are doing it. We are all the time posting lots of things to that patients should aware about how to eat, what to eat, and how to prevent themselves from all this flu and then corona. And my biggest question with everybody, like I am really supporting government because they are trying to do everything, whatever is possible. If you see our previous governments, nobody has taken any interest. Now we have PSC, CSC, medical college, nursing college. What is the need that now we have to work on PPP model? A private hospital should handhold a PSC, CSC. So load should be there, not come to the quaternary or tertiary care hospitals, and we can resolve those issues.
Right.
So I think this is the answer of all these questions. We cannot, wait for patient that he has to admit, then we will give him treatment and we will get money from insurance.
Absolutely. I don't believe at any point of time it's a question of intent. I think there is enough and more intent. It's a question of implementation. And I don't necessarily agree that the previous governments have not really done enough.
No, I think healthcare has been a priority minus the government raising its spend. So in that sense, if there is a view that government should spend more and more money, I think we've been deficient on that across the board. No, Shweta, one very important point on PPP. See, in terms of affordability, one of the ideas that was floated 20 years ago, 30 years ago, was the public-private sector model. We couldn't replicate that in a big way. Why? I would like to hear from the experts. And second, wherever we've been able to do it, there are challenges now. We know, I would like to name there are challenges in terms of whether actually the quota meant for the poor and extremely poor has actually gone to the poor or it has gone to the rich in the name of the poor. So, those are challenges. These are recent probe that has been launched by the Government of India with a major hospital chain. I don't think, the key issue to raise is if PPP model is the formula, why is it that not many such templates are happening? Dr. Tandon.
I think, Rakesh, with now the digital, the mobile and all those networking more having penetration, pretty sure that misuse of these things won't happen if it is made really well. And some monitoring has to be done. Now that monitoring agency will be government, or obviously the hospital side cannot do that.
Right.
So it has to be done.
All right. I'm sorry. I know that we want to talk a lot more on this topic, but we've completely run out of time. Any questions from anybody? Yes, please. I'm apologizing to my directors already. I'll just take 2 more minutes, but yes, go ahead.
My question is, why don't we invest enough in primary and secondary healthcare? I mean, despite highlighted by Finance Commission and other departments that we should at least spend 2.5% of GDP on healthcare. We know we are diabetic capital of India and much more thing, but
I think
we don't
we're
invest.
spending about 2% of our GDP on healthcare.
And we discussed
1.8 at the
there
moment.
is
We're
need to
getting
raise
to
that.
2%.
There is need to raise that, but there has to be an equal participation from panchayat till the state government to the, there's an MP-led fund, there's an MLA fund. Everybody has to direct that investment there. So there again, it has to become a top priority. It might not be the topmost priority right
All right. Any other question? Yes, sir.
It's a question and a statement also. Like, see, there was a debate going on whether there should be insurance or no insurance. There's another angle altogether. Wherever insurance enters in a market like India, the cost of healthcare is bound to go up. As you mentioned, like it's a matter of cost and profits. And now my question is to the doctors: why is it that when you go to the hospital and you admitted, before every procedure, you are asked, "Sir, आपकी insurance है?" My counter question is, will it change the procedure?
The nature.
Will the protocol be different if I have the insurance or I don't have the insurance? Why is it so?
I mean, I think a lot of experience.
Sir, उसको on कीजिए.
I think.
Unfortunately, after that they ask, "आपका insurance है?" उसके बाद बोलते हैं, "किसका insurance है?"
Exactly.
I think when we talked of I know I said I won't speak again. When we talked of insurance, we meant in a very generic way that a person is insured, whether it's by central government health scheme, state government health scheme. We are not talking of insurance as an insurance for which you have to pay a premium. We are talking of, or let me put it the other way around, we are talking of trying to reduce out-of-pocket expenses for healthcare. If you are a central government retiree and you have some kind of a CGHS scheme, as far as this discussion is concerned, you are insured. So we are not talking of insurance in terms of, what a private hospital asks an individual. I know that's a major concern, but that will take the discussion away to ethics and all that. So,
Sir, but would that change the protocol of treatment to be given to the patient?
I think this
Gentlemen,
I need to
I'm very
answer to
sorry.
you.
I will have to wrap this up.
Can I answer?
Yes, please.
So there is this education which is lacking among the people at large, that every procedure with the insurance and the hospital is always numbered and capped. So a hospital would not be getting anything more than the capped amount from an insurance company, insurance provider, number one. Number two, any insurance company where there's a tie-up happening with the hospital, there are rates which has already been fixed. If you're an NABH accredited hospital, obviously the rates are already been fixed. The reason why hospital or the financial counselor of a hospital asks this question is to make it easy for your pocket. अगर आपको कैश से देना है, obviously there would be difference. The procedure won't change. As a doctor, as a healer, as this thing, it is a duty of every doctor, and I don't think any doctor is commercial to an extent that they would like to extort money from you. It doesn't happen in India, thankfully, and which would
Dr.
never happen
Karan,
because
I'm
the
not
kind
sure
of
if a lot
culture
of
which is
people
there.
will agree with you in the room
that's a
that
fact.
the doctors
That's a
are
fact.
not commercial
They're not.
and doctors are not trying
No, we
to
have
get
to
extra
do
money.
these
to understand.
I mean, let's just with a show of hands, how many of you think that it's become extremely commercial to get health checkups done, or just go to a doctor? Show of hands, please. All right, so that's literally, I mean, apart from the doctors, that's half the room. But I think this is a long conversation, and I think it's an important conversation. Unfortunately, we've run out of time. Thank you, everybody, for being a very patient audience, and to all the doctors here for taking all those questions on your chin. Thank you so much, and I think that's a wrap on this session. Let me quickly call in our next speaker and our next guests. Coming up would be a panel on sustainability, and will be moderated by, I believe, Ambassador Manjeev Puri, Distinguished Fellow Terry, will be the session's moderator. And session speaker will include Mr. Mohammad Shoaib Ali, Founder and Managing Partner, Transition Venture Capital, Mr. Sanjay Kumar Singh, Director, Strategy and External Relations, Jindal Steel and Power, Ms. Anju Mary Kuruvilla, Director, Industry Affairs, Corporate Communications and Sustainability, Danfoss India, Mr. Alok Verma, Senior VP and Head Corporate Strategy and ESG, Ashok Leland, Mr. Harkarit Singh, Managing Director, Woodland India, Mr. Nitish Punia, Head Public and Government Affairs, Signify Innovations India, Mr. Manmohan Rathi, Joint President, Power Management, Shree Siemens, and Mr. Samir Virmani, General Manager, GAIL India. Thank you.
So, good evening to everyone. Is everyone here? All the panelists? So, do we have the right signal from TV9 studios? Can we begin? Thank you very much, Justin. Thank you. And welcome to all of you. Delighted to be here at TV9's Global Summit. They want to know where does India stand in the new world order? And we talk about sustainability. Making holistic sustainability a growth agenda to shape India's climate ambition. What is it that all of us are looking for? 2047, a magic date that we are all looking to, Viksit Bharat. Isn't that right? Yes, all of us. And all of us believe that we have Achhe Din in front of us. We are the largest country in the world, the 5th largest economy, on our way to becoming the 3rd largest economy, and in some senses, very, very happy as a country that we are gaining our rightful place on the global high table. A matter that makes every Indian proud, and every Indian has every reason to feel good and rejuvenate himself and herself in this state of play. Last year, or the year we hosted the big, huge G20 summit, a grand success, a testimony to, in a sense, India having arrived on the global stage. And so, therefore, this particular edition, the one that focuses on sustainability, is particularly important. Now, for the viewers, I want to make a few simple but very important points. The general conventional wisdom is that you need to burn fossil fuels to generate more energy, which gives you more GDP. And so, therefore, if you have to blow up the global value chain as becoming the 3rd largest economy, a much larger economy, and heading towards that side, our GHG emissions will go up. True, they would. But we are also a country which has taken a simultaneous target for ourselves, net zero by the year 2070. And believe me, while 2070 may look very far from now, the time tends to fly, and that's also a directional shift that we all need to do. We are all seated here to try and see what can we do in terms of the industry participation in this great journey that India is taking towards Viksit Bharat by 2047, i.e. a developed country by 2047, and a country which is a responsible country, which works on sustainability and makes its own target of net zero GHG emissions by the year 2070. All of this is inherent to us. We are, in that sense, a country which is taking on the world, taking on the fundamental challenge where it used to be said that more fossil fuels used, the better it will be for your GDP. But we want to say, no, we will decouple this particular thing. We've taken some of the most onerous targets in the world in terms of renewable energy. Today, among the G20 countries, we are perhaps the only one which is on target for meeting its own commitments to the world, to the United Nations, in terms of the nationally determined commitments on climate action. We're a country which is imbibed this by ourselves. So I want to say that we are particularly happy that TV9 has thought it fit to have a segment of its global summit focused specifically on the issue of sustainability. I also want to make another point. I know all of you are seeing the world, the international news channels, and you are seeing a certain kind of view and an attack on the idea of taking action on fossil fuels, etc. But I want to say that the climate challenge for all of us is not just a challenge in terms of burn less fossil fuels, do more in terms of decoupling. It's also a challenge that the world is faced with a reality, and that reality is global warming. In fact, most people would say that the year that has just gone by has been the hottest in decades that the world has seen. This has serious imperatives for a country like India, which is vulnerable. Indeed, the entire global south is vulnerable. And so what we do is in our own interest, in our own good, quite apart from the fact that what a country like India does has a global south role model. And we are a country which is proud in terms of what we've been able to do there. At Glasgow, 3 years back, Prime Minister Modi in the year 2021 took on this particular thing unilaterally, that India will work towards both sustainability as it pursues its development goals, and we took the target of net zero 2070. We become world leaders in terms of solar power. In fact, because the rates of solar power have come down in India, so many parts of the global south feel that it's an alternate energy source that we can take. We've taken on tremendous targets in terms of green hydrogen. We've taken on targets in terms of electric mobility. We've taken on targets in terms of electric lighting. We've done this unilaterally, and we are a country, we believe, which can be a major role model, I would like to say, for the world, but certainly for the global south. I'm particularly happy and delighted that TV9 has chosen TERI, India's most venerable institution dealing with energy, resources, and climate issues for the last 50 years as its knowledge partner. Thank you very much. I represent TERI. I've spent a large part of my life negotiating at the climate change negotiations worldwide, but have had a very strong involvement with TERI. I must say, before we open up to a multimedia clip to take on various things, that I am today very delighted at the panel that I have. And the other panelists, please don't mind my saying so. But as a middle-class boy growing up in Delhi, there were two things which were absolutely central to my life, which was mobility. And I'm delighted to have Ashok Leland here with me. Riding the DTC buses was the only way out at that time. And I'm delighted to see my friend here with us to talk about what his great company is doing. And then, what are we talking about? Lighting, isn't it? We're sitting in Bharat Mandapam, but lighting is the main thing that allowed people like me. You read, you sat in front of a lamp, you imbibed, you took yourself forward. I'm delighted to see Philips here with us in their newest avatar. Again, companies which to me represent this very important element. What can we do at the level of people? And I want to remind everyone of the Honorable Prime Minister's huge initiative, the life imperative. What can we do? Governments will take issues on policy space. The international community will do or not do, all very well. What can we do in terms of ourselves, and what can the corporate world to do to help us? And when I see these two, believe me, these are perhaps those issues which link with us in terms of our daily life, at least the daily life for all ordinary people. We're sitting in a city, so let me say middle-class people in the city, hard-working people who are doing their thing. Mobility, and in terms of their availability to be able to do things, which means light in the real sense. This doesn't mean the rest of you on the panel are not important. We have people from the most important sectors. Steel, fundamental to this entire challenge of climate change. People who are dealing with electronics, extremely important. And then we have those who have money. They matter. And frankly speaking, that's what we'd like to hear. But I'm also delighted to welcome a colleague of mine, ex-naval officer, who will tell you what else is happening in this big, huge area that we talk about. Defense is not something that we can just forget. It's a major area in which action needs to be taken. What can we do in shipping, in so many areas? So I'll stop now. I want to welcome all our viewers and everybody. Believe me, sustainability is India. India will be the role model for the world in terms of sustainability. Be proud of what we are doing. We're taking on responsibilities for ourselves, responsibilities for the world, and of course, for the global south. We play a little clip just to give you a little bit of an idea of what does Indian business have to say in terms of their advancing the net zero agenda. So can we have the clip?
A paradigm shift in how our economies function is crucial to tackle climate risk and push towards net zero emissions. That is where TERI has an important role to play. TERI's industry charter for near zero ambition by 2050 talks of Indian industry coming together to achieve this ambitious target. It's a voluntary pledge, and for that we all have to stand together, work together, and achieve it together. What is required today is the roadmap for implementing technologies by various industry players.
sustainability is clearly to create that very positive economic, environmental, and social impact, which translates to a world with zero emissions, zero waste, and zero inequality.
First electrify and then decarbonize.
I think we've got a good push and impetus by Government of India in terms of India Solar Alliance, but I think we need a similar big deal, so similar deal in terms of similar push as you would normally call it, towards green hydrogen, biofuels, and fundamentally making sure that we can go to bioresources towards producing the energy needs of the world.
The hydrogen roadmap of India is a fantastic starting point.
Hydrogen is ultimately, we cannot just simply think of it as a direct replacement technology. We have to think about this as a technology that is going to yield its own sequences of opportunities and things that are going to be new and different.
Major requirement would be, one, the collaborations, second, certain government initiatives, and third one would be how the finance can be made available for many such demonstration projects which are required not by only cement sector but globally.
The key buckets which we need to look at is agriculture, MSME, and bottom of the pyramid consumers.
We have evolved a system which helps farmers reduce their cost, but at the same time improve productivity, and thereby, at the end resulting into prosperity. So you ensure sustainability, carbon reduction, but at the same time you must focus on as much or more to ensure that his income goes up and prosperity happens.
We need innovation in finance. I think if MSMEs have to embrace the journey, finance is a very, very critical element in it. There, I think we need to look at a lot more banks and NBFCs' participation with fintech solutions.
We'll have to understand the value chain across multiple sectors, their adjacencies, and come up with solutions such that truly the circular economy, decarbonization, as well as the focus on green becomes a reality.
I think that recycling and the circular economy will play a big role in reducing the carbon footprint.
We are continuing to invest in products, in fact accelerating our investment in products that are all related to climate change, but we will not touch anything which has got any sort of hydrocarbons involved.
We all are entering the decades of climate action. It will be crucial time for humanity, and at TERI this issue has taken its rightful place at the center stage.
Let us collaborate with few like-minded organizations and have advocacy activities, advocacy plan. And may I, for this purpose, request all our chartered members that let us make a group of 3 or 5 CEOs and then who can work on it and then take the matter forward.
If you bring the players together, right, and kind of put them on a common network to kind of drive that forward, that's also a possibility that we could explore.
It's really important that collaboration and co-creation, working together is the need of the hour.
I mean, unless we don't do something today, then, I don't think, we can call ourselves pioneers, for tomorrow, or pioneers at heart for the good of generation.
I invite Indian industry to come forward so that we all can come together and chart a low carbon pathway for the country and benefit not just our country but globe as a whole.
So thank you very much, Terry. Thank you very much for what you're doing in bringing people together. But now for our viewers, let's start by giving ourselves a little bit of a congratulations on what we've done. Anju Kuruvilla, your CEO was there, but you are here with us. And you say that yours is a company which has already achieved net zero. Are we not delighted to have such a company operate in the Indian corporate sphere? We want to hear from you. What have you done? Short, in a little while, because we really have a shortage of time. So please.
So, good evening, everybody. I represent Danfoss, a company, a 90-plus-year-old Danish origin climate and energy solutions major. And why I mention Danish is because Denmark is one of the first countries which will turn carbon neutral by 2030. So when Denmark took on this ambition to be carbon neutral by 2030, the region where Danfoss and many other leading Danish organizations come from, they came forward and said, if my country is going to be carbon neutral by 2030, I will support by becoming carbon neutral by 2029. And given that target, it kind of translated to all Danfoss operations across the globe, and we took an ambitious target to be carbon neutral by 2030 in our global operations. And happy to share that our Denmark office, the campus, turned carbon neutral as on December 2022. And this is not something which is limited just to Europe. And our campus in Chennai is already above 90% carbon neutral, especially in Scope 1 and Scope 2 emissions. And how we did this is very, very simple, because we streamlined our focus in ESG on 3 major areas, namely decarbonization, circularity, diversity, equity, and inclusion. And on the decarbonization front, we followed a very simple mantra called RRR. So reduce, reuse, and resource. So we decoupled our production from our energy consumption, and we reduced our energy consumption. The second one, reuse, wherever possible through latest technologies, like by adopting district energy, as well as sector integration, as well as waste heat recovery. We have managed to reuse our energy footprint. And last but not the least, wherever this is not possible across the globe, we have resourced our energy requirements through power purchase agreements. And I'm happy to share that our Chennai operations have been operating on 100% green energy for the last 2 years, and above 90% for the years before. And then when it comes to the circularity, we have taken another RRR philosophy, where it is we are reducing our use on reducing our resource use, then rethinking the designs to include more circularity in the resources which we use, and redesign our products in such a way that there is a circularity quotient embedded in it. Happy to share that all new products developed by Danfoss will have a circularity element embedded in it by 2030. And last but not the least, the DEI factor of it. Who's going to do it all? It is people, and people are at the foundation of all that we do, and that is the reason why we have diversity, equity, and inclusion as the last pillar of our ESG operations. And this is really important because we are standing at a juncture where there are 163 gender identities across the world, and in most parlances we are still talking about how to integrate more women into the workforce. So given the same, that's the reason why where we have DEI in the focus, so that we apply a gender lens to all the climate and energy solutions and products which we would manufacture going forward. So that was our simple way for carbon neutrality, and this is how we have been progressing.
Anju, thank you very much. You used lots of expressions. RRR. It reminds us of something wonderful that happened from India. You also used DEI. It's in the news for all the wrong reasons. But I won't go into that. You said you are a company from Denmark. This takes me back to the great COP in Copenhagen, where for the first time the world committed $100 billion a year for the developing world. We're still struggling to come up with the numbers. In the last conference of parties held in Baku, while the preamble spoke about the need for trillions, we ended up with a paltry figure of 300 billion, and people are very unsure where even that's coming from. Shoaib, I'm afraid money matters, whichever way we look at it. And it would appear to me that we, as a huge, big economy, but a developing economy with tremendous amounts of needs, this business of global collaboration, I don't know where it's going. But what do we do in terms of money, which the corporate world needs? I'm not talking about people, I'm not talking even about adaptation, but simply in terms of business needs to make them move towards this glide path of net zero by 2070. What do you have to say?
Thanks a lot. I think if you look at 3 important pillars that have to come together to achieve net zero for any economy, or the capital. Second is your technology, and third is your policy, regulation, and so and so. So when I say technology as a whole, I think it comes like, I mean, it's industry, technology, startups, first of a kind projects, and also like scale up projects. So all these phases, like for example, you need a different kind of equity or a government or a grant money. You need to solve this. And at the same time, if you look at first of a kind projects, and then typically these technology projects move into first of a kind projects, where you're trying to do implementation for the first time. Again, that needs a very different kind of a hybrid structure where it's a combination of private equity, combination of a late stage venture capital, and combination of a bit of government money. And then comes the scaling part. So when we started this fund, right, it was very clear that the money was available, a lot of money was available for the scale up, and the dearth of money was where technology money was not available for technology, especially like countries in India, and at the same time, first of a kind projects. So now, I mean, fast forward 4-5 years, the scenario has changed. The major challenge now as a venture capital fund, what we see is there is huge amount of money, especially for technology, especially for first of a kind projects coming from a lot of philanthropic institutes, a lot of global institutes. But the missing part, though you say capital is very important, the missing part, unfortunately, now we as a country have to solve is technology. So out of those, like if you look at a scale of 0 to 100, right? Let's say there are 100 technologies that need to decarbonize and be a net zero country by 2070. We only have 20-25% of the technologies ready, which can be commercially deployed. So we still have 75% of technologies that needs to be developed or that needs to be worked on to achieve our 2070 goals. So I think money is following, but unfortunately, especially we need more and more engineers to focus on build those right technologies so that we can take those technologies as fast as possible for commercialization.
Shoaib, thank you very much. Alok, let me turn to you. While you represent, of course, this huge conglomerate, as I said, Wheels of India, Ashok Leyland. But when we entered this room, we were having a conversation on startups. And you said that as such a large engineering giant, you interact with them often. And you felt that there was a new kind of energy that you saw in the people. Money perhaps was one major issue, Shoaib, as you said, but that they were being innovative in technological developments and in the cutting edge. What do you have to say on this? A little bit about your company and what you're doing on this large scale, but what are you seeing in the ecosystem?
Sure, thanks Ambassador. Happy to be here. I think just want to share with everyone that Ashok Leyland is rated #1 in Sustainalytics in our category, which is heavy machinery and trucks globally, not just in India. The journey is still a lot to be accomplished, but I think it's a good start for us. It actually starts with setting the aspirations. So our aspiration essentially is very, very similar to overall, I think, India's ambition. We were born in 1948. India was 1947. So I think we kind of overlapped a little bit from a 75th year celebration standpoint. So, and again, it's a very, very strong footprint that we have from an India standpoint. So we are going to be carbon neutral by 2030, which means carbon neutral by operations. Scope 3 is a big part of any companies from a usage standpoint. So I think that's the next level. So that's going to be net zero by 2048, the 100th year of our existence. What we feel is, I think partnerships are going to be key in terms of reaching our goals, because our overall, I think, agenda from a net zero standpoint, it is going to be met maybe 30% by existing solutions, but 60 to 70% is going to be new solutions. And that's where I think, Ambassador, in terms of the new age startups also come into play. And that's where I think they bring in that energy, they bring in new solutions, they bring the ability to challenge existing paradigms. So that becomes very, very key. I've actually interacted with IISc, I have interacted with IIT Madras, IIT Delhi, and I think there are huge startups and they are actually focusing on in a big way in terms of solving industry problems, something very different from what it was 30 years back. So I think they have really changed the paradigm. I think we can definitely leverage that. I think also in terms of there are new business models coming up. There are new business models, battery as a service. new business models in terms of, and these are really, I think, the startups are picking some of these up. I think even in the finance side, I think there will be startups which are actually leveraging these newer financing models, because maybe I think we don't have, I think maybe the DFIs out here, but people who have been, I think, used to funding in a very different collateral-based way, I think they have to really now see how they can actually fund in a very different paradigm. So I think, and there are these new different investment models that are coming in. And lastly, in terms of from a group standpoint, I think we are putting, I think, our money where what we are talking about. So we actually incubated several businesses, and they're not incubated, they're big businesses in their own right. So Hinduja Renewables is there, then we are actually having Switch Mobility, which is on electric mobility. Then to manage operations of buses, electric buses and municipalities in states, we have Om Mobility. So we have different, and then we have in charging infrastructure. So the list goes on. So I think what I'm saying is it's a great opportunity for us to look at, and that's the way Ashok Leland is looking at it, and that's the same way I think Hinduja Group is also looking at it. We are very excited at this stage.
Alok, thank you very much. For me, you always meant moving not just forward, but also upwards. Wow, and very good to see that you're not just doing it yourself, but you sense a sense of confidence and a sense of optimism. Absolutely excellent. Mr. Sanjay Singh, let me turn to you, sir. You've been secretary in the government, in the Department of Steel, dealing with what we all from the climate world say, the most hard to abate sectors, the most difficult guys. What can we do about them? And now you serve on one of our premier institutions, companies dealing with steel, with Jindal Steel. I'd like to hear from you. What are you doing in this absolutely what is known as the hard to abate sector?
Thank you. Let me put it in perspective. We are on the path of becoming Viksit. And for that, we have to grow at the pace of at least 8% consistently over 20 years. And there is a strong correlation between growth of steel sector and growth of an economy when economy is in the developmental phase. And you can see from the figures of India as well, that we have been growing at the pace of around 6 to 7%, and steel sector has also been growing in past around 6 to 7%. And now the pace has increased, and steel sector's growth CAGR in time to come is going to be 7%. Why it is so? 60% of the steel is consumed by the construction and infrastructure sector. 1/3 of the steel is consumed in the government projects. So steel becomes very important. And in time to come, our steel consumption is going to further increase. And the target is for the nation is 300 million tons by 2030, 500 million tons by 2047. But steel is also hard to abate sector. It emits 2.5 tons of carbon dioxide equivalent per ton of steel in our country, which is 11% of our entire carbon dioxide emission in the country. So that is the challenge. And as you rightly mentioned, it's a hard to abate sector. And there are all kinds of steel makers, small, big, mega, and different kind of steel making processes. Blast furnace is a mainstream. And that is the process through which we will be able to reach 300 million tons and 500 million tons. And that is most difficult to green. So the challenge lies there. But all the steel majors and as well as MSMEs, what we categorize as secondary steel makers, they are doing their bit toward decarbonization and set out a roadmap towards it. The route of decarbonization which the steel majors are following are starting from renewable energy. Every industry is investing in renewable energy, for instance, the group I represent, we have planned to set up 1.6 gigawatt of renewable energy by this year end, investing in green hydrogen. Green hydrogen has a lot of potential to green through electric arc furnace. But the problem lies in blast furnace. In blast furnace, again, the greening can only be done through induction of higher level of technologies, which I am saying is efficiency, number one. And number two, when the carbon capture and utilization technologies, they mature, are deployed. So the target for the big steel players toward decarbonization is by 2050, most of them will decarbonize. But it is going to be a difficult task because there are not many mature technology right now available. Whatever are there, they're in the pilot phase. And the major bottleneck in steel, I'm talking about the country as a whole, as was rightly mentioned, finance. To be able to retrofit the current technology, which is 180 million tons of steel making capacity, an investment of $280 billion is required. So that will have to come from the steel players themselves. Secondly, the challenge is about the creation of green steel market, carbon market. So for that, government has set the ball in motion by introduction of a green steel policy and green steel taxonomy. So a lot of the levers from the government side and from the industry side have been put in place, and now steel players are now galvanizing their speed towards it, and in time to come, I'm pretty certain that decarbonization is hard to abate sector is going to happen. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Singh. In my understanding, once the hard-to-abate sectors understand they have to do it, they will be galvanized, and thank you for using that expression. Can I turn to the Shree Cement, the other area that everybody says is impossible to do, but we must do, isn't it, Rathi Saab? Where are we going to go? So what are you doing about it?
Sanjay ji told, hard to abate sector, steel, cement also comes in that directions only. Steel and cement both are required for the growth of the country. As we have targeted 2047 will be developed country, definitely these two has to grow. Today the cement consumption is 50% of the world average. Even if I see from the American point of view, we are 1/6 only. So volume is going to increase in a big way. But when we see the carbon emissions, basically, we are 10 to 15% lower than the world average. So that's the good part, but that is not sufficient because almost 0.6 ton per ton of cement CO2 emitted, which is equal to 7 to 8% of the total CO2 emission in India. Now coming back to cement production system, there are 4 areas. One area is 60% CO2 emissions comes from the process itself, because that process requirement is the calcination, basically. Then another 40% or 30% comes from the energy side, basically, the fuel consumption or electricity consumptions. Now, coming back to what actions we are taking, the easiest way is whatever electricity we are using, we are converting it to the renewable. And from Shree Cement point of view, as on today, 78% capacity is renewable only or green energy only. Almost 55% of our consumption is from the green energy only. So that's the bright side. And we are continuously targeting that all our power consumptions should come from the green energy only. Now, point is, there are certain limitations in the states where we cannot go for the 100%. There are many limitations like the solar, wind, seasonal, timely. So we are fighting with those challenges. In the some state, one state we are able to get 95% production from the renewable energy only. another state, we are just reaching to 30%. This is the one area. Fuel side, lot of experiments are going on all over world, that how this fuel can be converted, electricity can be used in place of the fossil fuel. But still, those all experiments are at lab stage only. So that really require the funding, finance, and the commercial level productions basically. Another area is basically we are replacing the raw materials like the clinker reductions. Almost now in India, 70% productions are from the PPC. So once we say PPC, means basically that much reduction in the clinker utilization is happening, that much reduction in the CO2 reduction is happening. Another challenge is basically the logistic. It is a huge logistic which is required for the cement, and there we require support from the transport industry, where we have put certain electric trucks on the road so that that emission can be reduced, but still affordable solution is required. So
Rajizab, thank you very much. Greening electric power generation, major priority for the country. But we are glad that you are at it yourself as to what you can do, not just with the inputs, but in terms of your stuff yourself. Nitish, I'll turn to you because you have to shed light to everyone. But a few minutes to you, my colleague, Commodore Devesh Lahiri, who heads the National Center for Excellence on Green Ports and Shipping. Just a couple of minutes, because transport certainly is one of the major areas where we in India need to do something. Then to you, Nitish, because as I said, you have to shed the light before we wind up here. We have just a few minutes left.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, everyone. Well, just to allow me to throw in some numbers. 71, 80, 95, 68. So if you look at planet Earth, 71% is water, interconnected. Waters of the oceans are interconnected. 80% of world's trade moves by the seas. 80%. Anything and everything that you do in your daily life, 80% of that has somewhere been a part of some shipment. 95 is the percentage by volume of India's export-import trade. And 68 is the value, 68% by value of India's exempt trade. These are figures that we're talking of. If you look at global shipping, the percentage emitted, we heard some numbers, of course they spoke with respect to India, steel and cement. But if you look at a global scenario, 2.89% is the emissions from the shipping sector. So if shipping was to be a country, it would be the 6th or the 7th largest emitter in the world. Now what are we doing? There are plans afoot. Viksit Bharat, of course, remains that goal that we are all striving towards. So as part of that, there is something called the Maritime Amrit Kal Vision 2047. As part of that, there is something called the Harit Sagar Guidelines, which is looking at greening of ports. All our ports have been given finite targets to achieve with respect to greening, not only in terms of the green environment, but also in terms of operations. So they are looking at changing over to green, energy sources, electrification of equipment. That electricity will come from green sources. They're looking at a whole, there are a set of measures which are there in place. Similarly, for shipping, we are looking at green fuels. So right now, if you look at for the immediate future, in the near term, we are looking at a mix of, say, LPG, LNG, and then we are looking at biofuels and methanol, to be followed by green ammonia, to be followed by green hydrogen. So these are steps that have been looking at. The logistics chain is for the shipping industry is also being looked at in a similar manner. I can see the chair looking at me, so I guess I'll have to quieten down, pipe down, as we say in the Navy, and maybe in the question answer session, we can take on some more specific queries.
Commodore Lahiri, thank you very much. That was important. It was important to tell you that it's not just steel, it's not just cement, it's not just electric power generation, but as he told you, if shipping was an industry, it would be the 6th largest emitter in the world. This is why we need to understand that we need to act across the entire ecosystem, also in terms of what we do. Now, Nitish from Philips, are we in a good room here? Are we doing something about reducing GHG emissions in this beautifully, brightly lit room, which I'm sure you've done? What is it that you would say to us? You have a couple of minutes to lead to us, because otherwise we are actually running out of time. Please go ahead. Shed some light.
Sure. So I will just come with a few figures around the built environment and where do we stand today. There are many estimations which states that almost 70% when we are going to be a developed country, it is yet to be built. 40% of the emissions are targeted towards building sector, the built environment, out of which almost 30-35% is upfront embodied carbon when you construct a building, and almost 65% is during its operational phase. And there we come into picture during the operational phase. 15 to 20% is contributing towards lighting. So global electricity consumption, 15 to 20% is dedicated to lighting. Where we can reach to 8%, we have moved phenomenally in terms of energy efficiency since the era of the conventional lamp, which used to consume, let's say, give light around 10 lumens per watt. LEDs in India, let's say if you want to sell an LED bulb, it has to be minimum 90 lumens per watt as per, B star rating program. So 90% efficiency is already there. Now where we are leading to? So where we are leading to is almost 200 plus lumens per watt. So the kind of potential, the kind of transition, which exists in the, energy efficiency sector is humongous. There is an IEA report which states that almost 40% of the emission reduction by 2040 is going to come from energy efficiency itself, and it's one of the lowest hanging fruit, and it has been driven based on the ROI. It has never been driven based on multiple, only policy push, but the corporates, the professional, the B2B consumers are buying it purely based on the ROI. And that is how, India has moved at a much faster pace in terms of LEDification as compared to the rest of the world, even most developed economies like US and EU. So great potential which exists in lighting, and it is not only to illuminate everybody's house. The world is going to need more light, world is going to need more energy efficient light, and world is going to need more smart and connected light.
Nitish, thank you very much. We are going to need a lot of light. There's absolutely no doubt about it. I was just wondering, incandescent bulbs, मुझे तो नहीं लगता यहाँ पर कहीं भी मिलते हैं दिल्ली में. It's you all who've done it. What is it that you've done? Reduce the price of an LED bulb from, what was it, several hundred rupees to 39 rupees? That's what you say you've done?
Yes. Yeah. So, when the first tender of ESL was, floated, they sourced LED lamps around 350 or so. And the last tender in which we won, it was, around less than 40 rupees. So it's a phenomenal journey. The LEDs, replace the CFL just because sheer costing benefit and also the efficiency. The CFL used to cost much more than the LED lamps, and that's how they replaced all those, inefficient lamps.
Absolutely right, Nitish. It takes both two to tango, as they say. The government made the efforts, set in the policy prescriptions, a little bit of pressure, but a huge amount of market. And the technologists did not let us down. India is on its big, huge journey to Viksit Bharat 2047. We all know the conventional methods were very simple and straightforward, but we can't do that anymore. We also have to meet our target of net zero 2070. Therefore, our Viksit Bharat by 2047 is going to be a sustainable and a responsible Bharat, which will ensure that we not only do the right for our people here, for people in the global south, but indeed for humanity. Thank you very much to all of you, my panelists. Very delighted to Mr. Arup Malik from TERI, who curated this entire program, to TV9, to all of you. Thank you very much and wish you all a lovely evening ahead and all the best as we strive to Viksit Bharat, but with sustainability being also a movement which moves along. And let me leave again with you right at the end, the one big call of the Prime Minister. Integrate this not only into the corporate world and so on, but also in terms of what you do yourself, the life imperative. Make it a journey of your own life, because after all, it is our world, it is our society, it is our family, and above all, it's our planet. Thank you very much to everyone.
Thank you so much, Ambassador. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. And what a fantastic session that was. I hope it makes us all a little more responsible and understand that we need to take care of the earth and the planet and the air we breathe and the emissions that we contribute to every day. Thank you so much, Ambassador. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, it is a wrap right here on News 9 Global Summit. Thank you so much, everybody, for being part of this. And I've been told dinner will be served in just a few minutes at L1 level. Take the escalator down, and dinner should be open in a few minutes from now. Thank you so much once again, and have a good night and a good weekend.